glasses. Okay, folks, good morning. I'm Sherry Sable from the RAND Corporation, and thank you all for joining us today. We look forward to a lively, informative, and engaging forum, and encourage you to actively participate in our Q&A sessions, which follow each panel, as well as our keynote and Maya Shankar's opening remarks. Before we begin, a couple of organizational notes. A reminder that today's forum is being webcast. Also, we hope that you'll join in our social media activity, hashtag BeFi. Some of you have a list of all of everybody's handles, so we'd like that to be nice and active. A general reminder, please, to adjust your cell phone ringers and vibrators and all of that. And to begin RAND's 2015 BeFi Forum, I'd like to introduce Krishna Kumar and Ida Rademacher. Krishna is a senior economist at the RAND Corporation. He's the director of RAND's Labor and Population Unit, and he also holds the Distinguished Chair in International Economic Policy. Krishna is also a professor at the Pardee RAND Graduate School. Shall I proceed? Is there an echo? Ida is the executive director of the Initiative on Financial Security at the Aspen Institute, a nationally recognized program whose scope is to probe the most critical financial challenges facing American families today. Krishna, Ida?
Good morning. Distinguished colleagues, on behalf of RAND, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this year's Behavioral Finance Forum, or BeFi, as it is known. This is our 8th edition, if I recall right. BeFi is in the best tradition of RAND, bringing together policymakers, practitioners from the financial industry, and researchers to disseminate and discuss the latest research in behavioral finance and economic decision-making. This year, we are happy to partner with the Aspen Institute, in whose beautiful premises, conference room with a view, we hold this forum. And our thanks to Ida Rademacher, Maureen Conway, and Ruth Katz as the Aspen Institute, and to Devin Fiddler and Rachel McGuire from the Institute for the Future. For sponsorship of this year's BeFi, we are grateful to the Sloan Foundation, whose Vice President and Program Director Daniel Goroff is here today. And we'd also like to thank TransUnion, whose Vice President and Head of Washington Office, Dennis Umbach, is also here today. This year's BeFi represents a shift in the scope of the forum. As in the past, we will have 3 academic panels, and we'll continue to have presentations at the micro level, evidence base on behavioral finance and interventions to improve financial decision making. But given the complexities of emerging technologies, flexible labor market arrangements created by the so-called on-demand and shared economy, and the new healthcare decision-making landscape engendered by the Affordable Care Act, we are broadening our scope. And this is how we are thinking about doing it. Behavioral economics has shown that more choices in retirement plans might not necessarily be good, and the way in which information about choices is presented matters. And these principles are likely to have a parallel in the post-ACA healthcare marketplace. Hence, we've included a panel that will explore the tension between the quality of care and the financial aspects of healthcare coverage. And as the macro labor market continues to evolve with flexible work arrangements, more decisions are going to be made by individuals than firms. And the accompanying cognitive biases and risk miscalculations are only likely to increase in scale. And technology makes this on-demand networked economy possible, but can also lead to new behavioral challenges and provide possible solutions at the same time. Hence, we have included a panel on technology and the on-demand workforce. In short, we have a terrific day in store, focusing on both solid empirical evidence and informed speculation, and we look forward to a stimulating exchange. From RAND, I'd like to recognize Jeremy Burke, the director of BeFi, whose team has selected the academic panels, and Sherry Sable, who was here a second back, our executive advisor, who has assisted us in envisioning and curating the broader scope incorporated into this year's forum. Finally, a word of thanks to Joy Moini, who's at the back of the room, the Assistant Director of RAND's Labor and Population Research Unit, for her, as always, impeccable strategic advice and organizational talent, and Emily Payne, who you might have met outside, the BeFi coordinator, for helping us with the logistical aspects of BeFi. Welcome.
Thank you, Krishna. It's been an honor to partner with RAND to bring you this year's BeFi Forum. I've been an attendee and a fan of the Behavioral Finance Forum for the 3 or 4 years now it's been happening on the Hill, and excited to see this next phase, and Aspen Institute is very excited to partner in a next phase that really does do a new step in translating the research into the implications for society and for policy. And I hope that the robust conversations we have here in this room will feel akin to the other kinds of conversations we have here at Aspen often, which is about bringing together multiple sectors, thinking about the role of the workforce and the changing workforce, thinking about the financial lives of individuals, thinking about the health implications of a changing policy landscape. Aspen is a nonpartisan, non-ideological policy studies center, but we pride ourselves in also bringing the leaders together to think about the values in society and how the lens of leadership really does help us focus on decision-making, both for consumers and for leaders in this country. So we're just thrilled with the RAND partnership. We're thrilled to have Professor Schiller and Maya Rankhofer here from the White House. It's going to be a great day. Please, for us, make yourselves comfortable using the entire upstairs space. I would be remiss if I didn't actually call out again and thank Maureen Conway from the Economic Opportunities Program and Ruth Katz from our Health Policy Program for the collaboration that's happening across the policy programs here at Aspen these days to help to cross some boundaries that have not been serving us well in terms of the way that different policy silos create constraints in terms of both financial well-being and overall well-being for American citizens. So we're delighted to be part of the collaboration with RAND to bring you the BeFi Forum today. Tweet away, ask lots of questions, meet new people, and enjoy the day. Welcome. Thank you.
Well, I knew I was a bit of a disruptor at RAND. I didn't realize I was disrupting things here at the Aspen Institute. As many of you perhaps know, on September 15th, 2015, POTUS signed Executive Order 13707, using behavioral science insights to better serve the American people. You all have a copy of that in your folder, but don't look at it because we'll be introducing someone very soon to speak about that, and we want you to listen to her dynamic opening remarks rather than reading the executive order. It is our hope that this executive order will spur not only more awareness of the importance of the behavioral sciences and policy development, but will also accelerate in academia, government, and the private sector innovation, more research, and I might add, more funding to further the application of these evidence-based insights on behalf of the American people. Maya Shankar currently serves as Senior Advisor for the Social and Behavioral Science at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. In 2014, she created the Social and Behavioral Sciences team. And in addition to her extraordinary academic achievements, I'd like to point out that Maya is also a graduate of the Juilliard School of Music and studied violin with Itzhak Perlman. Maya?
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be able to speak today, and I wanted to thank the RAND Corporation and the Aspen Institute, Krishna and Ida, and of course Sherry for our delightful conversations over the last few days, and my new suspicion that we might actually be the same person. So we'll have to figure that out more after this. It's also a privilege always to be placed on the agenda before the Nobel laureate versus after. So I'm feeling some great relief about that. As Sherry said, I serve as Senior Advisor for the Social and Behavioral Sciences at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, and I'm also chair of the newly formed Social and Behavioral Sciences team. Let me see how to turn this on, first of all. Oh, there we go. Actually, I'll do a little mobile as well. Can you guys hear me? Okay, perfect. So the hope for today is to talk a bit about the executive order that President Obama signed on September 15th that not only institutionalizes the social and behavioral sciences team, but also issues a directive to federal agencies to adopt these sorts of approaches and to continually translate research insights from the social and behavioral sciences into improvements in federal programs and policies. I also will talk a bit about the inspiration for the executive order and all of the research dating back to over 10 years that led to the executive order, as well as some concrete examples from the social and behavioral sciences team. So, So the federal government faces a number of different challenges. For example, we offer benefits to veterans when they return from their military service that can help them on the employment and educational front, but we see very low take-up. Similarly, we offer lots of different plans for students who are trying to pay off college, but there's a number of different plans and it's very difficult to choose among a complex array of options. Last of all, we offer food stamp benefits for in-need families. But what we find is that over the course of the month, because we offer the benefit as a lump sum in the beginning, we see declining health outcomes, increased disciplinary actions at school among kids, increased incidence of hypoglycemia as the end of the month arrives. And obviously this has large health implications. Now, thankfully, behavioral science offers us some solutions to these kinds of challenges. So for example, if we're interested in increasing take-up and follow-through, one of the things we might do is actually just prompt an active choice among benefit recipients to see whether they like to elect into a certain program. Similarly, if we want to promote follow-through, we might use commitment devices to try to inspire continued action. In the case of promoting good choices, we know from a whole body of research that using defaults is an effective way of getting people into choices that might best serve their needs. And then last of all, another behavioral science insight that might be relevant in the case of SNAP benefits, for example, is the timing of benefits. So instead of giving individuals a lump sum at the beginning of the month, why don't we change the timing of dispensation so that families receive their checks once a week, let's say, and that might help to smooth consumption. And so basically, we've seen that behavioral science can be an effective tool at helping to solve some of these policy challenges. And we're building on a long historical precedent of the federal government adopting behavioral insights in order to improve policy outcomes. So one of the most salient examples, probably the most frequently spoken about examples, comes from research in 2001 showing that switching people from an opt-in to an opt-out enrollment in retirement savings plan can dramatically increase participation rates. Then in 2006, Congress passed and President Bush signed into law the Pension Protection Act, which encouraged employers to automatically enroll their workers into these retirement savings plans. And as a result of this action, both automatic enrollment coupled with automatic escalation have led to billions of dollars in additional savings by Americans. So this is a great example of an insight being developed in the research community and then finding its way into the policy space. And we've seen similar success with the FAFSA form, which is the federal application for financial aid. And so in this case, the behavioral science study showed that a complex application form for federal student aid was far more than just a hassle for families. In some cases, it actually led students to delay or forego going to college altogether, which is really quite striking, right? I mean, a difficult, burdensome form can make the difference between a student either going to college or not going to college. Now, that same research showed that streamlining the process of applying for federal student aid, namely by providing families with application assistance and allowing families to pre-populate parts of the form using existing tax return data, could significantly boost college enrollment rates. And just recently in Des Moines, President Obama announced a series of action steps that the federal government is now taking to simplify the process of enrolling in financial aid so that college can be made more accessible to millions of students who qualify. So building on these success stories, our interest was in creating a coordinated capacity that would enable agencies to adopt these approaches and also to have a central resource that could provide technical and conceptual advice to agencies as they look for opportunities to apply behavioral insights to policy. And so in 2014, we created the Social and Behavioral Sciences team. It's a cross-agency group of applied behavioral scientists, so people with expertise in behavioral economics, psychology, judgment decision-making. We had an MD on the team who obviously had firsthand experience engaging with patients. We have a lawyer, also very helpful in navigating bureaucratic constraints. And sort of that diversity of skills has been really helpful in our efforts to figure out the most promising behavioral insights approaches that we can recommend to agencies. And so our mission is to translate findings, of course, research findings, but also methods, so rigorous evaluation methods like randomized control trials from the social and behavioral sciences that can potentially lead to improvements in federal policies and programs for the benefit of the American people. The team is chaired by the Office of Science and Technology Policy, and it also includes representation from over a dozen different federal agencies, as well as offices within the Executive Office of the President. This is really crucial because while my teammates and I have expertise in behavioral science, we rely on our federal agency colleagues for their policy know-how and expertise. These are individuals who are running these programs day in and day out and have on-the-ground knowledge of opportunities where we might be able to embed behavioral insights in order to make program outcomes better. And so it's really, in every sense of the word, a federalized team and a very collaborative cross-agency initiative. So we released on September 15th our first annual report from the Social and Behavioral Sciences team that documented over 15 projects that we had run in collaboration with federal agencies on a range of different areas, from increasing take-up of veterans' benefits to helping low-income students get to college each year, and then a series of government efficiency efforts as well. Critically in the report, you can find it online, we outlined every project that we ran. So things that worked, things that didn't work. We obviously believe that as part of good evidence-based policy, there is as much to learn from stuff that works as there is to learn from stuff that doesn't. And in every instance, the results that we generated through randomized control trials have given agencies more information about the best next steps that they can take in order to improve programs. So I'm just going to talk through a couple examples of projects that we ran and then talk in a little bit more detail about the President's executive order. So I'll start with a few examples in the streamlining access to programs. In this case, we're trying to unlock barriers to access and remove them remove barriers wherever they exist. So this is one of the first, you can ignore reading the emails themselves. So in this particular case, back in January, 140,000 service members had to re-enroll in their retirement savings plans, the thrift savings plan, which is the government's 401k plan, in order to remain in the plan and not have their contributions suspended. So my teammates and I were made aware of the business as usual email that was going to go out. And it's actually kind of interesting. It's called a smart doc, but in actuality, you're not allowed to change really anything other than the text of these emails. So there's no formatting allowed. You can't boldface anything, no hyperlinks to any sites. And so I think in many ways, this intervention speaks to the power of using behavioral insights, which is that just through some simple changes like articulating clear action steps to re-enroll, personalizing the letter, including a postscript, which research shows is the second thing your visual system looks at. So you get a lot of bang for your buck by putting a salient message at the end, actually generated a 22% relative increase in re-enrollment rates in just the first week. And so that translated to about 3,770 service members re-enrolling as a result of the redesigned message in the first week. And then we were immediately able to bring the more effective message to scale for the remainder of the campaign so that everybody was able to benefit from the more effective message. Sorry, I just got the 5-minute mark, which is going to be difficult. I'll try my best. A second one we did was actually at a base in Fort Myers, so in the local area. So unlike their civilian counterparts, service members are not automatically enrolled in the Thrift Savings Plan just by law. And so there are about 800,000 service members who have not enrolled in the plan. And yet we see a lot of express interest in enrolling when given the option. So what we did at Fort Myers is, as part of their general checking in process during an orientation session where they're already confronted with a bunch of paperwork, we have their attention. The change in station is often associated with changes in compensation and duties, so they might be primed for thinking about their future finances. We simply ask them to make a choice about whether or not they'd like to enroll. So they had a box at the top of the form saying, yes, I'd like to enroll, no, I would not like to enroll. And simply asking them that led to all factors considered, roughly a 4.3 percentage point increase in enrollment rates. And so now the Department of Defense is taking that intervention, is bringing it to a much larger military installation with the goal that will revalidate the findings and then also learn new insights that can eventually be brought to scale nationwide. We also work with the U.S. Department of Agriculture to promote take-up of microloans among small and beginning farmers. So basically, these small loans can help give farmers the needed startup capital that can help their businesses thrive. But again, we see very low take-up rates. So we simply sent them a letter in the mail. And I think that probably the most critical piece of the letter is that we gave them concrete information about their local loan officer. So the location, their phone number, hours of operation, et cetera. So sort of removing any hassle factors associated with determining that information. And we found a significant boost in take-up of not only applications for the loans, but actually approval of those loans as a result of these outreach letters. And I'll just whiz through the final example around government efficiency. So every time the government buys something from vendors, any sort of good, those vendors are required to self-report those sales back to the government because they have to pay a small fraction in fees in order to cover administrative costs of keeping that program alive. Now, because it's based on self-report, you can imagine that there might be some degree of underreporting. So we leverage research showing that including a signature box at the top of the form that simply asked people to promise that the information that they had provided was true or accurate. So they just have to type their name at the top of the form versus at the end where it's shown to have no impact, actually increased the receipt of fees by $1.6 million in just the first 3 months of collecting these fees. So you can imagine the return on investment for this intervention is basically infinite because aside from maybe 15 minutes of coding, it costs no more money for the government to put a signature box at the top of an electronic form. So we got a lot of bang for our buck, and now our agency partner in this case, the General Services Administration, is permanently adding a signature box to all self-reporting the self-reporting form, and we're also looking for other opportunities in government where we can apply a similar kind of insight. And so now to talk about the executive order, again, it's in all of your packets, but the president is directing federal agencies, and the social and behavioral sciences team is being charged with the implementation of the following directives. One is to identify programs in which applying behavioral science insights can yield substantial improvements in outcomes for Americans and for people around the world. The second is to develop strategies for applying behavioral science insights to programs, and as I mentioned before, rigorously testing the impact wherever possible. Third, recruit behavioral science experts to join the federal government. So we've got our central team, but we're hoping that behavioral scientists can be embedded across different agencies to help build capacity for this work. And then last of all, to strengthen agency relationships with the research community. So this is key because ultimately the fantastic research insights that we're trying to translate into the government context are coming from the academic, practitioner, and research community. And so we really try to leverage the collective expertise of these research findings in the academic community across the nation, and wherever possible, work with academic researchers to try to make this translation. In terms of determining where exactly the opportunities are to apply these insights, we've got 4 different areas. So one, and again, we talked a bit about a few examples from our first year of work, which was streamlining access to programs, to improving the presentation of information. So this is everything from making sure that regulations are clear, to making sure that the language you send in a letter around microloans has plain language and is easy to understand. 3, structuring and presenting choices carefully. So we want to make sure that the choice architecture is considered. We want to make sure that we're leveraging defaults wherever relevant. And then last of all, leveraging both financial and non-financial incentives to improve program outcomes. So in a fiscally constrained environment, it's particularly helpful to leverage non-financial incentives. This might be the equivalent of when you get your energy bill. I was just telling Sherry last night, you get your energy bill and you get either a smiley face or a sad face showing how well you performed relative to your neighbors. And we've seen that that can be really effective at lowering energy expenditures. So that's it. So just to conclude, as the social and behavioral sciences team tried to demonstrate in a proof of concept first year, we've seen that behavioral insights can be a low-cost, effective tool for promoting better outcomes in existing federal programs. But we've really just barely scratched the surface. And there are much more ambitious ideas and interventions that could potentially be put into play in the coming year. The President's executive order is directing agencies to embrace these approaches in a more systematic, streamlined way in order to improve outcomes for Americans. And again, given the diversity of the audience today, we just love to hear any ideas that you might have. So our website is www.sbst.gov, and there's a little like comment forum, and so please send any ideas your way. And now I think we'll do some Q&A.
Q&A, we've got Nancy in the back of the room with a microphone, and let's do about 10 minutes or so of Q&A. So who would like to go first with an idea? They want to hear your ideas.
I've been told to make myself visually accessible to this half of the room. So here I am.
Not a question. How can that be?
Oh, there you go.
Okay, here we go, over here.
So when we're looking at simplifying forms and so forth, which you did, and I love that example of even in the face of not being able to put links and everything else, you still managed to make some improvements. One of the biggest challenges that we have, I think, in the financial industry is all the disclosure that needs to happen. So we'll simplify, and then, you know, it'll be a one-page form that has 6 pages of disclosure or something like that. So I guess I'm just making an appeal to help us in that area as well.
Yeah, no, I think that that's a terrific point, and obviously is a challenge that I think we face internally as well. If you read the executive order, there is actually a paragraph on the regulatory implications of using behavioral science insights. And we've been closely working with our colleagues at the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, who are very excited about adopting behavioral science approaches, and I think would be very receptive to that kind of feedback, and I'll be sure to go back with it. Yeah.
Where would you like to go next, or what's in the pipeline?
Yeah, so I think, you know, we certainly worked across a range of different policy objectives. So I think that we certainly saw diversity in the number and the kinds of agencies that were willing to adopt these approaches. I think there are 2 different kinds of interventions you can think about when there's sort of like a continuum of behavioral insights and impact, right? So let's imagine, for example, the retirement savings example with service members. So in one instance, you can, you know, information about the thrift savings plan is available to service members on the web. And so if they're willing to be proactive and seek it out, it's available for them. So that's maybe on the far left of the continuum. So then you might say, okay, well, why don't we send a low-cost email reminder, just informing them of this benefit, and that's going to have some impact. And in our case, we found that it was able to double the rate of enrollment among service members. Then there's the third, which is requiring that they make a choice, an active choice, about whether or not they'd like to enroll. And then on the far right is automatically enrolling service members. So right now there's a bipartisan commission that is advocating for the automatic enrollment of service members. We'll see what happens on that front. But that is to say that different behavioral interventions can have different degrees of impact on the number of just the sheer number of people who are impacted by the interventions. And so I think, the executive order articulates ways, of course, to better communicate information through better designed emails or better, simplified forms. But we also want to explore opportunities to do things like change the presentation of choices or try to change default settings wherever it's sensible. Try to leverage non-financial incentives. And all of those mechanisms, I think, can have a really profound impact on outcomes. That makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, Maya. Redis Saliaskas from the Behavioral Economics team at the UK Financial Conduct Authority. My question is, we often, when we hear examples of really successful interventions, then we often hear the auto-enrollment into pension plans and Save More Tomorrow. And much of what I see personally as behaviorally successful interventions seems to be changing something from a very low number to another relatively low number.
Yeah.
And then I wonder, is all that it takes? Do we think that we've solved the problem, or do we think that we're really scratching on the surface of a problem? And do you see what's the other, if any, what's the other big success where we kind of seem to be solving much of a problem by behaviorally smart interventions?
Yeah, I think that's right. So one thing we were very careful to do in the report that we put out was put base rates into both the executive summary and then throughout the report, because I think it's important to see that these are relative increases where we are getting a huge return on investment, but in some cases it is not solving the larger policy problem. So let me just give you one concrete example of that. And then, I think that as a general answer to your question, we see behavioral science as being one tool in a much larger toolkit of how to better outcomes for Americans. And because it can be a low-cost, easy-to-implement device, we think that it can be a complementary tool in addition to fundamental changes to how programs are designed or how the benefit itself is structured, or even the magnitude of the benefit itself. So we ran a project with the Department of Veterans Affairs where, again, we saw very low take-up of an employment educational counseling benefit, and we sent a communications to veterans indicating that they were eligible for the benefit and also describing some action steps that they could take in order to enroll. And in one version of the email, we said that they had earned the benefit, and in another one, we said they were simply eligible for it. And what we found is when you frame it as something that they've earned through their years of service, you see significantly greater access to the benefit. But overall, take-up rates were still extremely low. So despite finding an interesting scientific result, it was not actually solving the problem that we had articulated from the start, which was to get significantly more veterans access to the benefits for which they were entitled. And so that is an instance where we get the data back, we analyze it, we find something interesting, but now the Department of Veterans Affairs is sort of compelled to reevaluate the nature of how they're getting these benefits in the hands of veterans, and are now engaging in more are engaging in stronger outreach efforts, right? And are thinking through options like, prompting a choice or integrating information about the benefit during the standard checkout processes and the like. So that is to say, I think in cases where we're finding that the take-up rate is still quite low, it is in many ways almost forcing us to think about more ambitious proposals for how we get there.
Hi, I'm Andy Parker from RAND. One of the challenges that I've seen with a lot of behavioral economic interventions is a reaction that they sometimes come across as manipulative.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wondered if you had any lessons learned on how to sort of take that into account, head it off, so that ultimately this is seen as a beneficial program as opposed to something that's really trying to manipulate the American people.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's a great question and one we take very seriously. So in every project that the social and behavioral sciences team has conducted with federal achieve existing program goals. So I think it's important to state that we don't actually set policy. We don't articulate program objectives. So the agencies are the ones, the policy experts in-house, are the ones who are determining that, yes, indeed, we want more service members to be signing up for retirement savings plans, or yes, we want more low-income students to get to college. And then the goal of my teammates and me is to scan, say, the process of enrollment for any active barriers or bottlenecks that are actually interfering with people's ability to access benefits for which they're eligible. So in many ways, what we're doing is actually streamlining processes and unlocking access for those individuals who want to take a specific action but who face program barriers. So to make that a little bit more concrete, the emails that we're sending service members around enrolling in a retirement savings plan are intended to make the difference for an individual who wanted to take that action but just needed a reminder or just hadn't gotten around to it or wanted more information. It's not intended, and it won't make the difference for an individual who hadn't signed up for the retirement savings plan because they were saving for other goals, like a down payment on a home. And so that's sort of the framework through which we think about these interventions. Yep. Okay,
Thank you very much, Maya, for joining us, and we look forward to more. Our keynote address today will be delivered by Robert J. Schiller, Sterling Professor of Economics at Yale, and the 2013 recipient of the Nobel Prize in Economics. To quote Cass Sunstein in his review of Bob's recent title, Fishing for Fools, The Economics of Manipulation and Deception, Cass says, Bob ranks among the most important economists of the last half century. Perhaps even more provocatively, Sunstein referred to Bob as an intellectual renegade. So while we're in the process of disrupting RAND and disrupting the Aspen Institute, we're going to disrupt the conference by asking Professor Robert J. Schiller to be our intellectual renegade. Bob.
Hello? Okay, now I got it. Can everyone see me? It's actually, I have to stand right here. And the people at the door have to move. So I want first to thank Maya. Where'd she go? Oh, you're behind the pillar. I wanted to thank you for your remarks and congratulate you for being appointed as chair of the Social and Behavioral Sciences team, which sounds like, to me, an extremely important position in the Obama administration. So congratulations. I wanted to try to put, this is a milestone achievement that we actually have a government office in charge of looking at psychology. It's funny how history proceeds. It's as if psychology didn't matter. It has been until, is it this year that you were? So I thought I'm going to talk about my book with George Akerlof, but I thought I would start by giving a little history of thought for behavioral economics. Okay, first of all, the first recognized real economist was Adam Smith, who wrote the book The Wealth of Nations in 1776. It's a wonderful book. You should read it if you haven't, but it laid out the foundations of free market economics. And it gave the idea that you can have an economic system where everyone is selfishly pursuing his or her own interest within an institutional structure of markets, and it produces a great outcome. So Adam Smith is famous for saying, you know, it's not all these social reformers that I need that help me. It's the brewer, the baker, the butcher, and this is a famous quote of his. And I don't appeal to their generosity or public spirit. I pay them, okay? That's the way it works. So that's, it sounds very free market oriented. But the same man, Adam Smith, wrote another book that's hardly ever mentioned. And it was written in 1759, and it was called The Theory of Moral Sentiments. It was a book on psychology. The opening page of that book talks about altruism versus selfishness. And he says on the first page that it's wrong to think that people are purely selfish. They have a public spirit. So I think that's behavioral economics, and it goes right back to the beginning. Now, it seems like Adam Smith had two minds. He divided his into two different books. You can read whichever one you want and get some impression of what economics is all about. But I think there's always been a tension between economics and psychology, or other social sciences more generally, throughout history. So at Yale University, where I teach, I follow our history there because I'm there. Our first economist was William Graham Sumner. And you know what he did? He created the first American college course entitled Sociology. Can you believe that? I mean, the economist, and then our department was the Department of Economics, Government, and Sociology. They were merged as one. And then something happened, and I think the departments of the universities of the world separated out sociology. And now economists look down on those people. They don't have the mathematical framework that we do, and they're not as impressive. So it seems to me like we feel very. By the way, my book that you mentioned with George Akerlof has gotten a wide variety of reviews, including some extremely hostile reviews, because we're talking about psychology. It seems like there's a certain mode of thinking that some people have that just resents anyone pointing out that we're ever irrational. These people I find a little difficult, actually, who think that they're completely rational. I know that I'm not. I've given up trying to convince my wife that I'm rational. So then I'm going through a history of thought that leads to your agency here. George Gallup, in around 1938, decided to do he was the Gallup poll man. This was an insight, a behavioral insight, that you have to, people's opinions just drift. There's something called confidence that changes. So George Gallup started the whole confidence index thing in 1938 by asking a question about how confident are you about the outlook for the economy. That's behavioral economics. Now, to me, when I met Dick Thaler in 1982, I was invited to Cornell University to give a talk, and I talked with, he is important, I think, in your story. And we thought that, there's something wrong with the economics profession. It's too masculine or something, too autistic or something, that they forget, there's a tendency to forget that we're dealing with real people. And then I wanted to also talk about the importance of foundations, like it's called the Rand Corporation, but it's a nonprofit, or the Aspen Institute, another nonprofit, and the general importance of nonprofits in our society. So I was reminded of a conference I went to at the Sloan Foundation in 1985 on behavioral economics. That's 30 years ago. And I was looking at the people that, I actually wrote them down because You weren't there yet in 1985, but your foundation put together for a conference Amos Tversky. Maybe you won't know all these names, but some of you will know. Amos Tversky, Danny Kahneman, Leon Festinger, Stanley Schachter, William Baumol, Richard Roll, Richard Thaler, David Dreeman, Larry Summers, Mary Stateman, Hirsch Sheffrin, and John Ingersoll. That was like an all-star cast of anyone who was important. Well, maybe not everyone, but a lot who are important in economics and psychology. And then the next weekend, the University of Chicago had a conference on behavioral foundations of economic theory, organized by Robin Hogarth and Mel Rader. I had a discussant. I spoke there, and I had a discussant, Steve Ross, who was of the other side, and he was incredibly hostile to my paper. But I think that was I don't forget things like that, I guess. We're friends again. But there's just, it's like people have strong internal opinions, I think, tied to their sense of who I am. People who think they're completely rational, I find insufferable. But I guess there's a worldview that's there. So Eric Wanner, who was head of the Sloan Foundation, then went to the Russell Sage Foundation. It's all these nonprofits play a really important role. I think they play an important role in our society, and we ought not to forget that. And then the Sage Foundation paid for our behavioral economics workshop that Dick Thaler and I did at the National Bureau of Economic Research, another nonprofit. And we've been doing it for 25 years now, but we've just decided to retire. So next month we have our last, it's going to be carried on by Nick Barbaros, but they have a retirement dinner for us. I'm not retiring as a professor, but just in that category. Now, other developments, I think you mentioned, you are from the, it's called the Behavioral Insights Team, or are you?
So the team is called Behavioral Economics and Data Science. We're kind of the internal sort of behavioral economics unit within the FCA.
Okay, but I'm a little confused about the exact institutional structure. But as I have it, the David Cameron government created in the UK a behavioral insights team, which, now this is strange, it was privatized, and it's now Behavioral Insights Limited. I don't understand that.
It's half privatized.
Okay.
And so I'm not from not that team, but it's still partly owned by the Cabinet Office.
So I think that maybe this thing is spreading around. That was 2010. It's already 5 years ago. I understand that the New South Wales government has created a behavioral insights team. Now I'm thinking that our new Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, he looks like someone who would do it in Canada. We'll see. He doesn't look autistic to me, but I don't know. Oh, by the way, Dick Thaler, who has been, the things you emphasize, Maya, were largely, I think, of course you're just starting out, but it's a certain branch of behavioral economics dealing with default options and framing, which are important issues, but they're not everything in behavioral economics. So Dick Thaler has really I think this is a 21st century development. I don't think that there was much talk about framing and simplicity and order of questions on a forum. That's 21st century. But I was just going to say that I don't think that behavioral economics is so opposed anymore by the economics profession because last year Dick Thaler was elected president of the American Economic Association. And then miraculously, I was elected president, right? So we have 2 in a row. His presidential address, the title, he has a new book out called Misbehaving. But the title of his presidential address in January will be, Who's Misbehaving, Economists or the People They Study? And so there are other things that one can associate with behavioral economics. One of them is you mentioned. I think you mentioned the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. That was created in response to Elizabeth Warren's campaign. Again, it's the government policing things that are done by financial organizations that might be deliberately misleading. So I jumped onto her bandwagon and I was advocating that. In addition to nudging, I also have been advocating getting financial advice to people. And so I think the government doesn't do its subsidy of financial advice correctly. The government now allows you to deduct on your 1040 form the expenses of hiring a financial advisor. All right, so the government is in the business of subsidizing that. Sounds sensible. But did you know that low-income people generally don't itemize? And so they don't get any benefit from this. But who needs financial advice more? I think it's the low-income people. So I propose that we switch a tax credit instead of a tax deduction. And maybe we can subsidize it even more. And I thought that we should subsidize financial advice only for advisors who will sign an oath of loyalty to their customer. So the advisor would say, I will take no commissions for steering someone toward a product. I will live only off of the fees I charge. And then if they will sign that, and they could be held to that, then I think the government should subsidize that, especially for low-income people. So that's a different thing than just changing the wording of a form, which they may not even read, or might, some of them, you know, there's all different levels of education and some people, ability, and some people can't even read it. I also think that there's so much you have a lot of work, Maya. There's so much that could be done. All of our institutions could be altered in ways that are beneficial. For example, in one of my books, I said that we should consider what I called a participation nonprofit. This is an invention of mine. It has no traction yet. But I give you this long history of thought. Everything evolves over a century. You should remember that you can try something and fail, and then maybe 50 years later, someone will take it up again. So it's not just about getting... Yeah, that's right. So my participation nonprofit gets into what makes people motivated. How do they... One of the great inventions of our time is the stock market. When the stock market was first invented, it looked crazy. You know what you got? You allow people to buy and sell shares in some organization that's for profit, and they can trade every day, and the price is jumping around. And then also, you give them limited liability. You say, no matter what crimes this company commits, we won't sue you, the shareholder. Now that's crazy. That means there's going to be all kinds of stupid things that are going on. But we tolerate all of this noise, I think, because it's motivational. People like the excitement, and they like to think, I'm investing in some exciting new thing, and they start watching it and talking about it, and that creates oversight. It works. It's a crazy idea, this stock market, but it works. So I'm thinking that the problem with nonprofits is that you rely on donations that don't have the fun in them that investing in a stock is. So I wanted to create a new form for a nonprofit. Now, I think maybe this could be done by an existing Rand or Aspen could think about it. What you want to do is somehow get them, when they not contributing, not giving money, they're buying into a company. And that means they have a vote in what goes on. And they get a dividend, too. But I was saying the dividend has to be restricted to other nonprofit uses. So we keep them clearly nonprofit. I just think this is behavioral economics. It sounds a little bit weird, but why not make it fun? And I think people will be proud. You know, I invested in this nonprofit, and look how well it's doing, and I'm on the board now. I think that's... Anyway, I said I would talk about, but I'm out of time. I'll talk about my new book with George. I'll go a little bit longer. So actually, my new book with George Akerlof is, as you know, it's called Fishing for Fools, The Economics of Manipulation and Deception. But it is, it's actually almost like an anti-nudge book. The book Nudge by Thaler and Sunstein was proposing government nudges, as like you described, default options or framing changes that would suggest that people do the right thing. But this is like a whole new idea for the government. But it isn't a new idea. Marketers do it all the time. But they don't have public spirit, usually. They're nudging you to form their own profit. So I think it's just the government is just an incredibly late entry into this. Well, not all government. Incidentally, I just thought I shouldn't emphasize that I actually did this. But I was reading the propaganda chapter out of Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. Now, he was a government, and he was very interested in marketing and how he could get a message across. I found him incredibly insulting to the German people. He had a very low opinion. He just read it of Germans. He said, I can market them into anything. I'm not quoting him exactly. But. So the government has used it to ill effect in the past. It's fine. This is kind of marketing that you're talking about. You're getting them to do something, that, and you're doing it for good purposes. Anyway, the theme of our book, Fishing for Fools, is that there's a lot of nudging done, but it's not generally good public-spirited nudging. And so I don't know where, well, let me just give you the general synthesis of the book. There's a so-called consumerist movement. There's books been written now for 75 years or so about, or maybe longer than that, about how our society is tilted toward consumption and showy, conspicuous consumption. Yeah, it goes back to 1899 with Thorstein Veblen's book, The Theory of the Leisure Class, that we're all pursuing crazy things because advertisers make us do them. A lot of these books had a conspiratorial ring to them, that there are some really bad people who really don't care, like Adolf Hitler, for example. That's a correct assessment of him. But I don't think they were always, it's typically not so evil. It's typically part of what we call a fishing equilibrium. What happens, business people usually want to be respectable, they want to be thought well of. They don't go too far with any of these schemes. Also, they're afraid of punishment. But what happens is that in the business world, you often have very little of what some economists call organizational slack, because it's a competitive environment. The theory of free markets has at its core the idea that we're going to have competition, and the smart and effective will win, and they will be successful, and the others will be weeded out. So the idea is that the competitive system works well under pressure. It's called creative destruction by Joseph Schumpeter. Every company is worried that we're just going to go out of business if we don't. So you live in that pressured environment as a manager of a company. The problem with that is that you end up adopting, you might say, unethical business practices, as long as they're kind of out there, because you have a sense of necessity. So let me give you the most familiar example of this, and that is, it's a minor example, but it's so famous that I thought you will remember this. When you go to a grocery store, and you've got your shopping cart full, and you now go to the checkout, you'll see, you're standing in line at the checkout, you'll see that they have candy bars and gossip magazines. That's eye candy, by the way. Gossip magazines that do you no good. You know, it's like eating sugar. They have them right there, and you're standing there. You may have a small child with you who's now getting very impatient after this long shopping trip, now has to stand in one place for a while. And they're hoping that you'll succumb to the temptation for a treat. My co-author, George, has been now looking at grocery stores, and he says, you know, I've discerned a pattern, at least in Washington, D.C. area grocery stores, and that is they put the children's candy at eye level for a child, okay? So why do they do this? Well, 30 years ago or so, there was a kind of a public outcry against this. That's what you were, if you are remembering this. So Maya, do you remember? You weren't born yet. Do you remember the issue about candy bars at the checkout counter? Maybe you don't. But older people will remember it because there was a kind of mini social movement about this. I remember it well. Do you remember it? Anyone else here? Not well. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like you were pretty young then, so. There was, you can find newspaper articles from that day that some grocery stores were saying, we're not going to do this. We want the public to know. We won't have those bad things right at the checkout counter. But you know what? Everyone just forgot about it, and they're back because there's tight economic pressure on you to do that. Now, the average profit margin for a grocery store, according to one study, was about 2%. You just think about that. You have to run a tight ship. If you allow your expenses to go up by just 2%, you don't have any profits anymore. And you have to have profits as a viable business. Grocery stores go out of business all the time. If you became a manager, you would become acutely aware of what a dangerous business I'm in. So, and if no one's paying attention about candy bars at the checkout, maybe that'll boost our profits by 1%, something like that. You're going to do it. That's a fishing equilibrium, and that's what we describe in our book. So let me just say, I'm cutting short my own. I'm not selling my book well here. I'm not fishing as well as I normally do. But what we end up concluding is that what is it that makes America or other such advanced and successful economies, what makes us great? Well, a story has emerged, I would say in the last 30 or more years especially, that the America is great because we are a free country with free markets, and everyone does their own thing. That's a way of achieving greatness. Well, I think that's largely true, but it's not as uniquely true as people think. So first of all, we are pro-free markets with a nudge team or something like that appended to it. There's another thing that also accounts for the greatness of this country and was observed closely by people like Benjamin Franklin or Alexis de Tocqueville, and that is that we have a strong civil society. And that means that we have, as a people, a sense of responsibility for what happens here. We don't have a habit of thinking that we have a monarch who is a gift of God and is infallible. We think of these people as public servants who they serve at our behest, and that we pay attention to these things. And if there's something we don't like, we'll summon support. There was another book, it kind of resembles ours, written about 50 years ago by A.O. Hausman, who the title of his book was Exit, Voice, and Loyalty. And what he said was that the economic system, as it's typically described, the free market system in the United States, is that if you don't like something, take your business elsewhere. That's exit. And that's thought to be the only disciplinary force, the only force that operates on business. The problem is, as he argued, it doesn't, if exit is the only avenue, there's something wrong. he gave many examples, but one of the examples was a school, all right? So we could have a economy with all private schools and no parents or parent-teachers meetings. Parents would just pull their kids out when they don't like. No offer, they just say, we're leaving. That's the extreme free markets model. But he says that's not what parents do because they're human, typically. They talk to other parents. Well, they're always human, I know. But what they typically do is something is wrong at this school, and the first thing they do is talk to other people about it, and then they talk to the administrators of the school, and if they don't listen, they organize. They get they get other parents to come in and complain, and they start strong-arming the school to change. So Hausman said that is an important force in our society. That's civil society. And it's a habit of behavior that. I guess maybe I'll stop with that, and I'll open this to questions.
Q&A, and Nance, we've got mics in the back. And do you want to choose the?
I don't know if you want to. Yeah.
Hi.
I'll do it.
Good morning. Wanted to ask you a question, Robert. You were talking about sales to some degree, as you referred to your book just now. You're marketing your book, but you're obviously a very savvy communicator. And so, do you see yourself at all being a victim to any of the marketing that goes on, say online? Because we all use Google. We know Google's a very prosperous company. We think that searches are free, for instance, but yet we're paying for it in some way through manipulation and so on. So are you ever, in your own way, part of the system that we're trying to promote is capitalism?
Well, I'm definitely not. I don't put myself as above all of this. So, for example, I'm aware that I drive a Volvo. And it's a funny thing that college professors tend to drive Volvos. And I don't know why exactly. Vance Packard in 1957 wrote a book, which I read as a teenager, called The Hidden Persuaders. It was about marketing. And he gave the example of cars. What's the difference between all these different makes of cars? Well, as marketing people will tell you, each one tells a story. There's a certain kind of car that somehow is associated with a story about a college professor or intellectual or something. And different cars, so he goes down the list of major automobile makes and describes the person who wants to project that I'm this kind of person by driving that car. Then he also talks about cigarettes. We don't have cigarette ads anymore, which is a great triumph, by the way. But back in 1957, there were lots of cigarette ads. And what Vance Packard did is reported a study which took smokers and gave them various brands of cigarettes, but unmarked, and they couldn't tell them apart. So what is all these different brands of cigarettes? Again, it's all different stories. You fit. So the Marlboro cigarette, advertisers rely on experimentation. So Marlboro's tried experimenting by showing people in various occupations posing with their cigarettes. And they just picked the one that worked, that got them the most sales. Well, they had one of them was a cowboy. He looked like he was a rough type, tough man, and he was riding Broncos. And so they kept that Marlboro man theme up. But so the important thing is you have to realize that people's lives are, it's very important in our lives, what is my story? Who am I? You'll find that everyone loves to tell their story if you'll be patient enough to listen. People like to think that somehow I'm very important, even if I'm a cleaning lady. Ask your cleaning lady what her story, and it'll be a nice, you could think I could make a movie out of this, probably. Suffering and hard, triumph over adversity. I don't know what. Everyone has a different story. So in some sense, we live for our stories. We live my co-author, Akerlof, with Rachel Cranton, wrote a book called Identity Economics, that life is all about who am I, what is my identity, and all these things we consume are typically just roots to identity. Marketers know this, but the economics profession doesn't seem to build this in. Ida, yeah.
Yeah, I wondered if you could, I wonder what the difference is in your mind, or if there is one, between rent-seeking and fishing equilibrium. So,
Okay,
like
yeah,
two different, you're putting forth a new concept, fishing equilibrium.
right.
So I'm just wondering if that might be helpful to differentiate.
Well, the term rent-seeking was coined by Ann Kruger, who is a development economist, about 30 or 40 years ago. It's a misleading term. Maybe she could have chosen a more self-explanatory term. But rent-seeking is economic activity that tries to collect rent on something that's already there. So the classic example of rent-seeking, it's probably in her original article, is in medieval times, there would be a river, and along the river there'd be many lordships or kingdoms. And at some point in medieval history, some lord got the idea of rigging a chain across the river. And then when a boat comes by, they would charge them to lift the chain. And then the problem was that this became so common. If you had to sail down the river, every 2 miles there'd be a chain, and it ended up destroying commerce. This is an economic. Someone had to pay for that chain. Chain going all the way across the river is an expensive thing. Is this good? Obviously not. Right? That contributes nothing. It's only negative. So that's what she called rent seeking. And now, is that fishing? Maybe, but I think that we're emphasizing a different thing. What we are emphasizing is that humans make mistakes. And just as you can lead them away from mistakes, you can lead them toward it. And we have businesses, if they are under tight profit margins, they don't have organizational slack, they just are forced by the system to play the tricks. And the tricks are sophisticated. Again, they're often the result of experimentation. Another way of putting it, there's another book. I like books, by the way. So I recommend, there's a book by a neuroscientist, Dean Bonomano. The title of the book is Brain Bugs. And what he means by that is that the human brain is the product of millions of years of Darwinian selection. And it has evolved. There's both a built-in program in your brain, for example, that attaches emotions to memories, and so that when you bring the memory back, it brings the emotion back. That's part of the built-in program. And then there are other programs that you add, you download what you learn. But he said the original program has bugs in it, lots of bugs in it, because the evolutionary process it's kind of a slow process, and we've only had a few million years, so it's imperfect. And most people are not aware of the bugs in your brain. Some of them are kind of funny, like false memories. You might remember something that didn't happen. It might be something that happened in a dream at night, and then it gets your filing system tries to keep them separate, but it fails, and so many things you think that happened didn't even happen. But there are lots of bugs like that. Many of them are described by behavioral economists. So that's a different view. That's different than pure rent seeking. So I'd call it a different thing.
So I'm curious, companies are doing all of these things that are that are taking advantage of the choices that consumers make. Are there things that we can do about this? Are there implications? Should we rely on government, or should we rely on private organizations and private citizens to try to fix some of these problems?
Well, okay, so this is something that we talk about in our book, again. I'm talking about civil society, which stands, the idea that the government is a source of action is a little bit wrong. There's something that has evolved in human society that is not, we didn't even have governments, right? We had some kind of civil society before. I like to emphasize the nonprofit sector. I think they're a powerful force in our economy. But it's also, there's a human tendency for social movements. That is, some thought leader gets up and talks about some problem in a way that is resonant with people, and then it spreads like a virus, this concern. Economists don't really talk about social movement. That's not our department. That's sociology department. So everything that happens, our history of the country is a history of social movements that are typically forgotten eventually, but they may leave a legacy. And we have institutions that nobody thinks about and may have kind of a negative opinion about, but they grumble and go on with it, like a progressive income tax. Nobody remembers how that got started, and we grudgingly accept it. But there were people who advocated these things. So I think one thing that we emphasize in our book is heroes, individuals who created social movements that have legacies. And typically, nobody remembers them. When I give my longer talk, well, maybe I'll try one of these. Tell me if you've ever heard of Florence Kelly. This is what happened. Nobody has heard of her. Oh, you heard it. Oh, I'm repeating myself, but I like to do this because Florence Kelly founded in 1899 the National Consumers League, and she was stamping products with the white label, was that it was a safe product and it had good working conditions. And that league still exists. I think it's not very big now. These things tend to fade away. But I have more examples like, and I get almost 100% failure to recognize these people. We can think of people from long ago. The people that come to mind are generally entertainers, actresses, singers, athletes, okay? But people who do these really important things, the heroes, are largely forgotten. But they still have an impact. National Consumers League is not important, but it set up a consumers movement that continues to be important. Sherry.
You've repeatedly talked about the important role that not-for-profits play in our civil society. But I'm wondering if those same competitive characteristics that apply to the private sector and cause some private sectors to engage in practices that may not be as honest. Do you think the not-for-profit sector has, is there a corollary to the not-for-profit sector?
Oh, the question is, do nonprofits fish?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And how do they do that?
And by the way, can I speak off the record? Oh, I better not say it. I was going to say that schools and universities are shameless fishers. They do marketing. They get a sports team that they try really hard to look like winners. And then we do talk about this in the book. They're very conscious of rankings. This is something that's developed in our society. It's not just schools, but they do, as you know. There are a number of magazines who regularly publish rankings. The public just eats those up. And I think it's substantially nonsense because it's multidimensional. How can you have a single ranking of institutions? But they then will do dirty tricks to get ahead in the rankings. Like they'll reject your son or daughter, not because he or she wasn't qualified, because he or she was too qualified, and they thought for sure she will reject us. And the acceptance rate is something, you know what I'm saying? It's the percent of admitted who agree to go there is something that goes into the rankings. So they game the rankings. They even sometimes lie to the ranking agencies. So definitely there's phishing in academia. I wish our society weren't so ranking oriented, by the way. Another thing we talk about in our book is the airlines now, who rank you. And if you're boarding an airplane, you have this horrible experience where they rank by, it's just like Yale University used to have chapel. No, it was Harvard, I think, maybe Yale too. You would go in by social rank every Sunday. The students had to go into chapel, and they would rank the students by their parents' social status, and you would walk into chapel every Sunday at Harvard College in order of rank. But we'd still do that. The airlines make you go through that. So the first class enters, then it's platinum 1, and then it's silver, and then all this. So if you're in the economy or coach class, you feel so humiliated. But that is part of a phishing equilibrium. By the way, I was kicked off a plane. Did anyone see this news story? I was on a United Airlines flight, and my wife decided to order the tickets through Expedia. We'd never done that before. And so we ordered the tickets, and then they overbooked the flight. And they decided to kick just me and my wife off. Because we boarded the plane, and then they asked us to leave. And I said, why? And they wouldn't tell me. They said, we picked you because we were overbooked. And then it got into the newspaper because people were tweeting this as it happened. And it said, Nobel laureate kicked off flight. And we found out later, you know what they used? My wife was very successful in getting a cheap ticket on Expedia. So we were the lowest fare on the whole plane. Anything? Any other? Yeah.
Just wanted to ask a question. So you mentioned that one of the ways to deal with the phishing equilibrium is social movements and things that fundamentally transform, say, industries or practices. And I was trying to think of an example of as industries mature, some of them do converge to industry-wide practice of sort of exploiting certain behavioral phenomena. And I was wondering how you think about social movements affecting that. Is this just a pressure until some providers start to crumble, or is it something that new challengers or the whole industry just breaks down and changes its practice?
Yeah. So I don't know. This is sociology, and they're very interested in social movements. Sometimes they last, and sometimes they're forgotten. I think that to last, they need some kind of institutional structure. So I'll give you two very important social movements. One was anti-alcohol, and the other one was anti-tobacco. The anti-alcohol movement became very prominent, according to Robert Fogel, in the early 19th century because of new industrial technology that was able to distill alcohol cheaply. It used to be that there weren't that many drunks because wine was expensive and you couldn't afford it. Then once it became cheap and easy to get drunk, the alcoholism became a bigger problem. And so there was a temperance movement, Women's Christian Temperance Union, now replaced by Mothers Against Drunk Drivers. It's still going on. But they did the wrong solution. The prohibition, which was enacted by the U.S. Congress in 1918, I think, the 19th Amendment. I'm trying to remember this exactly. That didn't work because the public wasn't committed to obey the law, and so it led to organized crime. So they didn't do it right. Then when it was finally lifted in 1933, the people who lifted it said, it didn't work. We can't stop everyone from drinking. It's too easy to make illicit the alcohol. It's not going to work. We should just tax it heavily instead. So that was the story. So Roosevelt approved this. Let's eliminate prohibition, but let's tax it heavily. Well, that wasn't a stable institution because nobody wanted to tax heavily, or a lot of people didn't, and they just forgot about it. Now taxes on alcohol have gotten very low. So but we still have some successes in a different dimension. With Mothers Against Drunk Drivers has been appealing for better, tough prosecution of drunk drivers, which is dealing with one of the problems effectively. And also, not say that marketing people are bad. The Ad Council and other marketing agencies, I think that's probably a nonprofit. For example, created an ad campaign called Designated Driver. The idea was that we're trying to stop drunk driving, but the problem is, how do you not drink? There are social pressures to drink. You feel if you're at a party and everyone else is drinking and you say no, they'll think something odd about you. They'll think, are you a fundamentalist Christian, or what are you? Or maybe you have a drunkenness problem and your doctor told you absolutely nothing. So they're imagining bad things about you. So what they have to do is model not drinking. So what they did is they showed ads, a little skit. Ads love to show little skits because they're stories. But it would be somebody approaching someone and offering him a drink, and he would just say, no, I'm the designated driver. And that was a substantial success. Marketers know how to do these things. They can use marketing to good purposes. So now, tobacco has been, I think, probably a bigger success, anti-tobacco campaign. But it goes on over many years. There was the Anti-Tobacco League in the 1920s doing publicity. I think as of, say, 1915, anyone who read the medical literature would pretty well know that tobacco is bad for your health. But the tobacco industry launched a confusion campaign about it because it hadn't been proven. There were already studies that show that countries where people smoke more have more lung cancer. And that really suggests that tobacco is, but it's not proof because it could be a spurious correlation. And so the tobacco industry found experts who would say it's not proven. So they got the president of the University of Michigan, who was a biochemist, who just loved smoking. And he agreed to go on a big campaign speaking that it hasn't been proven that there's any problem with tobacco. And then it was the 1940s when a lot of studies were starting to really come out. So it looked pretty solid that tobacco really does cause health problems. And then in the 1950s, there was the Surgeon General's report by the United States Surgeon General that really kind of changed things when he announced that as a fact of science, tobacco smoking is bad for health. So that social movement stuck, and other ones don't. And that's an interesting question. What's different about one or the other? Am I out of time? One more? Yeah.
So I'm wondering if you think it's getting harder or easier to fish with the advent of technology. So on the one side, it should be easier to organize social movements. Before, if I was upset with a practice or I figured out a trick, I could tell my neighbor, but now I can go online and tell the whole world. But on the flip side...
But you've got to fish to get it out to the whole world.
Yeah, potentially. But on the flip side, marketers have a lot more information about us, can collect a lot more data more easily. So is this on balance making it harder or easier to implement smart tricks?
I don't know the answer to that question. I think that we're entering an unfamiliar new terrain. The world is changing very fast. Just 5 years ago or so, that's when most people got their first smartphone. And now we're all connected with smartphones. There's 7.2 billion people in the world, and there's 6.7 mobile phones. But it wasn't that way 10 years ago, or 5 years ago. And I don't know where this is going. The thing I would say in answer to that question is that it's a time for enhanced vigilance. It can go plus or minus. I'll give you an example of a minus. ISIS, or Daesh, is a terrorist organization that recruits through the internet. And I think it's fundamental to their strategy. they get real fanatics to come to Syria or Iraq, and they have an internet campaign. So they've discovered something. Where this is all going, I think it's risky. And it also brings up another issue. It hasn't been mentioned yet about income inequality. I'm worried about income inequality as possibly getting much worse in this connected age. Maybe it'll be better. Maybe Uber and Airbnb are promoting equality. I think we just don't know where it's going. Okay.
Thank you very much. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and reconvene at 10:15. At that time, we'll begin our first spotlight panel, the Changing Behavioral Finance Landscape, Technology, and the On-Demand Workforce. Thank you all.
Maybe if you know if we have an onslaught of people at once. Okay. I'll hang back. First come, first serve. Alright, so, can you pull that from the button? Shows me up here. pull you down as well. The worst is if you make it to the elevator and you drag the whole sound guy and the soundboard dragging the soundboard with you. So ready to make an exit? I will make sure that. Alright, so go ahead and take a seat and I'll hand you like that. Alright, so. Yeah, once you guys, you're in. Oh, guys, cell phones need to be airplane mode or powered down, or else we will hear that. That's your note. You are exempt. So airplane or powered down, not just silent or vibrating. Airplane. Airplane mode, just so, because otherwise the transmission is hard for you through the mics.
Thank you.
Krishna, you'll start the program. Nobody's going to
So
interrupt.
Sherry will introduce, then I start, and then.
Okay, great, perfect. Perfect. We'll just leave it here.
I'm figuring, well, that was the speaker hand, so we'll leave that one here and tell her to.
Why should somebody grab it all? Put it on. Is that fire alarm?
Okay, folks. Hello, folks. Can we find our seats with our coffee and our pens and notebooks and do what Bob Schiller called, what was it, participatory nonprofit? So make this fun. So welcome back, and welcome to any of you who have just joined us. We're now going to begin our first in a series of 2 spotlight panel discussions. This one is entitled The Changing Behavioral Financial Landscape, Technology in the On-Demand Workforce. Krishna, whom we introduced earlier on today, is going to moderate the panel. And then I will very quickly introduce our panelists. Sorry about that. Devin Fiddler in the middle is from the Institute for the Future, and the Institute for the Future is one of the organizations with whom today's initiative is collaborating. Thank you, Devin. And Rachel, also in the audience from the Institute for the Future. There she is. Devin directs IFTF's Workable Futures Initiative, and his focus is on applying foresight to strategy with an emphasis on the impact of emerging technologies. Maureen Conway is the Vice President of the Aspen Institute and the Executive Director of the Institute's Economic Opportunities Program. She founded the Economics Opportunities Workforce Strategies Initiatives in 1999? 1999. And then Ryan, at the end, is the Director of the Center for Financial Services Innovation Labs. This is a 5-year, $30 million partnership between CFSI and JP Morgan Chase. His lab brings together innovators from the technology sector, behavioral economics, and nonprofit services and design. Krishna, take it away.
Thanks, Sherry. Thanks, distinguished panelists. I thought that Maya's and then Bob's talk set the stage perfectly for this panel, because you're going to see a lot of the issues that they brought up we're going to be discussing as well. And as Sherry mentioned, the technological landscape is changing rapidly. The labor force is changing rapidly. The worker-employer relationship is becoming more flexible by the day. And our hope in this panel is to explore how all this is making and changing the behavioral landscape for decision-making, what we can learn from what we already know, and speculate boldly into the future. So, basically, what is the landscape? How are decisions being made in this landscape? What are the challenges, and what kind of policy solutions and tools and technologies can be used to address these? So maybe what we can do is if each of you can spend a few minutes giving a broad overview, looking at this issue using your lens, and then maybe we can have a little bit of an exchange among ourselves, and then we can go to the audience for Q&A. Devin, do you want to start?
Sure. So from our perspective, pulling back a bit, we find that the technology itself is a useful lens to look at this. I have a more economic background, but actually find technology to be a better way to approach this particular issue. From that standpoint, the Institute was founded by a group of researchers on what was called the ARPANET project. So back when the internet was 8 computers, one of the co-founders of something called packet switching helped to create the Institute basically as a space to look at emerging issues and technologies, right? As we look at the emergence of these platforms, really, from our standpoint, this is what the transition from industrial economy to networked economy really looks like, right? It's the affordance of these platforms to find resources, coordinate them, get them to where they're needed that really excites us, right? You can see it as a consequence of the evolution of these networks. If you go back to say the mid-90s or before, the early internet, right? Most of the people in this room have seen the internet roll out. Back then, the archetypal internet interactions were all pure communication, right? It was very often the conversation would be, I just met somebody in Stockholm and they also like kayaking, right? It was a very pure communication interaction. Mid-90s, we had the introduction of the World Wide Web, and that center of gravity shifted, right? It shifted to something that was more commerce-oriented. We realized that these network technologies, this processing, and these, kind of this network connectivity could facilitate commercial interactions, and that went all the way through to really just a few years ago, right? That's where the dot-com boom and bust and the AdWords model, all in that space. Now, though, we're seeing the emergence of a new center of gravity. These networks have gotten robust enough that it's now possible to do something that looks more like pure coordination, right? So from our standpoint, that's why we'd argue you see all of these, what in Silicon Valley are called unicorn companies, but these, kind of new organizations like Uber, like Airbnb, like TaskRabbit, that emerge purely around this coordination model. The thing is, this is alien territory in a lot of ways, right? We know how more or less to, kind of to run traditional organizations, the hierarchical sort of bureaucratic org chart model that we've traditionally worked with. This is new territory. So, while it's early and while not all of it is yet reflected in macroeconomic data, frankly, there is a sense that this is when the protocols are being set. This is when the standards are being set. And so from that moment, from that standpoint, it's kind of a critical moment. Our line on that is this is our opportunity to build a generation of positive platforms that, the positive externalities outweigh the negative externalities. And that's kind of the lens that we bring to this.
Thank you. Devin, Maureen, do you want to?
Sure, great, thanks. So that's a great segue or something that gives me pause about this idea of standards being set. Our interest at the Economic Opportunities Program in sort of technology and the on-demand workforce, or whatever we're calling it, and really is in the implications of people to earn a livelihood. In the Economic Opportunities Program, we spend a lot of time looking at strategies and policies to help low and moderate income Americans either connect to work and get to jobs and get to better jobs, or to start their own business in order to earn a living in today's economy. And so in the on-demand economy, whether we call it a job or a gig or an entrepreneurship opportunity or whatever you want to call it, the ability of people to earn some money through work is sort of really our interest in this particular space. And sort of many of the ways that work is being organized in this space, I think, can create some challenges for people trying to build a living. And in many ways, there are reflections of sort of longer-term trends in the labor market. But I'll just sort of go through a couple of elements that I've been thinking about with this. And sort of the first thing is, sufficiency of income, right? So to the degree you're working on these platforms, to what degree are you going to be able to earn a living? And we don't actually really know a lot about what people get paid through this work. The limited data that you see, so for example, Uber puts out this paper about what their drivers make per hour, but it's revenue. It's not sort of what they're actually earning, right? So we don't really have good information on some of that. But the way the competition is organized could give pause to, are people really earning a good living on some of these platforms? I was originally thinking about this. You said this is about for decision making in general, and I think an important thing that a number of people here might be thinking about is sort of some of the consumer financial decision making, savings for retirement, and so on. And this sufficiency of income obviously is a critical issue, because to what degree do you really have a choice about savings if your income isn't sort of allowing you to save? And I was thinking about this with respect to even some of the, as I said, sort of this is a long part of a longer-term trend in sort of costs of labor in general. But so if you're earning $8 or $9 an hour, right? So your total income is probably less than the roughly $18,000 you're allowed to contribute to your 401k account, right? So we have a policy that says, okay, we want to encourage you to be saving for retirement up to maybe $18,000 of your income, but some people aren't even earning that much money. So to what degree is saving for retirement and being able to build adequate savings for retirement a choice that people can make if this is how they're earning a living? The second question that I think about is somewhat related to this savings question, which is the episodic nature of income, right? So you can have times when you're working a lot and earning a lot, and then you have times when you're earning a whole lot less, and so then you're sort of going into your savings, and you're having to use your resources in maybe suboptimal ways, because your income is sort of going up and down, and often in not very predictable ways, right? And a lot of people have been thinking about sort of the income predictability thing. And then another thing that I think about a lot with this is sort of just generally access to these platforms, right? So To the degree that you're earning money through some sort of online organization of work, you need some sort of online organization of being paid, right? So you need to be in the banking system. Is everybody in the banking system in some way? Much of this work, so if I'm driving a car, if I'm renting a room in my house, or those kinds of things rely on me already having an asset that I'm bringing to this equation, right? So people who don't have assets are not going to be able to have certain kinds of earning opportunities. And then, of course, you have sort of things that we've seen, be barriers in other kinds of employment, right? So you have to qualify through this platform to get on the platform. So if you have a criminal background, if you have maybe a bad credit history, you might not be qualifying to get on these platforms. And then finally, if there's these issues with rating systems, it's not always clear. In labor context, we have laws about discrimination by race and gender and so on, right? It's not clear if those rating systems are sort of going to revert back to some of these discriminatory ways people think about work or not. So these are all issues people are concerned about if we're, sort of in our bold speculation here, right? A lot of this we don't really know how it's playing out, but we can see that some of these things could be real challenges, and we could see that this could be a problem as people are trying to earn a living, and then to, from that living, be able to make decisions that are true decisions, that they have both the resources and the knowledge to be able to make decisions about how they're organizing their financial lives. So that's what we're kind of thinking about.
Thank you. That's terrific. Ryan, do you want to say a few words?
So I come from a little bit different perspective of this panel. I work for an organization called the Center for Financial Services Innovation. We were formed a little over a decade ago to try to answer the question, how do we make financial services work better for those that need them the most? And now that work takes on real focus on how we improve the financial health of Americans. And notes that the daily systems you need to pursue the opportunities that come about in one's life, and to be resilient against the financial shocks that also happen. And so we do that work through a number of ways. I think foremost among them is we lead a network of financial institutions, technology firms, advocacy organizations, nonprofits, to a degree regulators who are focused on that mission and who work with us and each other to try to advance the ball to improve financial health in this country. We also do a lot of direct work with these providers. We have some consultancy activities. We do a lot of research, which is probably how many of you hear about CFSI and come across our work. Jean Hogarth, who's in the audience here, that heads up our policy efforts here in Washington, D.C. And I work on our innovation labs team, and that's really about trying to directly kind of catalyze, support, and help scale innovation in the market. Specifically, I lead a partnership we have at JPMorgan Chase called the Financial Solutions Lab. This is a $30 million 5-year effort to try to support entrepreneurs who are improving financial health in the United States. The way we do this is every year we identify a specific insight, a specific challenge that we see in the market that's really in need of new thinking, new ideas. We look for entrepreneurs and innovators from both for-profits and non-for-profits who are working in that space. So Professor Schiller's comments earlier about the importance of nonprofits really resonates with the work we do, also because we're a nonprofit, so that's part of it. And we select a cohort or a group of companies that we think are really changing the game, and we make an investment of capital in them. But we also connect them with expert professional services, can help them with legal and regulatory issues that are required to help their businesses scale. We can connect them to larger financial institutions, both JPMorgan Chase and other members of our network, to help connect them and kind of get them the users and the exposure they need to grow. And then we work very closely with them to help them make sure these products are actually going to be helping improve financial health as their businesses grow. So there are 9 companies in the lab right now. Happy to talk about what they're doing. But I think for us, I think where we see the behavioral economics piece of it, because I am not an academic. I actually did take Professor Schiller's class, though, when I was at Yale. But that's about the extent of my knowledge. So, but we work very closely with them. So Ideas 42, it's a behavioral economics firm. Have a big presence here in Washington. They're a partner of ours. Professor Eldar Shafir of Princeton University is on our advisory council. So we're closely connected with him. Professor Michael Barr at the University of Michigan, who used to be the Treasury Department, did a lot of work to kind of set the stage for introducing some of these concepts into the Obama administration, is also an advisor. And so I think that this is a big piece of how we work with the companies. It's certainly a big piece of how these companies think about their interactions with their consumers.
Thank you. That's terrific. So we have somebody a little bit more from the micro technological framework, someone who thinks about it in a large scale, movement from packet switching to the World Wide Web, and now, the networked economy, and someone who is on the, the labor market side of this. So I think we'll have a great discussion. And one of the first questions I had was, trying to understand this landscape from an intensive margin. What I mean by that is are there the types of decisions that are being made themselves are changing? Okay, so how is that adding to the complexity as well as the extensive margin? We keep hearing about this so-called on-demand shared economy. How much of that is reality? How much of that is hype? So even if you have more people making the same decisions as before, you can still have, in the aggregate sense, an increase in complexity. And I'd like to hear from each one of you, where do you think that this is going, both on the intensive and extensive margins? Anybody wants to start?
So from our standpoint, one of the really interesting things about decision-making in these platform environments is there's a kind of subsidiarity effect, right? A lot of decisions that would have traditionally been made at the organizational level in, in numbers of thousands, right, are devolved to individuals who now have to make those decisions themselves.
Yeah.
We do a lot of ethnographic work. We've been sitting, basically doing ethnographic work with people on these platforms. We've called this phenomenon doing the math, right? There's sort of a constant sense that people have to personally calculate what it is, what the cost-benefit ratios are for each activity that they take on. And that's really something new. That's not something we've seen inside of organizational structures as, we've been familiar with them in the past.
Yeah, well, I just think what was it, the subsidiarity effect? I like that, because I was just thinking there's just more decisions, right? There's just a lot more decisions I think that individuals are having to make, right, in terms of some of these, and the complexity, right? So it's not only how do I look at the cost benefit of this, and then it's also how do I think, things that you wouldn't even think about. How do I think about my risk of injury, and what I should put in is, do I need to buy this kind of insurance or not buy this kind of insurance, and how do I know which insurance is the right insurance to buy? And one of the things that we think about a lot is if I'm trying to think about where my next sort of gig is coming for, how do I be prepared for that? What do I know? What are people going to want me to be able to do, and how do I figure that out? So there's just so many decisions that are near-term decisions that I think, sort of thinking about how much I should be saving for retirement, I feel like keeps getting sort of pushed further and further away as there's sort of so many decisions and complicated decisions.
Yeah, I think I'd add to that. I think that to a degree the kind of gig economy, 1099 economy is probably more of a media phenomenon, and I think it's interesting to talk about from a policymaker perspective. I think the more kind of dynamic thing that we really want to try to focus on is this growing complexity of people's lives. I mean, if you look at the types of how customers are actually interacting with their financial products and making these decisions, it's information overload. Even the fact is the vast majority of workers who we're trying to target are typically hourly employees. They have rarely erratic income. They might have multiple jobs. They might have really short tenures on a job. And so we have this large research project we're doing in conjunction with NYU called U.S. Financial Diaries. We've been tracking really every dime that's come in and out of a family over the course of the last 2 years. And you see these spikes in income and dips in expenses. They don't correspond. And it creates a really complicated landscape for someone to try to build a financial life in. And I think, apart from what employment structure leads to that, I think you see that across the board. Whether they're a TaskRabbit or whether they're working for McDonald's, or even they may have a full-time job.
So it seems like that there is some reality. It's all not just hype, that the complexity is increasing, the scale is increasing. And one way to measure this might be to see if there is increased demand for the kinds of tools and products that you're developing. Do you see that? I mean, is there a greater and greater demand?
Well, I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
It's being live streamed.
Off the record, as Bob said.
No. I think of course you see increasing demand. Listen, JP Morgan Chase is a phenomenal partner, but as many of you know, they are a very large bank. So the fact that they're giving money to a nonprofit to try to study and learn about how can we create products that better serve a low to middle income consumer, I think reflects a lot of curiosity and desire to learn about this changing nature of the U.S. consumer. You know, our challenge that we focused on last year, which is household liquidity, this is an issue that affects 100 million Americans every year. They spend $38.5 billion a year solving it. This is not a small market. It's we know it grows 8% a year about. So I think there's a lot of demand. I think there's a mismatch right now between the types of solutions you see out there and what people probably need to manage their lives.
So, you know, one of the things that you touched upon is access, right? So as more and more decisions are being devolved, to use your word, to the individuals, it's important that they are literate to make decisions. And a clear implication for inequality and access is, does everybody have this literacy? And in particular, because the employer-employee relationship is becoming looser, it's not the case that the employer can say, okay, I'm going to have a financial literacy session. I want all of you to attend so that you can make better retirement decisions. You know, in fact, like the Uber employees are not even able to organize because they don't know who else is there to organize with. So do you see the challenges in improving literacy increasing, and what can we do about it?
So I think on the technology side, there are some interesting things in terms of improving literacy. You know, I think people have been doing interesting things with technology to make sort of some learning opportunities more portable and more engaging and those kinds of things. But I think there's more than just improving literacy to be able to facilitate people being able to make good choices, right? And you sort of mentioned that the Uber drivers can't really sort of even find each other, and you can see sort of some of these job boards that they do find each other, and they talk about, well, is this route really, you know, worth the drive, and is this route not? And
there are talks about a cooperative app.
Yes.
Instead of a company-run app where the drivers themselves maybe own the company,
which
and
would be interesting. I think just at a basic level, it would be helpful for them to have something where they could actually have an easier way to figure out, am I making money on this route? Am I not making money on this route? Right. So some basic things for them to think about. And you know, one thing I just kind of wanted to go back to a minute. You know, Ryan mentioned this idea that, you know, there's like, is this, you know, sort of whatever we're calling it, our on-demand economy, the media fad and the unicorns and whatever, is this a real thing, or how big is it, and whatever. And I think, you know, that's a good question, right? But I think that the volatility of work that he was describing cuts across much more than just this sort of segment of platform work, right? So it's the hourly employees in retail and restaurants and all kinds of things. And those are the same jobs that sort of some of the structures of retirement savings, of health insurance, of disability insurance, and so on, also have fallen away from those jobs in the same way that they're not present on these. So I just wanted to kind of, you know, sort of clarify that point, that this is, you know, I think this it's not just this,
in fact,
and
I think
part of a longer trend
right.
of outsourcing and offshoring and everything to this sort of attenuating employer relationship. I think it's important to understand.
The estimate I've seen is about 40% of the labor force is either part-time, freelancing, or temporary. So, you know, you're right, it's not just the Uber drivers. What do you think about access sitting, you know, on the technology side, other than just giving away cell phones and internet connections? Is there any way, you know, because, you know, one of the things you mentioned, Maureen, is that, yeah, these tools are great, but how do people get access to it if they're making, you know, $18,000 a year and so on? And in fact, the problem is compounded by the fact that these are the people who need the help most. So there was a recent study which estimated on average people lose about $350 a year by choosing the wrong healthcare plan. And in particular, this was concentrated among the lower income group people. So can you think of ways in which we might have these platforms be accessed by the low income people?
Well, I mean, first, I think it's, you know, it's not necessarily true. Most actually low-income people do have access to a smartphone. It's one of the largest, certainly the fastest growing demographic. I think the last thing I heard was 84% of low to middle consumers had a smartphone. I think a lot of the issues you saw early on with data constrictions and stuff have probably been mitigated to a degree at this point. I think you need more products and solutions. I think Silicon Valley in the tech industry has a real challenge developing stuff that doesn't apply to what they do. And so if you're somebody who can get venture capital funding, that means you typically went to a good university. You probably have some sort of connections to those types of people. That tends to be a pretty insular community generally. And a lot of those people just frankly have no idea that this is even a problem. It's just, yesterday I actually gave a presentation at JP Morgan, had an Internet and Digital Media Conference. And like my lead-in was like, it's too expensive to be poor. Which you would never say to this group because people would be like, oh, that's... But like people don't know that. Like in the kind of leadership of technology in this space, people do not know that this is a problem. And so part of what we're doing is just raising awareness and then trying to give these businesses a leg up as they're trying to grow because there is a lot of demand. I mean, we have one company right now that's growing at probably 30% a month, which is, that's a legit VC growth curve. We've got other companies that have thousands of people on waiting lists to try to onboard to them. So there's certainly demand. There's just very difficult products to build. I mean, especially you mentioned like healthcare. I don't know anything about healthcare. Like that's just a whole nother degree of complexity,
We're going to talk more about healthcare in the afternoon panel, but it's a clear case where the decision making has become complex. So do you agree with Ryan's take on what Silicon Valley is doing, Devin? I'm guessing not, but I'd like to hear.
There is actually, I think, a disconnect between Silicon Valley entrepreneurial culture and the people who it impacts, right? And that is a real problem because many of these platforms that we're talking about, and you don't have to be talking about Uber. You could be talking about the scheduling software that has somebody closing one night and then opening the next morning, right? That's a similar kind of Silicon Valley implementation. There needs to be more of a connection because we're getting to a point where people who are doing digital code are often, kind of doing the first draft of legal code at the same time, right? They're building the infrastructures in which people are actually living their lives or working, the structures that they're using to run their lives. So one of the things that the Institute's very interested in is increasing, kind of that awareness. That's part of the core of the Workable Futures Initiative.
Great, thank you. I want to turn now to a question that Jeremy asked Bob. And so, about this paradox of technology, if you will. On the one hand, it increases opportunities. It makes the on-demand economy possible. There's more information, and that's the trade-off I think Jeremy was trying to get at with this question. But it also increases challenges. It makes the decisions more complicated. There's more data. It is difficult to navigate, and it makes this, phishing, much more likely. It's not just Maya who's going to be hiring behavioral experts. I'm sure the fishers are hiring people. We've all seen these direct ads for, medicines, drugs, and the stuff about, this could cause death is overlaid with a face of a cute puppy so that you don't listen to the message, but you're looking at the puppy. So there's this constant race between the fishers and the, hopefully a good behavioral intervention people like us, and technology, playing a big role in that. Where do you see this race going from the places that you sit? Are we losing this race, or is overall, I think one of you mentioned that overall the positives outweigh the negative, but where do you see this going?
So from our standpoint, it's a really interesting environment from the standpoint of decision support, right? Because many of these digital environments, as you mentioned, Uber drivers may not even know other Uber drivers. The entire interaction that they're having is intermediated in some ways by the technology, right? This means that if you talk to the people who are designing these platforms, it's almost beyond behavioral economics or behavioral finance. They can physically measure if they move a button from here to here. What are the, what are the implications of that? Not theoretically, as a direct measure, right? Which means that the entire thing becomes a matter of what's called A/B testing, right? You just try two things, one works, one doesn't. From the standpoint of people who are trying to get the right information to users of these platforms, this is empowering, right? As the presentation from the executive branch this morning illustrated, these tools can route information to people where it's needed, when it's needed. But it's also possible for people to be, kind of making decisions in an environment where those decisions are being directly influenced. The example that we sometimes use is Uber. When you open the app, will show you an overlay of where cars are nearby, right? It turns out that's not real. It's modeled and it's kind of approximate, but those vehicles aren't there. There's just the impression that they're there. That's that is influencing decision making, right? You'll make a decision. Oh, there's one 2 blocks away. That's influencing your decision making. Right. Kind of in a way that that we haven't traditionally seen. So working out what this decision support layer is capable of, and how what it's fair to use it for and what it isn't, is I think one of the big challenges for the next decade or so.
I think it's going in a positive direction right now, generally. It's getting to be very cheap to start companies. There's a lot more people who are doing it. I think it's a much more competitive dynamic, and I think a lot of what Devin just mentioned tends to favor companies that are providing value to a user. And so, if you're not consistently doing that over time, you really expose yourself to kind of some atrophy, or just kind of, you really need to be able to continuously grow. This is a very difficult market, actually, to kind of grow a company through. And so that awareness, I think, certainly in kind of the types of organizations, in financial services that we're dealing with, I mean, we had 300 companies that applied for the lab. And I think of those, we did like an impact scan across them and said, is this helping people or not helping people? And was a score of 0 through 3. And our average score was above a 2. I can't remember off the top of my head, but like 2.1 or something. And that was a totally different group of people. That wasn't like me trying to talk to the founders. Like people in CFSI who that are studying this stuff all the time. And so I think that you do have an awareness, especially younger entrepreneurs. You are starting to see a class of entrepreneurs who are trying to create products for people like themselves. Maybe they are struggling financially. And I think there's certainly rewards for creating products that seem like they're better for consumers.
Are you optimistic, Maureen, that with a positive direction and improving access, that this worry that you've had of inequality increasing, is that going to be addressed? Boldly speculate.
Well, I was thinking, sort of what decisions are we talking about where things are being improved or not? Because I think that there are certain things where decisions could be improved, and where some of the products that you're talking about could really be helping people. But I think that if we're thinking about, if we're thinking about inequality, like what is the implications for inequality, I'm not optimistic, right? I'm not optimistic that because honestly, I think about what people earn through their labor, which is where most people get their money, which is where we're sort of seeing the root cause of a lot of the inequality problem, right? Is that wages for most people have been stagnant even as the economy has grown and created incredible wealth, right? So that dynamic is not, turning that around is not facilitated by atomizing work by tasks and having, sort of a race to the bottom in terms of wages and benefits and so on to keep labor costs low, which has always been a real concern for business, right? And I think Dr. Schiller had a nice way of talking about that with sort of there's just this competitive pressure, and as I'm trying to, protect my margins in my business, I'm going to cut what's easy to cut. I'm going to keep costs low. I'm going to do the things I need to do in the near term, not thinking about the longer term, what's happening to sort of the ability and even the capacity within that workforce to sort of drive your sort of success of your company on down the road. So I'm not that optimistic, without sort of some way of having a more coordinated action that we can kind of turn around the inequality problem. If we want to improve people's access to information, I think for a certain set of people who are reasonably well off, they're going to have great opportunities to get information in ways that they can consume it and use it and make good decisions. But I think for a lot of people who are time stressed, one of the things I think we forget about with people who are sort of going from gig to gig and job to job and trying to piece this job and that job together is they're pretty time stressed. And so even if they have access to the information, do they have time to read it, absorb it, and make a good decision? And then when you compound that with they have so many decisions to make, that's just sort of an even larger problem.
Thanks. So what I'm hearing is that you might need some more macro policy interventions in addition to the sort of micro technological interventions. Hold that thought, because I'm going to end by asking each one of you what your favorite policy prescription or tool would be to address the challenges. But before we get there and then to the audience Q&A, what might be of interest to this audience is all this, evolving technological landscape on demand, labor, so on and so forth. Are they introducing any new biases, miscalculation of risk and so on? So, for example, the kind of example I have in mind is that if I make it very easy to make payments, I mean, these days you don't even, pretty much you have to hold your cell phone and, show your thumb there and then you pay for something. Are these things going to increase present bias, for example? Are you going to overspend? Are you seeing any of these things in the work that you're doing? That there are new biases coming that we have to address, or people are becoming, I know that in the health literature, which we'll probably explore later, that people are, for example, over-insuring themselves in some cases, going for very low deductible plans for high probability and so on and so forth. So do you see any of these biases arising in your work?
We're trying to. I think we're pretty focused on products we think are going to be really helpful for consumers. Within that space, I mean, there's certainly some trends that we pay very close attention to. I think there's a lot of evolution in credit and how it's defined, and some of that's good. I think there's clearly a real problem in this country, and really short-term liquidity products aren't really great solutions there. But that's a very dynamic space, and certainly, there's one where there's a lot of potential for nefarious actors to be doing stuff. Also, you see a lot of stuff now on kind of trying to map people's social media, or not social media, social networks, as part of a credit analytics or decision engine. So far that stuff seems to be opening up markets a little bit, but I mean, again, it can go both ways. It's tough to say. I certainly think there's a lot of likelihood. I think it's more challenging. It's more challenging in kind of I think in just like an early stage tech space to do that. Typically investors who these businesses cost a lot of money to get going. They don't really want to invest in something that's going to have a lot of reputational risk for them, unless it makes a ton of money. I mean, that's the thing.
There's always a price.
There's a price that you're willing to pay, right? But these businesses don't tend to make a ton of money early on, and certainly they're not applying to be part of the lab if they are. So I think that we don't see as much, but I certainly don't think we don't see this as a risk.
Do either of you want to add anything to that?
So the one that jumps to mind for me is the one that you touched on, the kind of time-based discounting. If there is an increase in uncertainty, right? If you're really kind of in this environment the Marine's talking about, unsure what your income sources look like in 3 weeks, much like kind of what the specific opportunities will be, then there at least kind of again an ethnographic lens rather than an econometric lens. There does seem to be a tendency to focus more on what you can get now at the expense perhaps of investing in yourself or in kind of in improvements that would potentially increase your income later on. That present bias does seem to be intensified.
So, sorry.
One thing I just want to add to that, though, I think is on the financial products side, especially when you think about kind of low to moderate income consumers. When people think of consumption businesses, that's typically not who they target. You target people with money. So Uber targets people who have are going to spend $20 for the Uber right then. The other thing is those consumers oftentimes have unique friction and pain points that when we look at the system and say, oh, you could easily spend, that doesn't work that way. We have a company in a lab called Prism, which helps people manage bill payments. And so someone like I don't use it. I shouldn't say that. They're great, but like I don't have that challenge. Yeah. But if you're really constrained, because I can plan my bills out, and it doesn't really make a difference if my American Express bill gets paid today or it gets paid tomorrow. But if you're getting paid tomorrow and you have a bill that's due today or a bill that's due the same day, you're really managing a very tight rhythm of expenses and income there. And being able to pay at the very last minute or to pay at like a 7-Eleven location for Pay Near Me or something, that's a lot of value it's providing to people. So I wouldn't want to say that just because you can pay easier, that somehow you're making it easier to spend. Oftentimes it's easier to just live your life.
Right. And the timing is absolutely crucial, as you say, and technology makes this possible. So before we go to the Q&A, I'd warned you, like if you have to choose like one policy prescription tool initiative, what would that be from your point of view to make decision-making better and address access issues and so on?
Yeah. So I'm not sure I have a specific policy, but some things I think, I thought the conversation this morning was really interesting. Sort of an analogy for me has been how a lot of, because I spend a lot of time with how do people get skills and sort of advance in the labor market, and one of the things people have been working with in community colleges is how do people complete degrees. And one of the problems is that they go around and they take this course and that course, and it doesn't kind of add up over a while, right? And so what some colleges have been doing is trying to make it much simpler and clearer, like if you go into this course of study, then you are then tracked, and this is how you start, and this is how you finish, and this is what you take now, and this is what you take next. And sort of making those choices simpler and clearer, so people have fewer choices essentially and easier to understand choices, I think has helped with, in some cases, sort of completion, right? So that gets to sort of my principle, which is, can choices be sort of simpler and clearer? And how you get to sort of simpler and clearer choices, I'm not really sure, but also I just wanted to agree with Ryan on this, easier to spend point. I think for low and moderate income people who are really watching their money, they know how much things cost. They know a lot more than most of us probably do. Absolutely. How much things cost and where their money is going, right? So it's so that easier to spend thing.
Because they don't have any margin of error,
right,
essentially.
Right. So it's more something for me to worry about, like if my teenage daughter gets my phone and what does she do with it, right? But it's not. I think that issue is not the problem. But I think that there is sometimes a problem of them getting sort of. So if I'm going to save, what is a good way to save? What's a logical way to save? What are the risks in saving that I'm going to have a medical debt that's going to wipe that out? Was it worth the saving, the pain I went through to save, and so on? And I think people are sort of making some of these choices, but I think they could use better information and easier ways to do it, and hopefully that's what your companies are doing.
Any quick thoughts on this topic of like what might be your favorite policy prescription tool? We've heard about simplifying information and choices.
So from my perspective, it would be really nice to see these kinds of tools as they emerge applied directly to public sector issues, right? One thing that they're very good at, for example, is matching. If you think about all of these platforms, they're excellent at matching. Think how many public sector matching issues there are, not least underemployment and potential work opportunities, right? Learning and upskilling opportunities. You can imagine, I think if we were to imagine total success from the standpoint of the Institute and the Workable Futures Initiative, we'd love to see us move into a world where, jobs compete for people rather than people competing for jobs, right? That essentially the platform becomes a tool trying to identify value, kind of that's out there in the world, identify the value in the workforce, and maximize that rather than rather than this scramble of people trying to find the the opportunities that can get them through.
Okay, thanks. Right.
I think there's a kind of burgeoning problem with consumer data access and security in this country. It's very difficult for innovators of all stripes to access and use consumer data in a responsible way. And there's a lot of issues embedded in that, but I think that that's something that increasingly should be on policymakers' agenda, and certainly, especially from the at least thinking more holistically about the impacts that has just on innovation in this country. As Devin, I think, probably talks in way more detail than I. With social media data, you have things like OAuth. So if you ever logged into an app and asked for your Facebook information, you can control that and share it. That doesn't exist for financial data, and it has broad implications for what can be even created in this country that I think we really need to focus on.
Thank you. With that, we should probably go to the audience for Q&A. Does anybody have questions for our esteemed panelists? Yeah.
Do I need to wait for the microphone?
Yes, please. I think because it might be live streamed and.
Well, Ryan teed this one up perfectly. I am very curious. Where is the line that we don't want to cross with respect to privacy considerations? Because as soon as you start talking about helping people via technology, suddenly someone knows a lot about them. And for example, as you assess prospective companies that can be in the lab, or as you think about public policy, as we think about the next innovation coming down the line, what are those privacy considerations that we need to have in mind?
So I think long term, it's something like an OAuth, where you have control over the data you share, and you know what's being shared with which company and how it's being used.
But consumers don't, even when they have those tools right now, they're not used.
Yeah, I think though that right now consumers all this stuff's being shared about you anyway right now, and I think there's legitimate risks associated with the way that consumer data is being used to build products and to make decisions that I think that will always be there. I think unless there's a way to give consumers more control over it, it could potentially get worse, or you could have a situation where it starts to stifle innovation. In the short term, I'm not sure what the solution is, but I think long term, it has to be some way where consumers know what's being shared about them and what they're authorizing and what they're not authorizing.
Maybe we can follow Maya's example and simplify the privacy disclosure instead of 18 pages of small print, 3 bullet items you need to know about this. You were going to say something, Maureen?
Well, I was also thinking about how, the information about yourself that you should have access to, right? So if so I was mentioning sort of how people establish reputations in these online platforms, right? So the company owns that information about you, but do you own that information about you if you want to take it and use your sort of reputation to make a living on a different platform, right? So how do you also think about what rights you have to the information just about yourself, I think is an important question that needs to be part of the data question.
Other questions? There's
Thank you. One thing that, Ryan, you mentioned at CFSI, you're increasingly seeing more applicants to your lab that have sort of like a social enterprise or sort of social entrepreneurship, like giving back to society. And I think that was really interesting that social enterprise might be like a competitive advantage. And I was curious if people on the panel might have any thoughts about what public sector policies we can enact to encourage more social entrepreneurship within sort of the on-demand workforce.
Any thoughts?
So just one quickly. Entrepreneur is sort of an interesting term, right? And it has a specific connotation now that is a little bit limited, right? Particularly when you think about tech sector. But for a lot of these, kind of these environments that we're moving into, it's really core, right? In entrepreneurial, entrepreneurial decision making is one of those things that devolves to the individual level. So one thing I would love to see is just kind of more emphasis on a sort of entrepreneurial mindset from the very beginning, and that I imagine would feed into social enterprise as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that you need to get kind of more entrepreneurs in the mix is really it, honestly. There isn't, like, I think Maureen could probably talk about this with like way more detail, but like our educational system in this country is like not producing a particularly great workforce for a lot of people who are part of it. At this conference, Will.i.am was speaking, and he's like, My cousin's, school has a football field. Every school in this country has a football field. That's like a giant piece of land for one company. And it doesn't make any sense, but there's not like a school in like coding or programming. And if you talk to a lot of the entrepreneurs who are creating the products we're doing, I don't know if they identify as social entrepreneurs, but they usually have faced this challenge themselves. But then they also developed some really significant professional skills somehow. They're really well educated, and I think it's very hard to expect people who have never had any exposure to that. If you've never seen anybody that's ever started a company that's gone on to be successful, you don't consider that a possibility. So I think there's a lot of work we need to do to try to just kind of encourage people's ambitions in a lot of places in this country.
We just did a K through 12 financial literacy project, so maybe we should do a K through 12 entrepreneurship literacy project soon that can help.
Yeah. Well, and just sort of on the social part of the social entrepreneurship, I do think, there's been, sort of the B Corp model, and how do we put that in law so that, you don't feel maybe perhaps as pressured that you have to only respond to your shareholders, but that you can, sort of have your social goals of your company, and you can honor them in a way that you feel somewhat more protected. I think some things like that start to kind of change the narrative about the purpose of entrepreneurship, I think can also be helpful policies to encourage people to build really, truly socially entrepreneurship companies.
Andy, and then this question here.
So, Maureen, I was really struck by some of the things you talked about that that reminded me of kind of decision overload. As a psychologist, there's a string of research that talked about how you could degrade decisions by increasing options, so the choice overload literature. But what you're really talking about in many of these the things you said was that some people are being faced with so many decisions that I would expect a similar degradation. In addition to this, the transaction cost of it, I would expect that decisions would just be made more poorly. And I wonder if there could be some sort of policy approach that could help these types of people manage that process in a way.
Yeah, thank you. So I think you said better what I was trying to say. Because I do think that is the problem, that these decisions are being made very poorly. Actually, Jason DeParle, in a book he wrote a long time ago, had this scene, I remember, of this woman who sort of had a job as a CNA, and she's had all these things going on in her life and all this complexity, and how she's getting her kids to school and what's happening with them and everything else. And he describes how she comes home one night and, and it's late, and, there's this question about whether people have eaten or not or whatever, and there's all this chaos going around her. And that's the time that she decides to, pick her 401k options, right? And, right? So obviously good decisions are not being made. But, that was when it was time to do it. So, I think there is a real problem. And so I don't know, actually, I'd love to hear what other people have to say. So what would be a policy approach to facilitate somebody like that making a better decision about how to save for retirement? I'm not sure I really have a good answer to that question. Ida does.
There's a question back there as well, but we can go after.
I'm just actually tagging onto your question with a little bit of a broader frame that comes back to the Schiller conversation this morning, when he pointed out to Maya that there's two kinds of behavioral economics, right, being worked on. And on the one hand, government can use nudges, and the market certainly uses nudges, right, in the fishing context we talked about. At what point do you actually take back? When does the role for nudging by government stop, and the role for actual labor standards or policy conversation come into a regulatory framework for work become the conversation that should be being had, right? So as a country, a lot of the conversations that are inadvertently becoming part of code writing, right, maybe should be transparent national pieces of conversation about what are the kinds of jobs and access to benefits and things like that being in this country is about. So I'm just wondering, as you all talk about this, where the line gets drawn between nudge and a regulatory framework that has new intention around it.
I mean, I think that's an interesting way to frame it. And if I think about this question about how am I choosing retirement, I mean, to some degree, you could say, well, why does everybody have to choose their own investment vehicles for their retirement, right? So there was a time when people had pensions, or they at least had somebody sort of who had expertise kind of managing, and there was pooled risk, and there was sort of managing with expertise, and now every individual is supposed to develop that expertise. So there seems to me to be somewhat of an efficiency loss if you think about it from a societal perspective, even though from an individual firm perspective, it might sort of be a more cost-effective way to manage the process, right? Because you can push some of the cost to the individual employees to figure it out themselves. You don't have to have that cost within your company. So then there's a question of, is there a different way to organize? How is that decisions made? How that you can get back to having sort of some more efficiency in that process, where not everybody has to become a financial expert.
As a Chicago trained guy, I'm tempted to say a nudge is an acceptable regulation. So I think that you're going to find that politically, maybe nudges are easier to get to, because you're not taking a very hard stance on something. But it's a great question. Like I think it's a continuum, and where you really need the regulation is a great question. Do you have anything to add?
I was going to add, I think, Ida's question, especially with respect to financial services, I mean, this is already a heavily regulated and legalistic space. And so to act like you can somehow make fundamental changes by just automatically saving for somebody or prompting someone to pay a bill, I think is very naive. There's really serious conversations need to happen about the regulatory environment with financial services, what should be required, how it should be encouraged, how innovation should be fostered and supported, that probably need to happen, that go far beyond what a tech company is able to do.
In order to get it, just really briefly, in order to get at some of that, I feel like one of the big questions we have is if jobs used to be the unit of measure, if kind of this idea of a slot in an org chart that you could, that you could occupy used to be the way that we could structure all of these, benefits, healthcare, retirement, all of this could be attached to that. If that's disaggregating to some degree, what do we use as the next unit, and then building from there? And I feel like, at least from our standpoint, I'm not sure we quite have a sense of what that is yet.
There's a question back there.
It was actually nearly identical to that one, so.
Oh, you'll pass. Okay. Jeremy, and then.
Thanks. I think this question is primarily for Ryan, but happy to hear from everyone on the panel. So you mentioned that access to technology is often not a problem for low-income or moderate-income consumers, and there's been an explosion in apps in the fintech space to help consumers manage their finances. But often the problem is just engagement. People don't want to think about it. They don't have time to think about it. So I was wondering if you had seen anything from your grantees or from other places that really is a good way to try to get people to think about saving or think about more effective financial management and sort of bridge the hurdle to engaging with finances.
Yeah, so we have one, I think, is probably certainly one of the most exciting innovations happening right now in the country. It's called Digit. What Digit does is just automate savings. You sign up, and it scans your bank account. It looks for money that you won't miss, and will transfer out sums as small as a nickel into a separate Digit savings account. What's interesting about Digit is when they launched, he would send a text message like, "Hey, do you want me to say? I noticed you didn't spend $5. I'm going to save." And so people would say yes. And then the second time he sent a text message, they just wouldn't respond. And then the third time, they just unsubscribed. And so he would follow up and be like, "Well, what's going on with this?" And he's like, that's annoying. Just save the $5. And he's seen this explosive growth. Companies raised $14 million from General Catalyst, which is this very serious VC firm. And I think that what that indicates is that oftentimes, and I think you certainly see this in a broader trend in technology, that there's a move to kind of just abstract away everything that might be a hurdle or friction. And if the friction is actually savings or interacting with your financial product, then let's just take that away completely. And so what Digit does is just sends you a text every day saying, "Hey, today you have $850 in your checking account. Yesterday you had 872. And that's it. And then he just saves for you in the background.
But so I guess the question is, how do you get people to sign up in the first place? I mean, it's a great app, it sounds like, but if you don't sign up, you're never gonna.
It's all word of mouth right now. And he gets great press. I mean, it's create a great product. People sign up. I mean, Uber just ran their first TV ad a couple weeks ago. So I think people underestimate the power. I mean, that's really what you want to see in a company is just them growing without trying. But yeah, I mean, that's what. So why did he join a lab if we gave him $250,000 and he was $14 million? I think is part of it is say, how do I reach in this other segment? Like, how do I reach the customers that really need me most? Because yeah, he's getting millionaires and coders in Silicon Valley to sign up for it. But he's, that's not who he wants to target. So he's working with us to try to reach a lower income segment, to figure out how to save off of prepaid cards. And as you move into those other markets, it becomes a much more challenging proposition. And I think that's part of what we're working with him to do.
Do either of you have anything to add, or should we go to the next question? Yeah, there's a question here.
So I actually have a very simple or stupid question. So I never thought about the on-demand workforce, to be honest, until I came in today. And I imagine most of the people in this room, they're not classified as on-demand workforce. So why were we talking about this? And just kind of want to get to the insights from the panelists.
So maybe I can start, and then we'll see what the panelists have to say. Is just that we think that the types of decisions that are going to be made, whether it's financial decisions, healthcare decisions, or any of these complicated choice architecture decisions, if you will, are going to expand in scale because of this. Because as going back to the word that Devin used, which is devolving decision making. I mean, no longer am I going to be in a place where my employer picks 2 retirement plans or 2 health plans, and my choice is either A or B. Now I'm going to be the way I think of this on-demand economy is that each one of us is a mini entrepreneur. We are making decisions for ourselves. So the question is, what can we learn from what we already know in the behavioral finance landscape for this larger evolving economy? At least that's the way I think about it. I don't know whether you want to address the question any more directly than that.
Well, I think he raises another question. So, sort of about, he said he hadn't really thought about the on-demand workforce. So I'm just curious, how many people have used sort of Uber or Lyft or Airbnb or TaskRabbit? How many have used one of these? Okay. How many people have actually worked in one of these? Been a driver for Uber, rented your room through Airbnb? 3. Okay. So so I think one, we can stop calling it peer-to-peer. 2. I think you raise a good point that we use the services, but we often don't think about the on-demand workforce. We think about sort of just the service side of it because that's the part we're more likely to interact with. So I think it's a good point that you actually raised that, if we start to try to think about it from the other side, then what are some of the other issues start to look like?
So from our standpoint, it's interesting because it's the early moments of something that has a lot of runway ahead of it. So setting aside what happens on the regulatory, in the regulatory environment, the technology itself really has quite a bit of unobstructed runway ahead of it. So you're already seeing the introduction of these kinds of work models for much more professional services. So lawyers, doctors, Pager in New York is doing coordination of physicians, B2B applications. It's a space that's early on, but I think that's what the appeal of it is, right? If this really is, it's the direct interface of digital networks and economic interactions, right? If we're at the early stages of this, we're really at kind of a critical moment because how we do it now and how we set it up now has a lot of implications for how it rolls out. And since this is a digital technology with the force of something called Moore's Law behind it, right? The processing power available per dollar is doubling every 18 to 24 months. it rolls out quickly, right? Smartphones are only, I guess, 8 years old now, right? And if you think about how quickly that moved, we could see similar speed. And the early examples like Uber seem to, seem to indicate that there's a possibility for the same kind of speed in this space. So addressing it early, kind of has a lot of advantages.
So I'm a skeptic of the 1099 economy. Like I don't think it exists. But
idle speculation is welcome.
The question, and I mean, it clearly has Uber drivers, but like, is this a major like economic thing? Who knows? I think that what Uber is a two-sided marketplace, and those are like the most difficult businesses you can possibly build. You need to acquire customers and sellers at the exact same time. So like eBay, Uber, TaskRabbit, these are businesses are seemingly impossible to build on paper, and over the last decade have exploded. To Devin's point, Uber's initial growth, they took on like the taxi industry, it's a city by city thing. They're taking on also like labor dynamics now, and that's where you start raising like really interesting policy questions, which is what the point Devin's making there. And I think as you think about the pushing into financial services, I mean, it starts fundamentally changing how people think about the relationship to money. I think he's right that this business model probably has a lot of ways to go, because it's easy to try and see if you get any traction. And there's just a lot more businesses out there that are possible, whether or not you ever drive for Uber. And I think that's what to me I think is really important to address.
Okay, I think we are pretty much out of time, and I want to thank the panel for a fascinating discussion. So the evolving landscape, whether we quarrel about the exact amount of 1099s, seems to be real. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also solutions. And hopefully we do well on the inequality front as well. But thank you again, and thanks to the audience for great questions.
So we're going to have another break, actually. 11:45, back in this room. And at that point, we'll begin the part of our academic panel presentations. So we'll see you here in 15 minutes. Thank you. Andy Parker from Rams.
There's a little tab on the back. Just share that. Yeah, what do you want to do? Thank you so much. Can you get the white roll too? Sure, no problem. And that's in there, are all of these, that's in there, some of it's some of these others, but some of them so far, but it gets you from 4% to 8%, and so what gets you from 8% to
Steve, I will give you water by your chair.
different Great, part thank of you the so much. Space. It's a different part of the space. And I think it's also the unfamiliarity of decisions. Yes, and I think there's a variety of or it's just a but also
There's a policy space. Anyway, it's very nice to meet you. Yeah, oh, no, sorry.
Starts the ball rolling, yeah, perfect. You'll be moderating as you correct. So they actually have to be in airplane mode or powered down, or over there even better. Yeah, so I'll try and ask everybody that first. Let's see, this is going to be a problem. Can we take that off and move it? Yeah. It's right nice. Try and check the target area there. That should be good. Watch your arm. That should be good as long as Jack doesn't flap away. You'll be all right? Okay, good. Nobody is, so far it's been first come, first served, so wherever you want to sit, Eduardo.
If you sit there, you can sort of go away.
you'd rather use a handheld, you have to use more time. So there's a handheld there, but then I can't do the laptop because the wire.
It's gonna be hard to see your slides.
Can we put the mic on when we're not? Can we stand there when we're presenting? Mic on for the
The only thing we can really do is you guys can pass around the handheld. If I won't elaborate, and then we pass it the handheld.
I think that's more natural for us to be able to see our slides.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard if you can't see your slides.
Let me see if there's any way to put the slide up on the TV instead of the TV.
That's okay. Sorry, I didn't understand.
If you can get your slides on the TV, that would.
It's gonna be weird because you're gonna end up.
The problem is the ladder is a wire, so I can't run back and forth every time you guys get up and down.
No, I understand, but if we use the handheld mic, then we can stand,
It's gonna look like, you can put your mic there, and you need the handheld to see here.
Okay, yeah, and then can we just put the thing up?
So just why don't we just
Pass the mic around.
yes, let's just
We have two mics, so one would be for you guys up here. That's probably right. They should put on tape, they kind of.
let's just why don't I'll be on the lab and you guys can pass for the Q&A.
The audience and for you guys, and then you just on your 30.
Okay.
So, are you good with the lab?
I'm good with that because I'm not getting up to the floor.
Right, so what we'll do is we'll move this guy over here. You can take charge of this for now. And then
Are we, every place has different, yes, everything.
this worked well with the last panel, right? You guys
We didn't have slides.
You guys have your own,
Yeah, they had slides, so this one and then the two and everything. So what do you get from the slides as well? I mean,
And then you can
it's more natural.
You want to be right there.
Yeah, that's more natural.
So leave this handheld here for you guys.
don't turn it off.
Yeah, in fact, I'll put a piece of paper over it. Use the podium mic when you're up there. And then take that with you.
The clicker is up there, so you guys should just click right on through.
There's a shelf under here if you want to put it
One
there.
question, are you guys doing Q&A right after the slide? Or are you just going slide? Okay. Okay, I have to manually change the slide decks back there, so just so you know, so we're gonna all get up, walk up and make sure your slides are up before you start talking. Okay. They're loaded, I just gotta switch over to them. And I'm not behind introducing anyone else.
Yeah.
But if you don't need me to do that, then that's fine. I'm just going to just invite you as
Either way.
BeFi Forum Director on this. Okay, folks, are we ready to begin the academic panel session of our forum? I would like to introduce and then invite Jeremy Burke up to the podium. Jeremy Burke is RAND's BeFi Forum Director. He is an economist in his own right, and he is the lead for the entire academic panel presentation part of the forum. Welcome.
Well, thanks, Sherry, and thank you, everyone, for coming. It's always been one of the hallmarks of BeFi to try to provide a forum for sharing the cutting-edge research in behavioral economics and consumer financial decision-making, and then to try to generate a dialogue across sectors, practitioners, policymakers, and researchers to come up with new ideas on how to help consumers lead financially healthier lives. And so we have 3 sessions today focusing on cutting-edge research, and I'm happy to introduce the first one here, focusing on consumer debt repayment, which in my eyes is really an under-researched area of critical importance. And moderating our panel, we have Joyce Klein, who is the director of the Economic Opportunities Program. And so, Joyce, I will turn it over to you.
Great, thank you. So, welcome everyone. I'd like to join my colleagues from Aspen in welcoming folks here. I know those of us in the room have been welcomed before, but we may have more folks joining us through the live stream. So we're thrilled to be hosting today. I'm a colleague of Maureen. So you heard from Maureen on the past panel. She leads our Economic Opportunities Program. And within that, I lead the part of our work which focuses on micro-enterprise development and self-employment as an economic opportunity strategy. So, and there's some really interesting connections to the work today, which I'll get into in a second. This morning, we had some really interesting sort of high-level conversations in a way, talking about the value and the role and some new developments and thinking around behavioral economics and how that might relate to people's financial lives. We had a conversation about a big trend, or maybe a big trend if you believe or don't believe there's a 1099 economy, but certainly some of the platforms that are out there are enabling on-demand work in ways that may not have happened before and have implications for the choices that people are making about their financial lives. That was really interesting. What we're going to do now is have the first of the research panels that really dive into some really granular research that help us really understand what kinds of choices people make and what kind of information they need and how we can really facilitate good choices through taking a behavioral lens to the work people do. So, and as Jerry mentioned, the focus of this conversation is what some research tells us about the role of information and the role of framing in decisions about credit card repayment and behaviors around credit card behavior. From my perspective, I'm really interested to hear the findings and the subsequent discussion. I mentioned the work that I do focuses on small business development and in particular micro-enterprise development and self-employment as an economic opportunity strategy. And credit cards are a really important tool for folks in a lot of different ways. Those of you who aren't familiar with the small business world may not know that credit cards are a key way that people finance their businesses in the U.S., particularly the small scale kinds of businesses that we're most concerned about. When we think about the on-demand economy and the issues that Ryan raised this morning about the increasing volatility of income, credit is a really important tool, and credit cards can be a really important tool for helping people to manage volatility of income. They may be also a tool that help people access the on-demand economy if you need access to some capital to help you buy tools or buy gas to put in your car before you've generated, if you're driving for Uber, or buy materials for stuff you're going to create and sell on Etsy. So that's another way to think about the role of credit cards, obviously, in helping people. And for many people who are small business owners and looking to grow a business, your credit score and the credit score that you've built, maybe by managing or not managing your credit cards and your other debt well, is a really important factor in whether you're able to access capital. While credit cards can be a tool, they can also be having too much debt and not managing it in the right way, can really have important implications for folks' ability to grow a small business, but also for this longer issue that we all really care about, I think, about people's ability to accumulate wealth and achieve some level of long-term financial stability. So the question about how we create and provide effective tools and information that help people manage credit card debt, I think, is really important. So we've got three really interesting pieces of research we're going to preview for you today, and then we're going to have a discussion about that from our discussant, and then we're going to open it up for Q&A. So I'm just going to run down the panel of researchers who we're going to have with us today, and then I'm going to turn it over to them to share. So we're going to start with Jillian Wang. She's an economist in the Office of Research at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. She has a BS in math from Caltech and a PhD in financial economics from MIT. She's been on the faculty at Wharton and the Olin School of Business at Washington University. And her research is going to focus on or examine the role that minimum payments play in anchoring consumer decisions around paying down credit card debt. So that's Jillian. She's going to go first. Then we have Eduardo Mugenberg. He's currently working on his PhD in economics at Stanford. He's focusing on applied microeconomics development in energy markets. Before that, he completed a master's degree in economic theory at ITEM in Mexico, and he worked at the Banco de Mexico, where he conducted some research on credit markets and policy evaluation, which he's going to talk about today. Really looks at the effects of interest rate disclosures and comparisons and debiasing messages around in credit card repayment. And then we're going to hear from Melissa Knoll, who's to Eduardo's left. Melissa, let me get my notes here. We have a distinguished panel here, so I want to make sure I get folks right. She's also with the CFPB. She's a research psychologist. So in the best of behavioral economics, we have economists and we have psychologists on our panel, which is great. She studies consumer decision-making, household financial behavior, and markets for consumer financial products and services. And before she was at the CFPB, she was a social science research analyst in the Social Security Administration's Office of Retirement Policy. And she has a BA in Spanish and Psychology from Rutgers, and then a master's and PhD in quantitative psychology and judgment and decision-making from The Ohio State University. So that's great. And she looked at how the display of interest rate information helps cardholders make decisions about how much and what to repay if they have multiple credit cards. And then we have Katie Carmen, who's with RAND. She's an economist there and a professor at the Carnegie Rand's Graduate School. She does a lot. Sorry, my pages are presenting doubles. She does some really interesting stuff, and she's gonna draw some parallels across the different kind of research and tee up some research questions. So and some broader policy implications of the research we have. So I'm going to turn it over to Jillian. Yeah, you're going to come up here, and the clicker is here for you to advance your slides.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the organizers for putting together an amazing program today. I think I have very big shoes to fill. So before I jump into the material, I want to make clear that the views I express are not representative of those of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau nor the United States. And this is joint work with Benjamin Keyes at the Harris School at University of Chicago. So what we're going to focus on is credit cards, and in particular, the minimum payment that shows up on your monthly statement every month. So just to make sure we're all on the same page, this is just a sample credit card statement, and the minimum payment that I'm going to be focusing the whole talk on is shown within the red box. So on everyone's monthly statements, you see some header information on the very first page of your statement showing your new balance, the total balance you have outstanding, the due date, as well as what's shown here in this sample statement, the consumer has $800 outstanding, and the minimum payment is $35. So that's the absolute smallest amount of money you can repay on that credit card in order to remain current and not go into delinquency. So the kind of central idea behind this paper is, does seeing that number influence people's decisions about how much to repay? So if you saw $100 instead of $35, would that cause some people to, of course, some people, they pay the lowest amount they can can possibly afford, and that varies with the amount of the minimum payment. But does seeing a higher amount cause people to pay higher, regardless of how much they can actually afford? So that's kind of the thought experiment we have in the back of our mind. Does seeing this somewhat arbitrary number affect your decision making about your about the optimal amount you should be repaying on your credit card debt? So we take some inspiration. There's been a lot of discussion of nudges in this session already today on the program. So Thaler and Sunstein in their original book said that minimum payments can serve as an anchor and as a nudge that this minimum payment is an appropriate amount. So I think this is an intuitive idea for most of us. There has been some experimental evidence from psychologists and those in marketing literature, but thus far there really hasn't been a lot of a kind of large-scale empirical study on people's actual credit card statements and their actual behavior to try to test this hypothesis of do minimum payments serve as an anchor? So as a roadmap to what we're going to discuss, and some motivation, harking back to Maya's presentation earlier this morning, default effects have been shown to be an important driver of consumer decision making. And I think the gentleman from the FCA had a comment that a lot of these behavioral effects are not very large. However, I think that one really important exception to this is default effects. So Madrien and Shea in their original work showed that changing the default retirement allocation without changing the economic constraints on consumers can move retirement savings from 20% to 80%. That's a huge, huge change. So I think default effects really can have economically significant effects. And of course, this line of research is also a really great example of research really informing policy and kind of changing the way policymakers are setting the decision-making environment. So taking that literature as inspiration, what we ask is, do default effects also have an effect in credit markets, not just in savings? And so default effects have a little bit of a different interpretation in credit markets as opposed to savings. So in the original savings literature, if you have a default retirement contribution of 3%, people can choose to not pay anything. They could choose to deviate from that default, either positively or negatively. They can choose to pay 0% or choose to pay 10% into their retirement accounts. Default effects in credit markets are a little bit different in that, as I said, for a credit card, for instance, you can't really choose to pay less than the minimum payment because that would have huge economic costs to people. So there's a real, empirical challenge here in how do we separate people who are paying the kind of default contractual minimum payment because there are huge penalties for not doing so, and that's the most that they can afford to pay versus how many people are paying that amount, the default amount, because of these anchoring and behavioral effects. So, and this has important policy implications not just for the credit card market, but contractual structures in many credit markets have very similar features. So. We all know from the financial crisis that mortgages have some of these interest-only features. Home equity lines of credit, also some of them have interest-only periods where there's a minimum amount, but then consumers could potentially choose more. How much impact does that have? And then, of course, payday loans also have interest-only payments. So a lot of credit products have these features where there's a default contractual payment. Consumers could decide to pay more, but the question is, do they? And how much does that contractual default actually affect consumer decision-making? And of course, there's also some regulatory scrutiny on these types of loan structures with which I guess some of us at least feel, maybe potentially risky kinds of loan structures. So the regulatory background for what we study, credit card minimum payments, there's prudential guidance issued by the OCC, FRB, and other regulators in 2003 that sort of advised what types of minimum payments credit card issuers, what kind of guidelines they should use to set their minimum payments. And then, in the mortgage space, certainly there has been some attention as well paid to these interest-only types of loan structures. So moving on to sort of our study and how do we contribute to sort of this debate, we're going to use a novel data set, which is the CFPB credit card database, the CCDB. And the CCDB, the underlying database, covers the majority of the credit card market, so 85 to 90% of all outstandings in consumer credit cards. We're going to use a sample of the CCDB for our analysis, which has very detailed information about people's monthly payments and people's monthly balances. So the sample we're going to use is a 1% random sample of accounts from several large issuers in the credit card industry, and we're going to focus on general purpose credit cards, so your general purpose Visa, MasterCard, et cetera, not your airline card or your Macy's store card. So these are very generic substitutable products. So our sample comprises in total about a quarter of the general purpose market. And we're going to look in the period from 2008 to 14, and that's going to, so the 1% sample that we use for our analysis is going to end up being about 40 million sort of account month observations. So the first thing that we realized when we undertook this research question is that actually in the academic literature at least, there's not that much known about how consumers decide to pay down their credit card debt. So it's a $700 billion market. It's one of the largest sources of consumer credit out there, but we just don't know that much about how consumers decide to repay, what they repay, and then how they decide to repay. So just to show you some summary statistics that we derived first, what we did here is to try to understand how many people actually pay the minimum payment. So we classified every account in the sample by what their behavior is at least 50% of the time. So what is their consistent payment behavior relative to the minimum payment and relative to the full balance? So I'll show you in a second that the minimum payment and full balance are kind of the two focal points that guide consumer payments. So what we find is that about a third, so a little bit less than 30% of consumers pay close to the minimum at least 50% of the time. So 9% of accounts pay exactly the minimum more than 50% of the time. And I say 50%, that's kind of the cutoff rule, but it's actually the vast majority of the time. The 9% of accounts are paying exactly the minimum, but another 20% are paying very close to the minimum. So we use a cutoff rule of $50, within $50 of the minimum. So that's actually very close, thinking about most people's balances are several $1,000s. Another 20% pay near the minimum, and then a large bulk of people, a large bulk of accounts have mixed payments between the minimum and the full, and then another 27% pay the full balance most of the time. So just as an aside, credit cards are just this amazing, amazing product in that depending on your usage patterns, the price of the product can actually be free, or it can be negative, that you actually get money for using this product. And so people using the same product are paying vastly, vastly different prices. So these full payers here are people who pay off their full balance the vast majority of the time, and therefore are earning the float from the grace period, but don't have to pay interest charges. So what our study is going to focus on is sort of the two left groups, the exact minimum payers and the near minimum payers. So people who are deciding to pay close to the minimum payment, and we're asking the question, does anchoring drive that behavior? So the next thing is just to show, as I alluded to, the minimum payments less than 10% of the balance, and full payments are two really big focal points. It's a very bimodal distribution. So next, I'm going to go into sort of how, as I said before, it's a really big empirical challenge to figure out, do people pay the minimum because that's the most that they can afford? We call it liquidity constraints. Or do people pay the minimum because of anchoring? And it's really difficult to disentangle those two, especially because we don't have high-frequency data on their income. We don't know if they got income shocks or have medical expenditures or other shocks. How do we figure this out? So without getting too much into details, the approach that we use to disentangle these two drivers of minimum payments is to look at the distribution of payments and how they change when issuers decide to change their minimum payment formulas. So the hypothetical scenario is, suppose your issuer has a minimum payment, gives you a minimum payment of $30, and you choose to pay $40. So you could be doing that because of liquidity constraints or anchoring, but now the issuer increases their minimum payment to $50. A liquidity constrained person should just pay $50 because they used to be paying less, and they're still trying to pay the lowest amount they can get away with. But if you're anchoring, you might decide to shift your payment along with the minimum payment. So you're going to decide always to pay a little bit more than the minimum, regardless of what the actual continuous both for the positive and negative formula changes and exactly the directions we expect based on anchoring. And we can also use the size of these discontinuities to measure what fraction of people seem to be anchoring. So we estimate that among the people who pay around the minimum, about 24 to 31% of the accounts seem to be anchoring based on the behavior I just described. And doing a counterfactual exercise, anchoring can account for over $500 million in extra interest payments if we just impose the highest observable interest sort of minimum payment formula observed among any issuer in our sample, just impose that on everyone and say everyone's payments are going to go up, what fraction of those increase in payments is due to anchoring. So this is an economically significant effect. And I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but we're going to contrast our estimates of anchoring. We interpret our findings to suggest anchoring is really important in this market with, well, suppose we believe that a lot of people anchor, and as policymakers, we're trying to increase the payments that people make. One possible response to this is disclosure. So the Credit Card Act of 2009 kind of did exactly this, in that it showed consumers sort of payment calculation. It showed the economic impacts of making just the minimum payment, and then had a potential suggested payment that's a little bit higher than the minimum, and showed the savings that would result from that. And we're going to test, well, does this intervention actually solve the problem of encouraging people to pay more? And it could be due to anchoring or other factors. And what we find is that there is a measurable effect, but the effect is small. So if the y-axis here is 0.3%. So even if we take a generous view of people, you see a clear effect of clustering around this 3-year mark. But even if you aggregate all of those, it's about a 1% effect. 1% of all accounts seem to respond to this disclosure. So kind of going on to our sort of what do we take away from this? I think we interpret our findings to suggest that anchoring is significant in this credit market and potentially other related credit markets as well. But I think contrasting our estimates of anchoring and the prevalence of anchoring in this market with the effects of the Card Act disclosures, I think of it as really a challenge for policy, thinking of policy very broadly, not just government policy, but any kind of, anybody who's trying to improve the welfare of consumers. We show that anchoring matters, but traditional forms of disclosure don't seem to be doing much to move the needle. So the question is, well, is there a third way? What do we do now? And I'm really going to pose that as a question because I don't know the answer. Thank you so much.
Great, Eduardo.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes? Okay, thanks. So first of all, I want to thank for the opportunity to present my work here. I think this has been a very insightful morning, and I hope I continue the trend. I do apologize if at some point I seem like I'm all over the place. I've been learning too much now, like in this morning, and I would like to link everything I've heard so far with what I want to present, so please bear with me. So today I want to share the results of a project I worked on along Enrique Seira and Alan Elizondo from ITAM and Banco de Mexico in the credit card market in Mexico regarding information disclosure policies. So before I start, I just want to set the policy relevant question we were trying to tackle, which is, are the currently law mandated information disclosure policies affecting behavior in any way? And are they achieving the objectives of the policy? So let me start with that. So information disclosure has been rising as a policy for consumer protection, especially because of the rise of behavioral economics and the latest financial crisis. But it can be traced back at least all the way to the Truth in Lending Act in 1968. But as I was saying, the financial crisis, many other countries have followed this example of America of setting in law what information should be disclosed. And the thing is, we believe that there isn't a lot of hard evidence that this works. And maybe most countries are just following America's example, but without really wondering if it works. And I also present the question, and now there's more research about that. Even in the US, there hasn't been much question of if this policy works. So in some sense, it makes sense to have these policies because information gives a lot of potential. There's evidence that people are sacrificing savings because they're not shopping around too much, or consumers could get a better deal in a different bank even though they have the same risk profile. So opportunities to improve given the information exist, but we need to know if actually providing the information affects the behavior. Otherwise, we would be very happy saying, yeah, we passed a law and we're giving information and we close that chapter, but it's not helping anyone. So we don't want to do that. Okay, so the specific questions are, do TILA-like disclosure work to decrease default, indebtedness, and increasing switching to cheaper cards? Where with TILA-like, I mean disclosing interest rate and what Joy Lang was talking about of the number of months it would take you to pay off your debt if you only pay the minimum. So the answer to that question is no. And it's not to discourage behavioral economics, it's just that maybe we need to rethink the way it is presented, or not only information disclosure, but other kind of behavioral intervention. As we were discussing this morning, it's not all about presenting or changing the default. Behavioral economics is broader than that. As a second question, we tried to see if there is some other non-standard disclosures that perform better. We have some sort of an internal horse race between different types of messages. And what we found out is that it's better, but it's still very weak. So just to explain in some sense, it was hard for me to decide what to present and what not, because I don't want to bore you with boring details. But we performed an experiment in Mexico with one of the top 5 banks. We partnered with him with it. And we sent 7 messages in a randomized controlled trial. And we can divide the messages in 3 groups. One is personalized hard information, which is the TILA-like disclosures with information about interest rate and the number of months to pay your debt. Then we have some warning debiasing messages, which are in the spirit of smoking kills, like not very hard information, but just to get the attention of the consumers. And then peer group comparisons, which have been useful in other kinds of sets. I don't remember right now specifics, but it hasn't been tried in finance, which we wanted to see if it worked. So this is the example of what we sent. It was obviously in Spanish because it was in Mexico, but it looked exactly the same way. So the interest rate with a yellow box in a very salient way. So in some sense, it would be an upper bound to interest rate disclosure. And this is the months to pay, also with this yellow box. It was sent in an envelope exactly the same as the bank statement, but it only contained this message. And this is an example of the non-standard messages we sent. So we're just saying, don't get confident, paying that is hard. And this is a thermometer trying to, this might be too small, so maybe you cannot read it properly, but it's trying to make an analogy between having like a risky profile with body temperature. So we're saying with respect to your peers, you have a riskier credit profile and some advice. So you can see both the very hard information, abstract interest rate, and here more like in a more less specific but easier to understand terms, at least easier in some sense. So our outcome variables are delinquency, debt, and closing of the accounts by the customer. So we can get some sense of the stability, changes in demand, and switching. And it is very important to notice that we are not estimating the effect of reading, but just of the sending of information, because that's what the law requires. So that's a policy relevant question. The law cannot force everyone to read what the bank is telling them, but we can evaluate if what is currently in the law, which is just sending information, has any effect on behavior. So just a little bit about the context. As I said, it was one of the main banks in Mexico, and it was a population that was risky and indebted and had incentive to search, because at that moment in time, the bank wasn't using credit-based pricing, so they could have gotten better deals with their same credit score. And there is little variation within customers. So once you know your interest rate, you're not facing like a random variable. It's just once you know it, it's very useful. We conducted a survey before, and we believe that the information in the messages was actually new or would be new to the individuals, because 63% claim not to know their interest rate. There is little awareness of how much they paid. We could contrast the survey with the hard data we had from the bank. We asked them to predict how much they would pay in the next 3 months, and almost half failed to predict. And from that half, 3/4 were being overconfident, saying, I won't pay that, I won't be in debt next month, and they would be. So information is likely to be useful. It's not that they already knew, so that's why you are finding no effect. So as I previewed before, there was no much effect to sending interest rate. One could argue that there are only effect in some particular populations, or that some people actually thought their interest rate was higher, so when you send it, they're actually receiving good news and then spend more. So we did some more specific checks on that, and there's no actual effect on that as well. The only part in which we did find some effect is for a subsample of our population. We had information on the credit bureau, and we could see if they had any credit cards with other banks. And for this specific set of people, there was an effect, statistically and economically significant, although not very, very large. But it does point out, although it's not like a causal effect, it does point out that there might be some liquidity constraints, as Gillian was saying, because these people actually can change. But still, the message doesn't change, because the current state of the policy is just sending the information. But if individuals can do nothing with that information, then the policy isn't achieving its purpose, and we need to rethink the policy. So that's the main point. Also, there were some external validity checks, because you could argue that our population was too indebted or too risky. But then the experiment was redone in 2 different banks, now covering 70% of the Mexican population of cardholders, and there's still no effect. And also, you could say, well, you sent a message 1 month, but then they forget, or they just didn't happen to read that month. And then some people received, in a different experiment, one of my co-authors sent it for 6 months every month, and still no effect. So we're pretty confident on the null effect we find. For the non-standard messages, we do find some effects, but small, and also short-lived. After 2 months, there's no effect. So this high thermometer is the one I showed, making the analogy of you are risky with the red part of the thermometer. And we also send the bank said, we're sending too many negative messages, so let's send something positive to people that are doing well. So they sent the equivalent with a green color saying, congratulations, you're doing good, keep going. And that actually was bad because that increased delinquency at the bank got losses from that. Okay, so and to the final remarks, I would like to say that banks may have a reason to send these kind of messages. For instance, the thermometer one was really cost effective for the bank. Sending a letter, it only costs 2.5 Mexican pesos, which is, I don't know, with the current exchange rate, it might be some pennies. But what they can gain from altering behavior, it's many, many times greater. But from the policy side, it doesn't really matter because it's not really changing the competitive landscape. So even if banks have a reason to do it, policy still needs to be changed. So one possibility would be to send stronger messages, really in the sense of putting how many money you're losing for using your card in the current way, not in interest rate terms. But if you were in this bank instead of your current bank, you would save $100 from your same behavior. Because currently in Mexico, there is a law that every year on April, they send a table of the APRs of all the banks, so you can compare. Like the bank has to send the information of their competitors. So that's like a very strong policy too. Like, I don't think in any other market they force you to say, look, my competitors are charging you this. But still, APRs are a very complicated concept. Even, I mean, I don't really know what my APR is, and I'm an economist. But if you say, look, this is what you're spending in this bank, but you would save this in this other bank, you would maybe increase the amount of people switching. Of course, our partnering bank didn't want to send that kind of message, so we weren't able to test it, but it is a possibility. One important factor is that people maybe cannot substitute. As I was saying, we found effects when people did have a chance to substitute because they had another card. But I continue saying, still, if that is a problem, still the policy is not accomplishing its purpose. So information disclosure in credit cards shouldn't be considered a closed subject, even with the changes made with the Card Act, because it's not affecting behavior, and we should still, this is not protecting customers. So that's the gist of it, I think. I mean, I could go on with more specifics, but I don't think that's going to be helpful.
Well, we'll see if we get into some of those
Yeah, I think,
as we dig in. So
I think that's the main point.
great. Thank you. Thank you.
So thanks for hanging in for the last talk before lunch. I'm sure everyone's probably starving at this point. This actually could be a lesson in different methodologies used to measure similar types of things. So we saw Jalan use some administrative data, and we saw an RCT, and I'll be presenting some research from 3 online experiments. And this is work I did jointly with Karsten Erner and Helen Colby from UCLA and Chris Treppel from CCRI. And you can see that Jalan was not making a joke. Our disclaimer is actually that the views expressed don't represent the CFPB or the United States. Okay, so we know that consumers are often managing multiple debt accounts at one time, and recent research has shown that on average, consumers may be juggling up to 4 credit cards at any given time. And we know a little bit about how consumers may repay these different accounts, but there's not a lot of research in this area. So with this series of experiments, we're very interested in learning how people manage to allocate funds across different debt accounts to make most effective repayment decisions. So some of the research has shown that, for example, people may have a tendency to want to pay off the smallest account first, so kind of as a psychological goal, kind of getting rid of one account, and this can help you feel better about having fewer accounts overall. You might also think about a strategy where you're paying off the card that looks the most expensive. So if you're looking at the finance charge, maybe paying off in that way. One problem there, though, however, is that the finance charge can sometimes obscure the interest rate because you could have a card with a high balance but a low interest rate, and therefore you may not be making the most economically responsible decision. And this obviously can be particularly problematic for people who are more resource constrained, who have to make these decisions among how to repay different accounts as well as other budgetary items using a small amount of resources. So we're interested today in how we can help nudge consumers, using the terminology from earlier, to manage their credit card accounts more effectively. And some of the research in this area has been around kind of this repackaging of information. So for example, one study showed that if you show people the total amount of interest accruals to date, that actually helps them they're kind of shocked at the amount of interest they're paying, and that actually helps them make better repayment decisions. So a lot of the research around repackaging of this information kind of focuses on making the interest rate information more tangible and a concrete dollar amount. And like I kind of alluded to earlier, this can be a little bit problematic because that tends to obscure the actual interest rate information, the simple interest rate number. So we heard some from the two previous speakers about the CARD Act. So I'm going to focus right here on what I'm calling the dual payoff scenario box. And this is something that I'm sure you're all familiar with by this point. Different strategies for paying off the current credit card debt that you owe. In the first row, we see that you can pay only the minimum payment. It'll take you X amount of years. You'll be paying a total of X amount. You could also, if you want to pay it off in 3 years, pay this larger amount and then save a certain amount of money over the course of those 3 years. And very limited research in this area has shown kind of the pros and cons of these types of payoff scenarios. So some research has shown that it actually improves estimates for how long it will take you to repay the actual credit card, because people tend to be pretty bad at figuring out how long it will take you to repay a card, especially with varying interest rates and different balances. So it's kind of a complex problem. So this is trying to help you figure it out. But we see on the downside that this actually can reduce payment amounts and the likelihood that the balance will be paid off in full. So what we're doing in these 3 experiments is kind of trying to vary the different interest rate displays to see what types of presentation of information of interest rates could potentially be the most effective to help people make the best allocation decisions across multiple credit cards, and then later, within a budget, allocating money to the credit card over some other things. So we have a number of conditions here, which we're calling these informational conditions. In the control condition, consumers are presented with simply that box that we saw here, as well as the finance charge and the total balance. And then these other conditions kind of just add on to that. So in the calculator condition, we were interested in seeing if maybe the specific scenarios that are given in this box may not resonate with people. Maybe people are interested instead in maybe saying, I want to pay this off in X amount of time. How much will I have to pay it off by then? Maybe not 3 years, maybe something shorter, something longer. You may have a certain amount of money that you want to allocate toward repaying and say, if I pay X amount of dollars, how long will it take me? So kind of giving people the opportunity to play around with these scenarios to best fit their lifestyle. We also introduced a graph that depicted the payment amount and the total interest and savings. Another condition, we had just a statement on top of the box that said, if you make a one-time payment of $50, this is how much interest you'll save over time. And then finally, the simple interest rate, which basically added just the number, the interest rate percentage, to the box, and that was all we did. So what we asked participants to do is allocate a hypothetical $350 budget to paying off the 3 different credit cards. And we crossed the 5 information conditions with these 2 card sets. And you can see in card set A and card set B, the only difference between the 2 is that the balance for the medium and the low payment are swapped. And the reason we did this is we wanted to set up an experiment where we could kind of test that finance charge explanation, where sometimes the more expensive card could look cheaper, or the cheaper card could look more expensive based on the actual balance on the credit card. So in order to figure out if people were making optimal or semi-optimal repayment decisions, we introduced this two-stage metric to test the effectiveness of the different presentations. And this basically just aligns with the two stages you might make in making a credit card repayment decision. So in the first stage, you have to decide how much above the minimum payments across all of your cards you want to pay to your credit cards in general. So this is just how much I want to pay to my credit card. And in the second stage, it's given that you want to pay X to your credit cards, how do you want to allocate that additional money above the minimum payments to each of the cards? And this created an index between 0 and 1, where 1 is the most optimal payment, where you can give all of your additional funds to the highest interest rate card, and 0 would be the least optimal, where you could give all of your additional funds to the lowest interest rate card. Other way around. Sorry. Okay, so what we found in the first study is that relative to the control group, people that just see the typical card box with the interest rate information added, that they led to a significant improvement in the optimal allocation behavior, so the index that I described previously. So this was the first step, the first piece of evidence we found that maybe just presenting the simple interest rate information, which is not prominently displayed right now on the credit card statement. So right now on statements, interest rate information is typically on like the 4th or 5th page after all of your charges, after all of the other information. Then you see the numeric interest rate. It's not up in that box in front, as you probably gathered from the setup. So in the second study, we wanted to take what we learned from the first study, which is potentially the importance of just presenting the simple interest rate, and seeing if we could improve upon the display even more, potentially by removing some of the items that are there now. Thinking about the potential anchoring effects, can we try to remove some of these anchoring effects by removing some of those dual payoff scenarios? So the first two conditions we saw already. The control condition just had the typical box and the finance charge and the payment due. And the second condition, we added simply the simple interest rate. And then for the next three conditions, we started taking away pieces of information. So in the reduced one, it was a simple interest rate, but we took away the finance charge. Reduced 2, it was a simple interest rate, but we took away the entire dual payoff scenario box. And in reduced 3, we had the simple interest rate, but we took away both the finance charges and the dual payoff scenario. And in this, we asked participants, again, to allocate $350 across the 3 credit cards. But we also asked them to choose up to 3 pieces of information that they used in making this hypothetical allocation decision. And we'll see the heat map results from that in a minute. So what we found here was that relative to control, each of the treatments that included the interest rate information actually improved the optimal allocation index above the control, like I said. So just as an illustration, the proportion of participants with an optimal reallocation, so a relative allocation of 1, tripled in the interest rate condition relative to the control condition. And then moving on to the heat map information, which I think is pretty interesting. If you can see in the control group, this little red section over here, we can see that people are at least reporting that they're relying on the minimum payment information in trying to make their decisions, which is consistent with what Jalan found. But when we do introduce the interest rate information, not only are people actually using the interest rate information, but they're actually relying less on the minimum payment information. So this could be some evidence toward if you introduce the interest rate, it could take away from the anchoring. And then in the third study, obviously we recognize that some consumers only have 1 credit card, and probably even more likely than that, consumers that have multiple credit cards aren't necessarily taking into account all of the repayment information at a time. They may be making payments different times of the month, or just thinking about it, not necessarily sitting down with all their statements at one time and making this allocation decision. So we wanted to see if the same paradigm would hold for a single card scenario. So again, we're asking people to allocate $350, but in this case, it's $350 between the credit card, dinners out in a restaurant, or some other unexpected expenses, and we want to see how much people choose to allocate to the credit card repayment. And again, we have the same conditions as in study 2, where we had the control and the simple interest rate, and then we start taking away some pieces of information from the standard statement. And again, we see that relative to control, all the treatments that include the simple numeric interest rate information, people perform better in those conditions in terms of their allocation than in the control group. And again, I forgot to say this with the previous study, that the part of the results of the heat map was that saying that you use the interest rate information was actually related to you making the better allocation decisions. And we see the same thing here with the $350 budget. So just summing up, across the 3 studies, we find that consumers make use of interest rate information if it's presented to them. The most effective way to present this type of information may be in its simplest form. So kind of getting away from all the tricks and maybe just giving people the actual simple numeric interest rate information, in this case, tends to be potentially effective. The effectiveness of this format lies in people's actual willingness to use the information. So we saw that with the heat maps. And this holds for both multiple and single card repayment scenarios. So particularly based on the 2nd and 3rd studies, it appears that potentially the most effective display may be one that just contains the interest rate information and not many more bells and whistles as we're tending to see. So that's it. Thank you. Great.
So I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to discuss this paper in particular, these papers in particular. I'm not sure Jeremy knew this when he asked me to discuss this panel, but before getting my PhD in economics, I worked for a credit card company that did lots of things to try to come up with ways to do experiments, to fish for ways to make profits from their customers. So I didn't work on that part of what they did. But it is a nice parallel for me, and it's been really interesting for me to take this opportunity to just sort of sit back and think about things in a different way. It's like, well, what's going on here? What kinds of policy changes can we make? Or what kinds of things could we do maybe to help consumers? So I think this isn't doing anything. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I think that. I'm very happy to see this work happening. I think we've done a lot of research in financial decision making about savings, but in fact, when you think about what people are actually facing, for many people, the problem of debt is much more important right now than the problem of trying to figure out how to save. And so I think it's good that we're starting to discuss this issue more and more in the field. I conveniently stole these slides from Jeremy, who presented them last year, talking about how important debt is. So the average unsecured debt for households is $21,000, which is really quite significant, and it's even higher. It's a much higher percentage for the lowest income quartile. And these interest rates are gigantic that many of these people are facing. I have to admit that I have no idea what my interest rate is because I don't pay the interest rate on my credit card ever, and I have thankfully never needed a payday loan, but the interest rates that people are facing on this kind of short-term consumer debt is really quite staggering. So what I want to do now is just briefly try to talk about how these papers are linked together. Okay. I think this will be much easier for me. I can actually see the slides. So we have 3 very interesting papers that have looked at different ways of helping consumers understand debt. The first paper by Gilan looked at what happens if we change minimum payments. The second paper by Eduardo looked at giving people information about interest rates, the Credit Card Act suggested payments, and a couple of other things which I'll talk about less today. And then finally, Melissa's paper looked at interest rates and also this Credit Card Act, which, plus some other interventions. So I think one thing that's really difficult in trying to bring these together is that the results aren't always consistent across these 3 papers. And so I think it's important to sort of think about why those results aren't consistent. The work from Gilan and Melissa both use data from the United States, while Eduardo uses data from Mexico. And I don't think you mentioned this, but it's only looking at a very particular risk group in the population. The other issue, I think, is that the incentives aren't always the same. So two of the papers use administrative data that have to do with actual choices affecting people's credit cards, and Melissa's paper uses hypothetical data. The other thing that I was really interested in was to think about the salience of the information that's being provided. So Gilan's Gilan's paper looks at changes that are actually right on the statement. The information is right there on the statement while you're paying your bill. And so this is going to be very salient in terms of making the decision of how much to pay in any particular year. Whereas Eduardo's paper, I don't know if you mentioned this, was separate letters that were sent to people, not necessarily at the same time that they were making their payments. And so that's one reason why we might see some differences across these papers in terms of how the results are effective. So I think here are the key takeaways that I think we should all see here. So the minimum payments that we provide to consumers are very salient. They see that, they understand that. That's really, for many people, what they're able to pay. And that is in contrast to the interest rates that they're paying, which aren't salient at all. As Melissa pointed out, they're on the 4th page or something like that. And that too much information, not surprisingly to those of us who've been studying these issues, too much information can be really very confusing for people. I thought that the other thing I really spent some time thinking about is why these 3 papers found such very different effects of the CARD Act statement. So I borrowed this from one of your presentations, this copy of what this looks like. And I was thinking about that a lot and realizing that that this is very confusing what exactly this statement means. Because if I make a payment today to reduce my debt so that I'll be paid off within 3 years, that will reduce my debt. But then the next month, when you send me the exact same statement and you tell me how much do you have to pay this off in 3 years, you're not talking about 3 years from now. I needed a better example. Let's say we started with January 2015. You get a statement that says you need to pay $117 to pay this off by January 2018. But in February of 2015, you get a statement that says you need to pay some amount less than this to pay this off by February. So in effect, we're actually just providing a statement that provides people with information to help them keep continuing to keep this alive for 3 more years from whatever the current date is, rather than providing them with information that says, here's the payment you should select right now, keep $117 and pay $117 every month from now until the next 3 years are over. And I think that might contribute to why the results are different and why the results seem to fade away after a short period of time, because the amount of information that you need to pay is actually changing every single month. And I think that makes the information perhaps less valuable to consumers and also very confusing to figure out how we can actually study that in a careful way. So then I spent some time trying to think about how can we use this information? What should we do? What should be our policy takeaways? So maybe we want to allow people to choose their own minimum payment. Have a credit card company. I'm really just brainstorming, going out on a limb and saying, what crazy ideas could we come up with? Because I think that's one of the values of getting the opportunity to discuss 3 papers in the same field. So maybe we should say to people, okay, this is the absolute minimum payment, but why don't you lock in a minimum payment for the next 3 years? You choose what you want it to be. That's what we'll put on your statement, and that's what you'll pay. Technologically, we obviously have the ability to set up some kind of technology that would let people make those choices for themselves. Or we could let them choose what they want that time to pay off to be in the box. 3 years might not be reasonable for people. Melissa's research suggests that what we as economists would like to see, like calculators and maybe graphs or something like that, actually aren't as helpful as we would like them to be. And then the other thing that I think is challenging is the fact that when you think about your mortgage, you know exactly how long your mortgage is supposed to last. But it's actually in your credit card company's interest for you to never pay off your credit card debt completely. They want you to keep your credit card debt because they make money off of your interest rate payments. And so I think we have to try to figure out how we can balance those 2 pieces in order to help people pay off their debt. Thank you.
Great. So Katie started it off. I actually am the only one who doesn't need the mic. We're gonna save it for whoever answers the question. So started us off with some questions and some brainstorming from the group, but I want to open it up to the group. If you have questions for any of our presenters, or if you want to start off the brainstorming process, we'd love to hear from you. Great, we have a question here. We're going to bring you a mic so we can hear you.
Thanks very much for the presentations and the comments. I was wondering your thoughts on the notion of sort of the trusted source, who provides the information, and if any of you have any thoughts on whether or not that influences how consumers react to what the information is.
Okay, I'm going to start since I have the microphone. And I also want to take advantage of this to say that my results also do not represent the view of the Banco de Mexico or ITAM or Stanford, just everything's clear. I do think that there is a trust issue always. I've seen that in different projects with more in government giving conditional cash transfers and people not trusting the agents because it's not the government that is giving, it's a separate entity, so there are trust issues there. I think in my specific project, that might not have been such an issue because the letters were sent through the bank. So in some sense, you have to trust the bank because you're giving it money, you have money there. So, I mean, of course, you don't have to trust it, but if you're gonna trust anyone giving you information regarding your card, it might be the bank, I guess.
So first of all, I just wanted to have a quick note based on Katie's comments that I think trying to study these other types of interventions, I've been trying to engage credit card companies to try to implement some of these other types of, and so just want to put a plug out there. If there's anybody in the audience who would be interested in collaborating on some of these next steps, please come chat. So I think the issue of trust is really important, and certainly our study doesn't have much to say about it because we can't vary where the information is coming from. But I think I would just draw a connection to the literature on anchoring. So Kahneman and Tversky first studied anchoring by looking at arbitrary numbers. So if I just pulled a number out of a hat, does that influence your answers to general purpose questions? But of course, in the wild, when we think about anchoring in credit markets, these signals are informative. So when your bank tells you this is your minimum payment, I think people certainly view that as an informative signal, not as an arbitrary number, and that has a big impact.
If you have.
So like Jalon, my actual research in this particular point doesn't have much to say about the trust, but I agree with what Jalon said that, and basically I don't know how much I can say. So as part of a consumer regulatory agency, we do think about this type of thing often. So where is the information coming from, and especially when it comes to disclosures. So some of the things that we've seen, you might consider saying something that the credit companies have to provide this information by law or something of that nature that could kind of tease out the information from the actual company sending it. But yeah.
Great. We have another question here. Yes, but I don't want to give you ours because then we won't be able to hear the answer. Thank you.
This is a question from Melissa. Can you talk a little bit about the representativeness of your sample that was used for the experiments so we can get an idea of how externally valid your findings are?
Yeah, that's a really good point. So we used an online sample of M-Turkers. I don't know if you're familiar with. It's just an online sample of people that kind of opt into doing online research. And I can give you one piece of information that I didn't present here, but we also measured the numeracy of the participants. Just so we were interested in people who were more or less numerate. Would they be more or less likely to pay attention to the simple numeric information, or is this other information more relevant for them? And we found actually no differences based on numeracy. But yeah, so the M-Turk population, I know there's some people like it, some people don't, but it's an online sample of people who have opted into wanting to do that type of experiment.
Great. Okay, question here.
I wanted to make a couple points and have the panel respond. One was the issue of the trusted source. I think that tends to be extremely important. It's a way that people discount all this information rushing at them and pay attention to only some information. Michelle Singletary is this respected financial advice columnist that many low-income families might refer to. And what made me think of her is she says, pay your smallest bill off first, so that you have this sense of accomplishment. So that's her version of behavioral finance that we should, probably pay attention to. So we should think about trusted sources. I would encourage more research on trusted sources over and above what the bank, because it just makes perfect sense to me. my question is about numeracy. I'm a little afraid to leave your research observation dangling there. The research is outstandingly consistent that people have low levels of numeracy. In particular, they can't manipulate a percentage, which is what an interest rate is. So in other areas that we'll talk about on the health panel, you need to translate that into dollars, which I saw a lot of in these experiments. But I just think I don't know if you want to come back to that or qualify that in any way, that we really do need to worry about levels of numeracy as we think about these displays.
Right, and so obviously this is just 3 experiments where we did test numeracy in each of them and found no differences across the levels of numeracy. But I think it's a really good point, and we were also a little bit perplexed why the interest rate would have been the most effective, because obviously I'm also familiar with research that people don't use these numbers well. And we thought maybe, and this is just speculation, but I'd like to hear if anyone else has any ideas about this, that maybe just over time the message of the interest rate is really important for your credit card repayment has kind of stuck, and people know that they're supposed to use the interest rate information. And when we provide it to them, they actually do use it. So I think it may be something around that, but I mean, love to hear it.
Yeah.
Well, that they're not being, I wonder, I'd love it if you could look, that they're not being asked to apply the interest rate to an amount of money and come up with a result. Instead, all they need to do is rank order their credit cards based on the interest rate, and they can do that. That's a different exercise, so that's my speculation.
You have a question back here?
Hi, I have a, I have a question about incentives and how people are incentivized to actually read disclosures. Eduardo mentioned that a large percentage of people just hadn't read any of the disclosures, and as much as it seems like a disclosure is going to help a person make the right decision for them, I wonder if people are so used to them being so lengthy and hard to understand that it seems like they're not served by doing it. And so I'm wondering if any or all of you have thoughts on how we could incentivize people to actually read them.
Yeah, and as you can imagine, that's a huge issue for the CFPB as well. But so Jelana and I actually talked about this a little bit yesterday, where she kind of found that there was very little effect of the disclosure altogether, the Card Act box, or the dual payoff scenario box. And potentially we were brainstorming a little bit that maybe people aren't actually looking at their statements these days. People do a lot of banking online, and when you pull up your account, you see an interface, but it doesn't have that box on it. So that box is only regulated to the actual statement. So maybe one thing going forward for a lot of these companies is putting that type of box, or putting whatever information seems the most relevant or can be the most helpful on the actual interface that people are using.
Well, I've also have spent some time trying to think of other ways to actually see if they are reading the information, and it's somehow related to the previous panel on technology. Maureen asked how many had used Uber, and most of you had. And I don't know if you've used it when it's with high demand, and it asks you to put how many times the price is going to be. So it becomes very salient, because at the beginning that wasn't happening, and Uber would just tell you it's 2 times, but you would use it, maybe you didn't catch that and you just clicked and it disappeared, and now it makes you to write it in so that you are very aware on how many times it's going to be. So if online banking is very spread, I think it might be more spread in the US than in Mexico, but you could, taking the advantage of the technology, saying, okay, write your interest rate here, and write your debt here, so you're really aware of what you need to pay. I'm sorry.
I just echo both of the other panelists. So one way we could think about this question is, how do we incentivize people to read the exact disclosure that is required? And from talking to credit card issuers, many consumers, more and more consumers, pay online or through a mobile interface. So they might receive their statement and really care about receiving that information, but then 2 days later, they're going to go online and pay their statement. So we could either incentivize them to look at that disclosure box, or use technology to perhaps do dynamic things, that if you hover over certain things, it'll give you a little message, or do things that are customized to the consumer at the time of payment. They might have a bigger effect on ultimate consumer decision making.
Yes, we have a question here. We have time for one more question. Okay, great.
I think we kind of heard contributions along 2 very important dimensions. Is how to help people achieve their repayment goals, how to help them optimize that when they have more than one option that they have to cover. I guess my question, or more like just a comment, but I'd be interested to hear your views, is mostly probably to Jilan. So you mentioned that defaults are very powerful behavioral tools, and I agree. And just made me think of two studies that I've seen pretty recently. Is when one was looking at a credit card market where alongside of a minimum repayment, there was a recommended repayment, and that was setting a default in a continuum because some people tend to repay more than the minimum what they recommended. And another one was in a taxi tipping cab drivers where there was a default tip. So what in both cases there was a comparable result that when you increase that recommended number, you increase on the extensive margin, you increase people who actually match that target, but on the intensive margin, you reduce the average contribution. So how are you thinking about that? And do you think, who do you think should be thinking about where these recommended targets should be set and how?
That's a really, really great point. And again, I draw the connection to the savings literature, which is really well ahead of us in thinking of these questions. And I think they really, so there's a paper by Carroll and Madrian and Leibson et al., where they really looked at a model of how do we set these optimal defaults. Is the optimal intervention a default? Is it active choice? And that really depends on how much heterogeneity there is in the market and what fraction of people make mistakes. So I think I don't have the answer to that, but I think pushing this work forward in debt markets is an incredibly important question. And again, you can have, I think one thing I'll just point to in the savings literature is that what they found was that if you default people into automatic enrollment at a 3% rate, some people who would have actually contributed at 6% rate actually moved to the lower rate. So it's not clear that setting a default is going to be good overall for welfare, and I think that is certainly true for credit markets as well.
So great. So thanks for your questions. Just to sum up, since we're going to lunch, I'm not going to do a long sum up. But I just want to thank the panel again for sharing their research and thank Rand for profiling this issue today. As Katie pointed out, debt is a huge issue for people as we think about their financial lives and their financial stability over time. It's an area where we may not have had as much research as we need to. And to get back to Bob Schiller this morning, it's a place in the market where there's a lot of fishing. So our ability to really unpack what's happening is really important. So thanks, everyone. I'm going to turn it back to Sherry.
Just to clear up a little misunderstanding, we have more than 15 minutes for lunch. What we'd like you to do is to go, there lunch, what do you call it? Little boxes, lunch boxes, that's the word, are out in the reception area. You have 15 minutes or so to pick them up, but then we'd like you to come back here so that we can begin our working spotlight health panel. So, bon appétit. Okay, I think we're going to get started, even though we've got some stragglers coming in from lunch. This is our second spotlight panel for this year's forum. It's entitled The Changing Consumer Behavior Decision-Making Landscape in the Post-Affordable Care Act Era. This panel will be moderated by Ruth Katz. Ruth is a director of the Health, Medicine, and Society program here at the Aspen Institute. And her program has been designed to draw on the expertise of a diverse group of leaders in health and health policy. And that is all in the service of informing the national conversation on health, medicine, and biomedical research. So we have a diverse panel, and I think we're within the scope of your program.
We certainly are.
Take it away.
Thank you very much, Sherry. And first of all, thank you all for coming back after lunch. You never know. You never know. As you all know, behavioral economics really combines the fields of psychology and economics to present a new understanding of the causes for when and why people's short-term decisions often undermine their long-term interests, and people's behavior deviates from a fully rational model as we see in traditional economics. And while maybe not as obvious as with consumer decision-making like what we've heard about this morning, behavioral economics may actually lend itself particularly well to healthcare, an area where consumers often have or often lack or have difficulty understanding information in the face of often critical decisions, where a wrong decision can have enormous negative results, frankly, often deadly results, and where people's decisions often don't appear to be in their long-term interests. Witness how many of you just ate dessert as part of your lunch.
I did.
I bet most of you did. We're now going to look then at behavioral economics through this lens. And we have a terrific panel this afternoon who's going to talk about health and healthcare behavioral decision-making in the context of the Affordable Care Act. We really have a stellar group, and let me introduce you briefly to each of them now. Lynn Quincy, they're not in any particular order here. Lynn Quincy, right there, is director of the Healthcare Value Hub with Consumers Union, the publisher of Consumer Reports. Rachel McGuire, down at that end, is the research director for the health program at the Institute for the Future. Mike McGinnis, and I bet you know who Mike is, easy to pick him out. He's the executive director of the Leadership Consortium for Value and Science-Driven Healthcare at the National Academy of Medicine, also known as the Institute of Medicine. And to my left, Debbie Freund, who is the Paul O'Neill Alcoa Professor in Policy Analysis with the RAND Corporation. Thank you all for being here. We're going to take about 45 or 50 minutes to have a conversation up here, and then as we have all morning, we're going to look to you for some good and tough questions. But Mike, I'm going to start with you, if I might, to help put this discussion in context. I think everybody, I don't know how many health policy wonks we have out there, but whether you are or you aren't, just from reading the news, I suspect everybody has some sense of what the Affordable Care Act is about. We know it has to deal with insurance exchanges. Probably everybody knows that there are prohibitions in the law, for example, against discriminating for those who have a pre-existing condition. Probably people know that you can keep your kids on your health insurance policy up to age 26. But I'm not sure people think of the Affordable Care Act in terms of the complex nature of health care as it relates to decision-making. So would you just give us a brief overview of the Affordable Care Act from that perspective to get us started?
Well, I'll be happy to make a shot at that. I want to begin with a caveat. Well, actually, I want to begin with a thanks. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks for the opportunity to be here with this panel, from whom I'm going to learn a substantial amount, which brings me to the caveat. I'm not an economist. The closest thing I come to an economist is an epidemiologist, and they both begin with E, but they don't really relate too much to each other. I did miss the morning session, or the morning kickoff, so I will likely be possibly redundant and maybe a little bit irrelevant, clearly not as sophisticated as the kind of discussion you've been having. But with those caveats aside, I'm happy to try to review some of the fundamentals of the Affordable Care Act as Sherry said, sort of the landscape of behavioral economics as it plays out in the health arena. I will state with a possibly naive assumption around behavioral economics, and that is my assumption is that behavioral economics as a science essentially is a blend of issues related to culture, information, and finances. And that's the lens through which I will describe some of the Affordable Care Act components. And I should probably start, since we're looking at landscape, at not just the landscape from the here and now time, but the landscape historically, because it has relevance to the way we think about these things. And the important dimension in that respect is that we are at the early stages, when you look at this in millennial terms, of a dramatic change in the role of patients, consumers, and behavioral economic factors, if you will. For millennia, essentially, the relationship between what might be termed clinicians of different sorts and patients has been very static and unidimensional for millennia. It's really only in the last X number of years, you can fill in the X, but it's very small, in which more than culture has become a more important influence. And really, for most practical purposes, over most of that time, the only cultural change as one of the dynamics has been along the line of belief systems from one century to another. But in an historic sense, we really are at the beginning stage of an explosive change in all three of those dimensions: information, economics, and culture. Just to identify or flag a few elements in each one of those dimensions, which are well known to everybody in this room, we are in the age of an information explosion. And not only are we overloaded with information, we're so overloaded that in some respects it's not particularly useful at this stage, but we're going to start to begin to make much better sense of it. We're going to start to begin to be much more effective in our use of predictive analytics, drawing from that information. So we are in a totally different arena with respect to the information component of behavioral economics. We're also in a substantially different arena with respect to the economic component, in that with the Affordable Care Act, we had increase in coverage across the population. Well, maybe I should back up and say, for the most part, economics really hasn't been a major factor in health care, or at least health status, for those millennia, except insofar as the relationships between rich and poor played out, which are still dominant features in this day and age. But with respect to the economic factors with respect to the cost of health care, we are going to see, and are seeing already, some substantial changes. One, the issue of changes in coverage. Second, the issue of increase in the expense, the cost of care, the $9,500, nearly $10,000 per man, woman, and child in this country that goes for health care. And thirdly, the issue of high deductibles as a feature of the Affordable Care Act, or at least something that is accelerating, that obviously is going to play out in a very different fashion. These issues didn't really exist more than a relatively few years ago, and they're accelerating now. On the issue of culture, we also see some pretty substantial changes as we move from the science or from health as a myth-driven field in many ways, to more and more a focus on science, the ability of science to understand what works and doesn't work. We're still a long way from being in the position we need to be, but it is a rapidly changing arena from the myth-based culture, driving the culture perspectives.
So-called evidence-based medicine.
Yes, that's right. In that very technical term, evidence-based medicine.
That some of you may be hearing about.
That's right. Technology is going to be an accelerant of the culture change that we're shifting, that we're seeing emerge. For example, as more and more capacity is put in the hands of individuals through the kinds of apps that were discussed earlier to make shared decision making and to make informed decisions much more readily available as a result of our emerging insights. That's going to be an entire culture change when we see patient and clinician partnerships emerging as a result of patients holding the capacity. Again, for centuries, this was a static and unidirectional set of dynamics in the cultural arena. And now we see, except for the very highly technical and complicated interventions in healthcare, the capacity to move healthcare outside the clinic doors entirely and into home situations with remote site diagnostics, patient portals, and so forth. So that's a huge issue that's also in the offing. So the Affordable Care Act is an accelerant for change on each of those dimensions, and it's a potentially fairly dramatic accelerant for change. Typically, at least the administration started out, I don't know if they still describe the Affordable Care Act in these terms, but identified 4 major pillars of the act. One is the issue of comprehensive market reforms, the issue of pre-existing conditions, for example, that Ruth mentioned, expanded coverage. The second is the issue of establishment of state health insurance exchanges. And this is a very important issue because so much action is moving to the state level, which means it's getting closer to the local level, which means that the roles of consumers and patients are going to be much more important over time. The third is the issue of Medicaid expansion, which again reinforces that move to the states and the capacity of the states to make a difference. And the fourth is the pillar of employer and individual responsibility. Again, I mean, just by definition, that's a focus on the role of the consumer. The titles in the bill itself reflect those strategies. There are 9 titles. The first, Title I, is Quality and Affordable Care for All. So the notion of improving coverage and the issue of, as you look at the elements with the provisions within the title, driving the role of patients in shared decision making in the quality formula. The role of public programs, again, the Medicaid expansion. Title III, Improving the Quality and Efficiency of Health Care, a title which created PCORI, the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute, the Hospital Compare Capacity, so you can look at the results across hospitals, better information. Title IV, Prevention of Chronic Disease and Improving Public Health, setting up a council for the focus on prevention, and clearly part of prevention is empowering community patients and for better decisions and communities to reinforce that effort. Title V is on the healthcare workforce. Again, shoring up the capacity for a workforce beyond physicians to engage with patients with the kind of broader scale needs that they need. Title VI, transparency and program integrity, better information, accelerating the availability of the information we need. Title VII, improving access to innovative medical therapies, and 8 and 9 relating to some of the revenue provisions, including as one of the important revenue provisions that hasn't really been engaged to its full extent, is the involvement of the Internal Revenue Service in driving more focus on community benefits and the driving of hospitals to be much more engaged in community-based efforts, which will require them to move outside their own doors in order to make a difference. So the net effect of all of those titles is really substantially to drive change in those three dimensions. And I'll wrap up with just a few quick summaries in that respect. In the economic arena, a much stronger focus on outcomes and increased focus on individual choice, reinforced by the high deductible health plans, for example. In the information arena, the focus on transparency, and the creation of capacities like PCORI and the Hospital Compare Network, and the dominant focus on reporting, and the logical and hopefully soon accelerated progress in making that reporting much more sensible. It's interesting how quickly we've gone from essentially no reporting and a total black box to thousands of reported elements. And now is the time to really focus in on which of those elements are most important. But the fact is, the sea change that's occurred in focus on available information is very substantial. Also in the culture arena, I've already mentioned the role of patients. In fact, in many ways, the bill's title, Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, underscores the importance of the consumer in the longer term. Just to take the example of prevention and loop back as how it illustrates the kind of changes. When Ruth and I were in the Clinton administration, I visited all 50 states, holding town hall meetings on the role of public health in healthcare reform. And interesting at that time was the Clinton reform bill had two important dimensions on the role of public health and prevention in healthcare reform. More emphasis on clinical preventive services, so a right to clinical preventive services. Secondly, a provision for grants that could build up the capacity for prevention and public health around the nation. The Affordable Care Act not only has those two provisions, but a third very important dimension, and that is the focus on accountable care, which drives the relationship between clinical care and community care and accentuates the focus on much stronger involvement of patients and families and communities at large, not only through a focus on outcomes, but a focus on value. Trying to understand and establish the conditions in the financial payment mechanisms so that the population health improvement is the most fundamental long-term effort involved, and that cannot be accomplished without the role of patients and families in change. Is the system ready now? No. But all the levers are aligned to drive substantial change, and again, in an historical sense, we're at the beginning of a totally dramatic set of changes that's going to occur. So last three take-homes. One, we know that healthcare isn't really viewed as a commodity, and so the normal circumstances of behavioral economics may not seem to be in play, but wait, stay tuned on that count. Secondly, in the dimensions in which healthcare is a commodity, for example, the purchase of tobacco and other products that have had excise taxes imposed, we know that those incentives work. There is tremendous price sensitivity with in the impact of on demand for products such as tobacco and alcohol, especially for young people. And so the more people understand about what health care might be in its delivery and in its outcomes as a commodity, there could be substantial changes in that respect. And the third is that no matter what we think now, things are going to change pretty dramatically in the coming years.
Thank you, Mike. And there are a couple of points that you brought up that I want to get back to about healthcare as being a commodity, preventive services, those kinds of things. But Lynn, actually, I think Mike teed this up very well for you to give us some idea about the implications of all this in terms of the consumer, the healthcare consumer, and consumer choice.
Okay. Well, and I originally you also asked me to just maybe get a bit more specific about the Affordable Care Act.
Please.
That was my understanding on what the first thing I was supposed to talk about. So I wanted to make, following in Mike's mold here, just a couple overarching points. One is riffing off of Dr. Schiller this morning. Consumer reports arose out of the consumer movement. They feel as part of their nonprofit in the 1930s, they feel it's part of their nonprofit mission of keeping consumers safe in the marketplace to have a regulatory and advocacy arm, which is where I work on health issues. I do policy and advocacy work, just in case that whole connection isn't really clear to folks in this room. But they are kind of a vestige of that consumer movement that persists to this day, and we would love your support as a nonprofit organization. And I'm really pleased that there is a healthcare panel at this meeting, because the consumer's ability to make informed purchases of health insurance and of health care has a profound impact on their financial well-being, which is why a lot of you are in the room today. Medical debt is a leading cause of bankruptcy, and that sort of says it all right there. And worrying about how to afford health care is a top-of-mind concern for consumers everywhere. So, very important subject. Drilling down onto the Affordable Care Act, it's worth repeating, this is the largest piece of domestic policy legislation since Medicare and Medicaid. It had an absolutely profound impact on consumers' ability to consume health insurance and, to a lesser extent, to consume health care. And I was going to get quite specific about what some of those changes are. So one thing that the Affordable Care Act did is it greatly simplified the framing, the context in which you can get health insurance. And that's because you can no longer be denied due to medical underwriting. And some people still haven't gotten that message. But in our old world, if you were trying to buy on your own, you might not have been able to get health insurance at all, depending on the state that you lived in. And if you lived in one of the few states that had what's called guaranteed issue, you might not have been able to afford it, because the only people who bought insurance were the people that really needed it, because other important policy pillars were missing from that particular legislation. So I'm going to tell you some of the things that made it easier for consumers to get coverage, simplified their choice set, but also there's some things that made it harder. So that simplified framing, no one can be denied or charged more because of their pre-existing medical condition. That's really, really important. And it also, going back to our panel on workforce opportunity, it did away with job lock. People who are inclined to be an entrepreneur can now they don't have to stick with this large employer that they don't really want to be at because their wife has diabetes, because they now, since the Affordable Care Act, can get insurance coverage on their own and can't be turned down. So just trying to tie this all back together. Other things that simplify the choice set for consumers in this act is the Essential Health Benefits Package. The Affordable Care Act says, here's a comprehensive set of benefits. It actually is a little bit different from state to state, but fundamentally it's a comprehensive set of benefits that is always covered. And you can no longer have these big gaps in coverage. For example, in the old world, plans sold in the individual or non-group market could exclude maternity coverage. And we have consumer stories where people, they came out of the employer world where maternity is always covered, they purchased a non-group plan and were shocked to find out maternity wasn't included in there. That cannot happen anymore because all the plans everywhere cover roughly the same set of services. So that's a whole swath, and it's comprehensive. So that's a whole swath of things that now the consumer doesn't have to worry about at the point of health plan shopping. They've also sort of boxed in how valuable these plans have to be. They can go up to roughly 90% actuarial value, which is a policy whereby across the group of people who are insured, the plan's going to pay 90% and the insured pays 10%, down to roughly 60%, where the health plan is paying 60 and the group of insured is different for each individual, is paying 40. But still, that boxes it in and it takes away some really junk health insurance policies off of the market. Another consumer protection that makes it easier and they can shop more confidently. Because confidence in the health insurance shopping arena is a major problem. Even people who actually do understand health insurance have no confidence that they can select the best plan for themselves. They put a hard out-of-pocket max in. Another problem in the old world was that you might buy a plan and it says, and there was a wonderful study done by an economist at Georgetown, that it used to be you could buy a plan that nominally had an out-of-pocket maximum of, let's say, $5,000. But by the time you looked at all the exceptions to that maximum, maybe if you got breast cancer, maybe you're actually paying $30,000 out of pocket. Under that scenario, how could you possibly sort of manage your finances and budget? Because it was a wholly out-of-pocket maximum instead of a firm out-of-pocket maximum. So the Affordable Care Act fixed that. So those are things that were good and really made it possible for consumers to make informed choices on the marketplace. It also increased complexity. When you require people to buy health insurance and you have guaranteed issue, you've got to help people buy that insurance. So we have what's called the tax credit subsidy for people who buy on their own. That it's necessary, it's got to be there, it's darn hard to explain to consumers and to figure out if you qualify that or maybe you qualify for Medicaid. So that is, there's also areas where complexity was increased. We have new sources of information. Mike alluded to this. We have something called the Summary of Benefits and Coverage Form, which is a standard way of documenting what a health plan covers that does not vary whether you're buying in the new marketplaces, you're buying from your employer, or any other privately insured product. And that's really helpful for consumers. I don't think it's realized its promise, but maybe in Q&A we can talk about why that's true. And there's things like Hospital Compare. We have there's a lot of pressure to improve what's called rate review, which is where you look at the justification for a premium rate increase. So lots of transportation information type of things. We have new incentives that are signaling things to the consumer. For example, preventive care, if it meets certain criteria so that it's considered high value care by the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force, is offered at no cost sharing. So that's another form of behavioral economics whereby we're trying to signal to consumers, buy more of this because we've reduced the price to zero. There's complexities there in terms of how it unrolled that we can talk about. So there's a lot going on that has in this act, that has a very profound impact on the everyday insurance decisions of consumers. A couple things that I don't want to link too closely to the Affordable Care Act are the advent of high deductible plans. That's a phenomenon that is, as well as narrow network plans. These are phenomena that have been going on for quite a long time, and the reason is it's health plans' response to high costs. Mike also alluded to that. Everyone's looking for levers to pull so that we can reduce how much we pay for health care, because the truth is what we pay for every man, woman, and child in this country is unaffordable for the vast amount of American families. And right now we're borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, and we're moving the shells around, and we're subsidizing, and we have tax advantage and this, that, and the other thing. But the fundamental problem is a value problem, which is what I am focused on at the Healthcare Value Hub at Consumers Union. And so it would be interesting if we have time to get into a discussion of how can we, let's worry about how consumers fare when they're shopping for health coverage and they're consuming services, but also what are the levers we can pull, maybe with regulators, policymakers, and providers, those same behavioral economic levers to reduce how much we spend on healthcare and deliver better value to consumers. I'll stop there.
Rachel, what about the sort of broader environmental landscape that we need to take into account as we think about the Affordable Care Act and behavioral economics in that context?
Sure. I mean, I can pick up right where Lynn led off, that there's a tendency or desire to tell a narrative about health in a way that the individual sort of is the unit of analysis, and that the decision making then falls at the individual. Maybe this is part of the transition that was just brought up, but we do that at the risk of forgetting to recognize what is commonly referred to as the social determinants of health, or the environmental determinants of health, that there are aspects such as gender and genetics and income level and social status, and increasingly important things like social network, not just your digital social network, of course, but what sort of social supports you have, what is your access to clinical healthcare services, what's your education level, and those sorts of things, so that if we really want to take full advantage of what behavioral economics may offer to health, we first need to understand the conditions that are needed to actually produce good health before we try to insert it into some of our present day interventions that are actually not producing it at a value that makes sense for us.
And Debbie, how then do we put all this in the context, the background on the Affordable Care Act, looking at the specifics, the broader environmental landscape? How do we think about all that in the context, or how do we think of behavioral economics in the context of all that specifically?
Behavioral economics is in its infancy as applied to healthcare, but that there's a lot of promise. But just like we have 3 tiers in many of our pharmaceutical benefits programs, I think that there are different tiers that we tend to look at this. Where we tend to focus in behavioral economics right now is on the consumer. And I'll just give you a couple of examples, and then I want to take it a step up and tell you that I think that there's a lot of potential to use it within health insurance in ways that we're not doing it now. And I happen to be, it's funny for me to talk about behavioral economics to healthcare, because for those of you who know me, I've been a Medicaid and a health insurance expert. But I also have a public health background, so I think if we don't really embrace, and I'm sorry, but this is my bandwagon that I've been on for like 30 or 40 years. If we don't finally do something about the socioeconomic determinants of health and realize that better health is not only the bailiwick of DHHS, but it's also the bailiwick of the Department of Education, housing, and I could go on, and that goes down right to the local level where everybody experiences healthcare and going to experience it much more, as Mike told you. So with that as a backdrop, what we've done is we can tend to look at consumer behavior, typical microeconomic behavior, but by finally saying, let's look at people's actual behavior instead of what we think it ought to be or what Homo economicus taught us, as biased a phrase as that is. So think about things like bounded rationality or decision fatigue. They really apply, right? We've just heard that there's still a dizzying array of choices to be made. And here I am. I just moved to Rand from the university where Josh Tassoff is. The health insurance benefits were completely different. It took me a lot of my time, and my time is valuable, to figure out what I was going to do, and even I had decision fatigue. All right. So so many people have limitations on what they can process, and there's so many choices, deductibles, doctors, hospitals, in-network, out of my area completely. And I go, how are we going to help people make choices that are both good for them but good for their health? When most of the time, a lot of people don't focus on what's good for their health. They focus on a lot of other things that make them more comfortable. Salience. It's a very, very powerful thing, but we're not using it at the macro levels or at the micro levels, I think, in ways that we can really discuss. So I'll just pick an example. My back really hurts me now, but I can only afford to go to the doctor once, and I can only afford to fill one of 2 medicines. I also have hypertension. So what I do is I take the codeine for my back and I don't buy my antihypertensives, even though in the longer run, that's going to be the one that saves my life. So that's, another example of salience and how the future is so heavily discounted. That's where I think we can use, and I'm really excited about thinking of this, we tend to think of this at the micro level, and at the health insurance level, the instruments we have that we've been using, like price, are very, very blunt instruments. And they're not brought to the level of what we know about that consumer. Even though a pharmaceutical benefits manager will know by virtue of the drugs that I've purchased before, had filled for 90 days, what some of my problems are. They could actually tinker with that for me and reduce the price and say, okay, we're going to tell you what you're going to buy, without paternalism. We're going to tell you what you should buy this month. Unless you say otherwise, we're going to send you your antihypertensive. Codeine's on the bottom of the list. It's bad for you for a lot of reasons. Present bias. I love that one. It explains why I may not choose to have my colonoscopy, because it really is a pain in this. Why? I want to overweight my discomfort now, that's the present, and I don't want to have the procedure even though in the long run it might save me. So I heavily discount the future for the present. What are we going to do about that? Again, this is another place where we could tinker with what is valuable. Now, to some extent, we have done that because a colonoscopy is included in the set of preventive benefits that are free. But if you go look, most people don't have them. It's too much trouble. What are we going to do? Status quo bias. I'm as guilty as anybody. I like my doctor. But if I were to go look at his or her quality indicators, and there are plenty out there that most people can't process, I might be choosing the wrong doctor for me. As an example, in the 90s, when the outcome movement started, I'm going to tell you a real story. Now, I did a lot of studies on knee replacements. You may remember these. Okay, so one day, a guy that Mike knows, because he used to work for him, was Doc Bowen. Doc Bowen calls me. I'm at Indiana University at the time, and Doc calls me, he says, Debbie, my wife needs her knee replaced. So I was going to send her to Dr. X. Now, I knew that Dr. X's outcomes were worse than any 20 other people he could have gone to that he also knew. He wasn't using the information. We couldn't disclose it that way. And when it is disclosed, most people don't use it. Now, my response to Doc was, Doc, you live in northern Indiana. I'm trying to think of the gentle way without telling the guy who was the most popular guy to have knee replacements done. He had the volume, but he had poorer outcomes, and we adjusted for as much severity as we possibly could. I said to Doc, Doc, you live in northern Indiana, only an hour from Chicago. Is there anybody here from Chicago? I know there are people who went to Chicago, University of. So I said, Doc, I know the guys with the best outcomes in Chicago. May I call them for you? He said, yes. So that was the status quo. He knew the guy. He felt comfortable. It was the wrong decision to make. Finally, nudges. We've been talking about nudging. But generally, the nudging has been at the level of somebody communicating with me. The Affordable Care Act and how it lays out, as everybody said, is so complicated even though it's simplified some things, it's still such a dizzying array. But we could actually embed nudges in how we are designing health insurance itself. We can also embed nudges in, I love the idea of thinking about what the nursing school and the medical school of the future should be like. And we can start talking to physicians and nurses and podiatrists and everyone about nudges without calling them that. So it improves their communication with patients and hopefully leads to better health. So these are some of the potentialities that I see, and also embedded in some of the complexity that we've already been talking about.
I want to pick up on a point you just made about the story that you just illustrated, and a point that Mike made earlier about whether or not health is somehow different. And let me just refer, though, first to the President's executive order, which reads in part, behavioral science insights can support a range of national priorities, including ... enabling Americans to lead longer, healthier lives. You all, Mike and Debbie in particular, have just made the case for why this may not work, that health or healthcare or access to healthcare is kind of different from some of the other things we discussed this morning, credit card debt or whatever. Is it really going to work here? I mean, can it work?
Are we talking about can the Affordable Care Act?
No, I'm asking can we look at healthcare?
As
How
a
helpful
commodity.
how helpful is behavioral economics in terms of looking at healthcare more broadly, and the Affordable Care Act more specifically, given that you just made the case that we act totally irrationally when it comes to, is healthcare somehow different than some of the other, or the traditional commodities that we think about?
Well, health economists have said for as long as we've been around that healthcare is different. And I could go over why the market doesn't operate like a market. But we've never had the tools to really deal with that. And I think behavioral economics gives us some hope of doing that. Do I think it's going to get us all the way there? I wish I could say that, Ruth, but I don't think so.
No. And I give you another example this morning for those of you who heard on the news. The American Cancer Society came out today with the change in its recommendations for mammography. And I can tell you, I was on the Hill when the U.S. Preventive Services Task Force came out in the middle of the debate over the Affordable Care Act about that change. And the part of the legislation said, basically, we're not going to make that change. Totally irrelevant what the data show. And I think that is in part because health care and health is a little bit different. So, Mike, I don't know if you want to add to something there.
I would like to pick up on that, actually pick up on several things that were said in response to that question. If you think of behavioral economics as focusing both the behavior dimension and the economics dimension, not just on individuals but on populations, I think it certainly has a role. On the what we need to have for individual decisions and for population-wide decisions is better information and better incentives.
Mammography, that's a population decision.
Right.
Population health. We haven't been talking about that a whole lot, so I'm glad you are, Mike.
And clearly, with respect to individual decisions, I think better information that drives different behaviors is absolutely essential. Not that it's not important for population as well, but we are going to have better information. And so that's very much relevant. And if we take an expansive view of the President's executive order to not just be focused on individuals, but on populations, it absolutely applies. And it especially applies on the incentive side of things. We have to start moving incentives so that they're dominantly focused not on individuals, but on population decisions for the very reasons that were mentioned about the fundamental importance of socioeconomic status, of environmental factors, and so forth in health outcomes.
either you want to add to
I'd love to share an example.
Please do.
I would say the answer to the question is we have a vast amount of opportunity to use behavioral economics to get to better population health and more individual comfort. Huge, and lots of natural experiments to exploit. But I'm just going to tell you one in the hopes that it will. It is to say that consumers don't view healthcare as a commodity is not the same thing as saying they don't respond to incentives. An older study, I think it's from the 90s, where they were trying to understand how to get families who weren't enrolling their children in the new CHIP program, a public coverage program. One of the things that was tried in New Jersey, and this is a program that is extremely low cost. It's the coverage is easy to use. There's really almost no reason not to put your qualified child in the CHIP program. But nonetheless, people didn't understand it. They were leery of it. They had concerns. In New Jersey, they offered free ice cream if you would come and enroll in this coverage. And they had this profound uptick in the number of people enrolling because they understood free ice cream. They wanted it, whereas they didn't understand health insurance coverage. So there you have it. It doesn't mean that they won't respond to incentives. We just have to figure out the best incentive landscape.
And that's why I said it has to really be tailored to the person and to the context. I'm not the same as everybody in here. And even though I may respond to incentives, I'm not going to respond the same way. So looking at the population level is very important. And looking at individual behavior and tailoring, I think, is pretty important too.
Because I want to let people ask questions, and there are just a zillion issues here. We didn't even get to things like what does the Affordable Care Act do in terms of impact on physician behavior or institutional behavior, all which are part of the Affordable Care Act. But let me ask this question before we turn to the audience. Yesterday, I spent all day here in a roundtable discussion on how to build a digital health advisor for everybody in the United States. Is this a good way, digital health advisor, to assist consumers in making health decisions that are in their best interest? Are there other kinds of technologies we should be thinking about, other kinds of services? And I'm going to ask you each to take 2 minutes to give an answer to that one. We'll start at that end.
I mean, there's a tremendous amount of energy and excitement around that idea in Silicon Valley. BJ Fogg at Stanford runs the Persuasive Technology Lab, hosts a mobile health session, I think, every year. He used to, at least. And there's a tremendous amount of VC investment that's making that bet, saying, look, if we figure out how to, on the spectrum of motivation and ability to act, can we use technology to trigger at the appropriate time, provide the appropriate information that's relevant and actionable for the user at that moment of decision making? So lots of new startups, lots of energy around it, lots of deep implications on what that means and sort of this burden of empowerment that we're going to put on individuals as we, I guess my gut to digital health advisor for everyone in the country is no. I don't think we want to extend.
It was clear from the discussion yesterday, they're not there, but technologically we could get there. And I guess my question for all of you, taking into account some of the things we've discussed today from a behavioral perspective.
Could you have a widget? Yes. We can build that, sure.
No, but do you think it'll make a difference in terms of people making better healthcare decisions?
For some. To Debbie's point, to people that is the motivating piece, that what they lack is information at an actionable time, then we can meet that health need. If the need is, I know exactly what I need, but I don't have money to fill this script, then telling me to fill my script, remind me of that example earlier of the people ignoring the text messages.
As someone who did a lot of research early on the safety net and Medicaid and Medi-Cal, and I feel so great on the one hand because of the Medicaid expansion, and I was the Medicaid managed care guru or something, and now it's 80% of it is built on top of that. But if you go and to Mike's original point about culture, if you go into a Latino area, you go into, I'm from New York City, a black area in Harlem, okay? I doubt it. Now, I don't want you to mistake what I'm about to say, but there's a whole socioeconomic status overlay on all of this. We found out very early on and research on adherence to pharmaceutical regimens. In the early days of AIDS, that a lot of AIDS patients didn't take their meds because they didn't understand the 16 different meds they had to take. So on the one hand, I probably would be very happy to have a decision aid in my hand where I could query it. I could maybe input some of my own data and I could query it and it could give me answers and help me do analyses. But I really worry about those people who don't have an education, who don't have any money, who live in a completely underserved area like the one that starts 1 block from where I live, and whether that's going to be a solution for them. So I want to come back to the same thing as saying there are going to be some basic principles, but I don't see a situation in which one size will fit all.
Lynn, you want to add to that? And my question is a little bit broader. I don't mean just that. Are there other methods of technology that could help?
I think that we're going to find in the area of healthcare, in the area of trying to get people to follow healthy behaviors, trying to be smart shoppers for health insurance, consuming clinical healthcare services, that we should be humble with respect to the role technology can play. I think it can be really useful for organizing the available information. But consumers lack confidence when it comes to navigating these complex things, particularly health insurance and health care. And the way they gain confidence is by having a live human being whose expertise they trust tell them, you are navigating your information correctly. So I think that we should look about paired solutions where people have access to an actual human, as well as maybe digital tools that have reflect consumer testing of how to organize and present information. You know, there's a role for those, but let's make sure that we are dealing with all those barriers that consumer face, which is basically Rachel's point. Let's have a comprehensive understanding of the barriers as to why they might not use that information.
Mike, you get the last word, and then we'll open it up for questions.
Well, thank you. I'll answer that in two ways. Will a digital health advisor improve the health of the population as a whole? No, not substantially, for the reasons that we've mentioned. On the other hand, will a digital health advisor be appropriate for individual patient care? It not only will be appropriate, it'll be necessary. The very simple fact is that we're learning more and more about how individuals vary with respect to their susceptibility to condition A, B, C, X, Y, Z, with how they vary with respect to diagnostic A, B, C, and X, Y, Z. We are well beyond the situation in which any clinician can hold in their single head the information necessary to make the decisions in consultation with the patient, much less the patient themselves. In 1970 was the last time, or thereabouts, that we had a prayer of encountering a physician, I'll use the word physician, who was able to have the universe's knowledge in order to help guide the decision. We all know from our Psych 1A courses that the maximum number for the average population individual of facts that one can retain at any given time around a particular issue is 7. Well, with proteomics and biomics and genomics, we are well into the thousands that are now required and are going to be required for individual decisions. That cannot be processed without the help of digital technology. Now, it's necessary, it's not sufficient, because the translation and interpretation of the information that's provided has to be stewarded with a dialogue.
Questions? Yes, and if you'll wait for the microphone.
So I've spent a lot of time thinking about both financial decision-making and health insurance decision-making over my career. And I'm curious if you think that consumers actually have the ability to make the kinds of choices that we're asking them to make under the Affordable Care Act. For example, an important part of the insurance products that we're offering is that there's a large amount of cost sharing with the hopes that we'll encourage consumers to choose cheaper forms and more effective forms of health care. But I'm curious if you think consumers actually have the ability to do that, or do we need to really be thinking about how behavioral economics can inform policy to help make the choices easier for people?
Who wants to jump in first?
I'm happy to.
Okay.
Again, plans featuring high amounts of cost sharing aren't unique to the Affordable Care Act plans, the ones that where we really changed the nature. They've received them in, the majority of our population has employer coverage. We've seen them in employer coverage for a long time. But we do have lots of wonderful evidence, and there's an issue brief at the Healthcare Value Hub that says consumers don't respond. They can't take this skin in the game, if you will, and then they're empowered to make perfect decisions about which healthcare to consume, which healthcare not to consume. In fact, they're extremely bad at it. They will underconsume free preventive care. That was the clincher for me, that they just sort of assumed, well, I know I face a lot of cost sharing. That's kind of all I understand about the plan, so I'm just not going to consume any health care. And the evidence is really strong. So no, high deductible health plans are not a benefit design that is really fully utilizing all the behavioral economic techniques that are available to us, and we should probably just move on from this.
Yes.
Hi, I wanted to ask a question about the last point that Mike made around physicians only being able, or any medical professional being able to only hold a certain amount of information in your mind, and the need for technology in that case. There's research in the medical decision-making field, though, that consumers have a huge distaste for physicians using this type of decision aid behind the scenes. So kind of extrapolating from percentages or population, things of that nature, because everyone feels like they're their own person, they have their own case, and all these statistics don't apply to them in particular. So how do you think you would reconcile the need for this type of technology behind the scenes, but a consumer's potential distaste for that actually upfront?
I guess my response would be, and I'm out of my realm here because I don't know the literature in that dimension, but I'm guessing from what I do know that the problem here is not with the technology, it's with the delivery. That there are perfectly viable ways of intermediating the access to information and the individual's response to and receptiveness to that information. We have seen that, for example, with the use of some very innovative apps. There's an app for that at end of life, when people are given. Actually, it's interesting. It's not just patients given, but clinicians. They're not aware of the numbers either. Better information about actual survivability under different intervention circumstances. They want that information, and it totally changes their perspective and their decisions.
If I may, I mean, as someone who
Please.
spends a lot of time thinking about the 10-year out future, you know, the conversation we get into a lot at the Institute is, for something like oncology, it's really hard to imagine 10, 15 years down the line, your oncologist not using some sort of cognitive learning system, given all the determinants that were just talked about, to then come up with the precise and appropriate treatment for you. So it may also, I take that point, I think that's right, that the story is really lacking when people are using these technologies today, particularly clinicians. But in the future, it's hard. It's harder, I would argue, to imagine a future where your oncologist is just saying, my gut tells me this is the right therapy for you. Needless to say, whether or not that will even be paid for. So I do think that's a moment in time, and perhaps there's some lagging indicators, but I think looking forward, these are going to be, they're already being incorporated into medical education, and you're starting to see them come into play.
So that's the part of the art of medicine, not just the science in medicine. But to your point, lots of people think whatever the statistics are, they don't apply to them. I'm going to beat it, whatever it may be.
Well, can I say one thing
Yes,
in defense
please.
of that consumer? I believe the Institute of Medicine has reported that we only have evidence of best practices for about 50% of the medical treatments that get delivered. So there is this swath of medical treatment for which there is much of an art, because we don't yet know what the best course of action is. So that's just something to keep in mind as we think about that future with the
And of course,
clinical
it doesn't
decision-making
help
tools.
from a consumer perspective when they hear the American Cancer Society changed what it's recommending today compared to what it's been recommending for decades. They don't know what to do. Yes. I'll come to you last. You're the host. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. Deb Whitman from AARP. So this sort of plays off Michael's point about there's a lot of provisions in the ACA to provide more information. And I think that's a huge value, and many of us that thought gold, silver, and bronze were clear enough are finding that perhaps it isn't. So my first part of my question is about how do you present information in a more clear way, particularly when you're trying to mix cost and quality across different spectrums. And then a corollary to that is some of the things that we created to provide information to consumers, like the hospital compare, may actually be more valuable to the hospitals who are trying to improve their score, and may have a bigger input not on directing consumers to go to this hospital, to that hospital, but for hospitals to compare against each other and try and make improvements. So who is the information for, and how can we structure in a way that has the greatest impact?
Behavioral change for organizations. Who wants to jump on that one?
Oh, well, all right, I'm fine. I'm not very shy. I think this is a wonderful question. I think you raised the first point you raised is consumers actually, can they synthesize price and quality information? And the answer is no. We have no ability. Nobody is trained to make that type of trade-off. That's why it is difficult for consumers to shop in the marketplace. And is there even an expert? Like, I look at the healthcare value literature all the time, and all we know is we want to send quality higher and cost down if possible. We know the direction we want to move in, but there is no measure that synthesizes those two things. So this is difficult. However, I think for the regular consumer, that doesn't really hold them back. But what we need to know as an audience, and this is why your foundational research becomes so important, is when a health policy person thinks about healthcare quality, they think about, oh, what did we measure using HEDIS or the CAP survey? When consumers think about healthcare quality, they want to know, was my doctor nice to me? Did they listen? Yes, how long did I have to wait? And in part, that's because the majority of our consumers have not had a serious illness. So they haven't had to interact with the health system in this profound way. When you get someone who's had a bad experience, the story changes completely. So I think that this is where I think there's all this potential for behavioral economics, but it's going to take more research, particularly in the quality sphere. What we know right now is consumers don't use the quality information available to them. I think we can change that, but there's a lot of work to do. I love your final point, and I loved it in the earlier panel when they talked about peer comparisons. I think there's lots of evidence out there that across different venues that peer comparisons are very, very powerful. People care about how they measure up relative to people like them. And I think that there's some nice evidence showing that it's very effective with hospitals and providers. So maybe you haven't threatened to pay them less or more. You've simply said, well, here's how you stack up, and you're kind of an outlier when it comes to how much you charge for this service, or when it comes to how what your outcomes look like. And we should do a lot more of that. We should exploit that to its fullest extent before we do anything else. And that kind of gets back to helps with the healthcare value problem.
Talk about motivators. I mean, we all can. There are lots of problems with these. With the rankings, whether you're talking about at universities or hospitals, but boy, they really do get people to pay attention. Yes, please, Mike.
Just 3 quick points in response to Deb's observation and question. First is the issue of the analytic foci that we use in the current application of behavioral economics. Which is substantially driven by our fee-for-volume system. And that is, it's often focused on individual decisions around individual services. That is a paradigm that is a false paradigm, ultimately. I may be overstating the science involved and the focus of the science, but I do think that as it's applied today, we need to look at a substantial change in the application of the science away from the fee for volume enterprise we have now to the fee for value. So the second point is, it would be wonderful to see the field of behavioral economics develop the kind of scientific capacity to assess the population-wide influences involved, to focus on how we can structure incentives at a population level to make a difference, if for no other reason than to emphasize the shortfalls in the former model. The third point I'll make very quickly is a practical point about the volume of data. One of the challenges we have as a society is that regardless of what we're analyzing, we're drawing numbers that are largely unstandardized, that are highly diffuse, and not comparable from institution to institution, from city to city, from state to state, from nation to nation, for that matter. And we need to focus in on a very short set of core measures that actually can give us a much better reliable set of tools to apply to the science of behavioral economics and yield consistent results over time.
Yes. There you go.
Hi, this is more of a comment, I guess, than a question, but by putting the financial and the healthcare sessions together, I had a little aha moment today, which is, and you know, Senator Warren, sort of one of her claims to fame is she wrote that article about healthcare contributing to more personal bankruptcies in this country than any other factor.
Number one.
Number
Yep.
one. And so that really brings them together. And I think that when you look at low-wage, low-income folks, and some people say, they're making this wrong decision and they're over-insuring themselves, that if they decided instead to take the higher deductible, they'd actually save on the premium. But I think what hit me this morning was, no, these are liquidity constrained, as you fancy financial people say, people. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to prepay for an expense that is impossible for them to predict. And it seems to me like it's actually a very rational decision on their part. And what we have, they know what their rent is, they know what their wages are, but there's no way for them to possibly predict what their healthcare costs are going to be. And that seems to me like where we really have to focus the behavioral economics for low-income folks, so that they, what may look to us like being overinsured is actually perhaps the right thing for them.
Sherry, you get the last word. No,
she had her question.
She had her question. She did her question.
She asked the question.
Oh, she had. Anybody else?
I have a question for the panel. So, one of the things that the ACA also did that we haven't talked about is really empower employers to use behavioral economics. If they're paying for your benefit, they can really now start to pull some strings. I don't know how many people are part of a program that will incentivize you to use a Fitbit tracker or go and get some biomedical screening, that sort of thing. And the ACA actually upped the percent now. So you can use up to 30% of the cost of your premium can go to incentivizing these kind of behaviors. And I think it's something like 50% for tobacco cessation. So we watch that at the Institute because it's sort of an early sampling of what pulling some of these levers might start looking for. And I don't know if anyone saw that article in The Atlantic of unfit bits where it was all these startups that are trying to create workarounds, like you can put your Fitbit on your dog or whatever to get your steps in. But I think it points to sort of so anyway, I just was wondering if any of you are watching the workplace wellness movement and sort of how behavioral economics is being used in workplace employer-sponsored workplace programs, and have any comments on how they're being used today.
Well, I haven't studied it, but I've been hanging around the field for long enough to opine without any basis of evidence. I think that the involvement of employers in health is a good thing. I think that the involvement of employers in health can be a perverse thing. So I think that there have to be safeguards involved and close observations about what's happening. And more importantly, I'll come back to two things that have already been referenced. One is the need for a core set of standardized metrics that will allow us to understand what's happening as employers engage in these activities. So we look across different organizations about what the activities and the impacts are. And secondly, I would hope, since it takes a village to produce good health, that employers would use part of their energies to reach out and stimulate change at the community level.
I, of course, have a quick observation on all things. I also have not studied this particular phenomenon in depth, but we do occasionally scan the evidence, and I think it's mixed with respect to how well these programs work. So it's not a slam dunk, which is what I see. I feel like a lot of times the interventions we look at are the ones that we can do as opposed to the ones that we should do. And so because the IRS permits this, we'll do that. Or because my benefits consulting firm is pushing Y, I'll do that one. As opposed to let's look from the bottom up, what are the major barriers that prevent consumers from realizing good health and dealing with those. And so just as an example, no matter what we try in my office building, we cannot get them to unlock the doors between stairs, so we can't use the stairway to travel across between floors. I'm willing to do it. It would have a great impact on my health, but nope, we can't do that. But we'll do these other goofy things that I'm pretty sure have no impact on my health whatsoever. So.
We've got time for one last question if anybody has anything. No? Then let me just conclude by saying that, and we obviously didn't have time, I think there'll be agreement here on the panel that the Affordable Care Act, in terms of behavior and healthcare, has implications not just for the individual patient, but for physicians, for employers, for health benefits organizations. It's just enormous. It touches every aspect. Well, whatever you think of the Affordable Care Act, it touches all of these and many, many more. So I want to thank the panel and thank all of you again for sticking around. And I think that's it. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Ruth. This one? Yeah. Ruth, thank you very much for a great panel. We're going to transition now. That's not me, that's Jeremy.
No, just now? Okay.
But hold on a second. I don't need to say anything.
How can I get to market presentation?
So hold on for a second on that. I'll introduce everyone. And,
Sure.
Yeah, I'm going to talk for a sec.
Sure.
Can we do a quick run through this and things working?
Yeah. Okay. So Emily should be voting it right now?
That's all right. You don't have to.
Okay, thanks everyone. We're going to try to transition right into the next session in the interest of time, so please start making your way to your seats. So we'll shift focus back again a little bit here to looking more at some foundational research on experimental and behavioral economics in terms of improving savings behavior. And we have 3 great papers all focused on experiments and their different rights on behavioral biases underlying building savings and also interventions to try to help consumers improve financial health. And I'm delighted to have Jeremy Smith serve as the moderator for this panel. Jeremy is the Associate Director of Aspen's Initiative on Financial Security. So Jeremy, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, fellow Jeremy. Good afternoon, everybody. I think we have the death panel guys right after the lunch break with without a break in between. But it's great to be moving back from healthcare to financial decision making. As Jeremy said, I'm the associate director here at the Financial Security Program, and within the program, I lead most of the work on retirement security. So for me, this panel is both professionally and personally. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to moderate it. I just want to say a couple of quick things, and then we'll jump right in. And I think the first is, when you think about behavioral economics and its impact on financial decision making, right? I think many people would agree that within savings, that's the place where it's had its greatest impact, right? You've got this wealth of research. Maya referred to it a little bit this morning, right? We've got research from Bridget Madrian and David Lapson at Harvard. You've got Alicia Manel's team. You've got Olivia Mitchell. You've got ARP, EBRI. There's a wealth of really great research on the impact, especially on defaults, that behavioral economics can have on savings behavior, and particularly retirement savings behavior, right? And in addition to that wealth of research, we have a whole ream of experimentation, right? An actual savings behavior within retirement plans. What happens if you introduce a default, right? So we know a lot. We know a lot about what behavioral economics can do to impact savings decisions, especially, as I said, around defaults, right? And on the other hand, also, equally importantly, it's had an impact on policy, right? With the Pension Protection Act of 2006, retirement plan providers have been allowed to incorporate behaviorally informed decisions into their plans. So we now have almost a decade's worth of experience looking at what happens. It's legal in the United States. There's a lot of experience of what's going on. So it's had a big impact, right? And I was struck as I was thinking about this panel about the question that Redis asked this morning to Maya, right? Like, so we know a lot, but what impact has it had, right? And I think in retirement savings, on the one hand, you can say, well, it's had a huge impact, right? Especially auto escalation has a pretty big impact or a pretty big effect on how many people participate in a plan, right? So there's a lot for people who work in this area to be proud of in terms of real world impacts, right? On the other hand, I think everybody who works in the field knows we still have a huge coverage gap, right? Not that that's the fault of behavioral economics, but in the United States, roughly half the workforce still doesn't have a retirement savings plan on the one hand, right? On the other hand, what we talked about this morning, especially on the panel with Maureen Conway, right, is we have this emerging contingent economy, for lack of a better way to describe it, right? There's a growing percentage of people, this is going to be a much more important problem going forward, who, because of their workforce arrangements, don't have access to any sort of plan at all, and don't have access to people who are using behaviorally informed tools that work. And and then I think on finally, you also have in the wake of the Pension Protection Act, right? You had this spike in adoption, but it's pretty much leveled off. So there are still a lot of firms out there, a lot of plan providers that could be offering behaviorally informed features that are not, right? So we really have still, I would say, a long way to go. Happily, we have people here who can help us take us there, right? We've got 3 really exciting papers, 2 on retirement savings directly, right? So we've got the paper that Oda is going to present, which is really about this sort of intersection between behavioral principles and the online interface that most people use to engage with their retirement savings, right? And then we have a second paper, Joshua's paper, which looks at time preferences and exponential growth bias and its impact on retirement savings. And then finally, Redis is going to not talk about retirement savings. He's going to talk about short-term savings, but really about the impact that research and especially random control trials can have on the design of regulatory practice, right? So 3 really, really exciting papers. And we have Phil Armour here from RAND, who's going to be our discussant. You have in your package everybody's bios, so I will just do a sort of brief summary. On my left, Oded Nov, who is an associate professor at NYU School of Engineering. He's a PhD from Cambridge, and his research focuses on design for consumer decision-making and social computing. To his left is Joshua Tassoff, who's a behavioral economist at Claremont Graduate University. Works on diverse topics, including how people misperceive exponential growth and the implications of this misperception. He also looks at people's preferences to seek or avoid anxiety-provoking health information and how overconfidence and over-optimism can lead to poor financial decision-making. Raise your hand if that's ever happened to you. He received his PhD from Berkeley and his SB from MIT. Next to Joshua is Redis Zaliaukis, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, who works in the behavioral economics team at the UK Financial Conduct Authority. His focus is on experimental economics as well as on the policy advice on behavioral economics. He's worked on designing and executing a number of randomized controlled trials, both in the lab and in the field. And Redis has an MSc in economics and a BSc in physics from the University of Freiburg in Germany. And last but not least, Phil Armour, who's going to be our discussant, is an associate economist at the RAND Corporation in Santa Monica. He's also a professor at Pardee RAND Graduate School. He has a PhD in economics from Cornell with fields in behavioral, labor, and public economics. So without further ado, Oded.
Thank you. So how's the mic here? Can you hear me well? So this is work done with Junius Gunaratne, who is my doctoral student. And we study human interaction, which is basically the study of how people interact with the computers and how the way the computer is designed, what tools are available to them on the screen, the levers they can pull, the information that's available to them once they hover over certain areas, how all of this impacts people's behavior, how it shapes their behavior and impacts their decision making. So obviously, the field of consumer finance is an interesting domain for us because in the last 15 years, really has been a sea change in where decisions take place. Where in the past, people used to do it in the branch or in front of someone they trusted. Most of the decisions people make today with respect to financial matters happens in front of a screen. This is actually perhaps even a bit not very relevant today, as more and more people are using handheld devices, tablets, and so on. But the vast majority of people make decisions, sometimes life decisions, in front of a screen. So the way this screen is built, the type of interactions, the things that people can do with this screen that's in front of them is really critical and can shape their behavior, their decisions. And so we wanted to study this, and we thought that a good combination to approach this domain is to take things from behavioral economics and behavioral finance, some principle from these areas, translate them into design decisions, and then apply them in a domain where people could use some help. And we think that human-computer interaction, so that's the HCI there, can really do quite a lot for consumer finance. To begin with, human-computer interaction can really help people understand the long-term ramification of their decisions today. So it's very hard to communicate to people how a small decision about contribution to retirement today will unfold over 30 years. Well, with interactive technology, we can do this pretty easily. And if we find clever ways of presenting this information to users and let them interact with it, then perhaps they'll make more informed decisions. Using interactive design, we can also customize or personalize the interactive experience that people have, and as a result, their decisions might be more suitable for them. We can also adapt the environment to external changes that are not necessarily related to the users themselves. And then we can also help people overcome inertia, which, as we know, is a big problem when it comes to financial decision making. And overall, we can really believe that we can help people make more informed decisions. So we're not claiming to know what the best decisions are for people. We're not in this game, but we are trying to give consumers tools to make informed decisions and make the decisions that are right for them. And we think of it as a two-way relationship. So on the one hand, we take some of the insight, some of the knowledge that is available in the behavioral economics literature and translate it into design decisions and to things that people can interact with, but we also think that there's another element to this relationship, which is we develop new computational tools that will help us gain some insights about human behavior, human decisions as it evolves, and as people get exposed to more complex or more nuanced type of information relative to what they had in the past. So we hope to contribute in this area as well. So I'm going to very briefly talk about 3 studies that we did that combine behavioral economics, human-computer interaction, and consumer finance, and specifically retirement saving. The first one is we used social comparison and expert advice as a way to get people to make the right decisions for them. Social comparison is this very general idea that people look around them to see what others are doing before they make decisions. Expert advice, we also know from vast literature on the topic that people listen to experts and then try to negotiate what they hear from these experts with their own ideas about what needs to be done, and as a result, their behavior may be altered. And we developed this retirement savings simulator. We tried to make it pretty close to what the commercial tools that are available via Vanguard and Fidelity and so on. This is a simplified version of it. And we ran a number of experiments. So in this particular case, the decision people had to make was how to allocate their savings. So they were given a task to save for retirement. They had $10,000 per year to allocate between stocks, bonds, and cash, which represent different levels of risk. And their goal was to reach $1.5 million after 34 years. So this was a 34-stage game, if you will, where people need to make 34 decisions and where they can get feedback all the time. How are they doing compared to various other inputs that I'll show in a minute? To make sure that we get the incentives of the users aligned, we created this bonus structure where you had the default pay and you could reach up to 5 times that default based on how close you were to your goal, to the 1.5 million goal. So we believe that it created a sufficient incentive for users to actually get to play it right and try to get to their goal. We ran it on Amazon Mechanical Turk with close to 500 people, and we used realistic data, albeit disguised as other years. So for the users, this was data starting from 2014, but this was historical data, and as I mentioned, the decision people had to make at this very limited experiment was simply to divide their assets, their savings, across between 3 different asset types. And we presented to them, so this was a between subject experiment. We presented to them 3 type of experiences. So each person saw only one of them and saw the same thing again and again. So the first group of users saw the expert advice condition. So this is our simulator, except that there was a vignette there. I mean, it's enlarged here for presentation purposes, but it showed them an adaptive information on how much they should be allocating to each asset type at each year. So these numbers changed every year, and this was taken from the finance literature with respect to how much they should allocate to each asset. Nobody forced them to use this, of course, but the information was made available to them and was changed every year as and of course was adapted to what they already had in their portfolio. The second experiments involved social comparison, and here we simply showed them what others have done at this stage of their saving career. Again, they were not forced to do anything, but they were told that this is what people in your situation did, and this is how they allocated. And the third condition was a control in which none of these actually appeared. Then we compared these, and there are several measures of ways to compare the outcomes of this. But if you look at the likelihood of reaching their goal, then clearly the expert advice turned out to be a much more powerful motivator for people to get there, certainly much better than the control condition. Go through the rest more quickly. We also had another experiment in which we translated the endowment effect and loss aversion. So these are two well-known phenomena in the behavioral economics literature into design elements. And here we created, again, this is about 500 people, where a third of them were exposed to endowment effect, where the goal was presented to them as an endowment, and an interactive element showed them what will happen to their savings based on historical data if they continued with this type of, with this sort of allocation. So that's dynamic feedback that's presented to them and compared to the endowment, with the thought that they'll see the endowment as theirs to lose rather than, and will therefore be more conscious of the need to adapt their behavior. We also had a loss aversion condition where we showed them what will happen to their 10,000, to their yearly 10,000 as over time, what it'll get them by the time they retire, and a control condition. And here too, we found some significant effects, specifically the endowment effect condition really made people more perform better. These are some ways to explain the results. We see that in the endowment condition, people start higher in terms of the proportion of stocks. And we dug a little deeper in the data to explain these results, but this is probably out of the scope of this presentation. The important thing is that we saw that showing the cumulative effects of people's actions can really make a difference. Adaptive user interface can make people perform better, and that personalization can do a good job. And this drove us to look at a new domain or related domain, which is whether there are ways we could regulate design in this space, whether we can make design part of the prescription that regulators can use in presenting financial data to consumers, and whether such a design could get people to behave more responsibly and make better choices. And so we developed this much fancier simulator. This one was much closer to what you have probably on your commercial platform. It has lots and lots of funds to choose from with different expense ratios. We also added life cycle funds. So we added to the confusion, if you will, because we wanted to see what sort of information can help people make the right choices. And what we wanted to see is how people understand and act on trade-offs as these are presented to them, because this is really the exercise people make when they make this sort of decisions. So when people click on one of these funds, what comes up is this interactive label. It's a product information label that offers all sorts of information to its viewers. And if this reminds you of something, then it's because it was inspired by the nutrition facts label, except that we think it's a much better tool. It's a nutrition label on steroids because it's interactive. You can actually interact with it, and all of these boxes here, you can actually enter data into them and see what will be the implications over time. So we believe that this is a way for consumers to see what are going to be the long-term cumulative implications of their actions. So specifically, we after quite a lot of thought, we created these fields for the number of years, the amount to be saved, and various other things that we thought were particularly important. We had to focus on few but important information items. And we tried to make this as simple to use as possible and intuitive as possible. And then we presented them to users. We wanted to see how this works. Oops. So and then we showed different people. So we had 4 groups. One had this interactive label. So they played the game. They had this simulator. They had the label, but it was optional. They didn't have to use any of these interactive features. Other people had a label, but it was static. It did not allow them to do any interaction. And the third one was a mandatory. They had to, we made them actually use at least some of the interactive features, and we found out that interactive labels actually work. They get people to outperform others. And when we looked at the details of these behaviors, we saw that those who had the optional interaction features that actually used them were best, did best, but that if you want to use one-size-fits-all, if you will, choice, then the required interactive label would be your best choice. So to sum up, an interactive label can really do wonders in terms of getting people to increase the chances that they'll get to their goal. And what we found particularly interesting is that it was particularly effective for those who are novices in investing. We asked people at the beginning of the experiment what was their level of, so this is self-reported data on their level of investment, how familiar they are with it. Those who felt that they were novices were particularly affected by this information label. And what we think is that, and this is our policy implication, the last slide, and in the future, perhaps, just like we have a nutrition facts label today on food products, perhaps we will have policies of what type of interactive information and what type of interactive tools will be available to users who make decisions while in front of a screen. Thank you.
Sure. It should go on automatically.
Here's the clicker. Sorry. Got my notes on my laptop.
Yeah. So folks on that side of the room won't.
Oh, they can't see me
that.
at all. Oh, okay. Go ahead and move it here.
Yeah. Do you want to do it over here?
Oh, sure. If that works better. There we go. So, is this on? Is this working? So, I'm blocking you.
Yeah. Don't worry about me.
Okay, so this is that's a really nice segue to our project because we're also looking at some informational interventions, and we're going to look at. First, I should mention that this is joint work with Gopi Goda, Matt Levy, Colleen Manchester, and Aaron Sojourner. One thing that distinguishes the project that we're doing from a lot of the other papers that we saw today is that our projects. We're going to look, it's very theoretically motivated. So to begin, we're going to look at 2 sets of barriers. We're going to look at cognitive barriers and motivational barriers for retirement savings. Both of these things make retirement savings a challenging thing. So as far as cognitive barriers go, many individuals lack the ability to make complex calculations, and complex calculations are required to understand how savings translates to wealth and retirement. As far as motivational barriers go, enrolling in a savings plan or changing one's contribution is often an unpleasant process, and well-intentioned people could plan to make changes to their contributions, and they just never get around to doing so and procrastinating. And for each of these barriers, we're going to consider one specific behavioral bias. So as far as the, there we go. So as far as the cognitive barrier goes, we're going to consider exponential growth bias. And that's the psychological tendency for people to neglect the role of compound interest. So to give a concrete example, a person who has, let's say, an asset worth $100 a year that grows at 10% interest, and they have that asset for 10 years, they would perceive that asset as being worth $200, when in fact it's closer to about $260. So people are just not realizing that interest also grows interest. And as far as motivational barriers go, we're going to look at present bias, which has been mentioned in a few previous talks. Let's see, it's working. There we go. So, present bias. So, suppose an individual is presented a choice between 7 hours of an unpleasant activity on April 1st and 8 hours of an unpleasant activity on April 15th. If asked months in advance, many might prefer to do the unpleasant activity on April 1st. If it's only worth 7 hours, if the costs are lower. But when April 1st actually comes around, they might delay doing that task, do it instead on April 15th, incurring that additional time cost. So this tendency to behave in a time inconsistent manner that favors the present over the future is referred to as present bias preferences. So we have 3 questions that we're going to address today. So the first is, to what extent are exponential growth bias and present bias prevalent among U.S. households? And how much overlap is there? Second, how much do these biases explain the variation in retirement savings among U.S. households? So ultimately, this is going to be our main research question. And then third, are there ways to mitigate the effects of these biases? So we're going to answer this question by conducting a survey with a representative sample of U.S. households through the American Life Panel, which is run by RAND. And in the first phase of the experiment, we're going to measure exponential growth bias and present bias. And we're going to collect information on savings and financial behavior. So the next, this slide, we see the joint distribution of both biases, present bias and exponential growth bias. Present bias on the y-axis, exponential growth bias on the horizontal, categorized into 4 different groups. There's 2 key takeaways I want people to take away from this figure. The first is that there's not much correlation between the 2 biases. In fact, the correlation is actually negative. So that implies that there might not be a latent underlying variable that's causing both of these biases. These seem to be distinct biases. The second takeaway from this figure is that only about 10% of the sample is both accurate in their perception of exponential growth and not present bias. The vast majority, about 80% of the sample, exhibit one of the 2 biases, some present bias or some exponential growth bias. Okay, now ultimately this is where I really need my notes. So ultimately what we want to do is we want to look at how these biases affect retirement savings. That's the ultimate question we want to address. And we're going to do that while controlling for a host of characteristics, which I have on my notes down here. On the host of characteristics is going to be age, gender, education, income, marital status, job status, state of origin. I'm going to miss a few. But we also do risk aversion, and we also do financial literacy, and even a measure of IQ. And so here are the results. So one standard deviation of exponential growth bias is associated with a $13,400 decrease in retirement savings. A one standard deviation increase in present bias is associated with a $12,700 decrease in retirement savings. So we get fairly large effects from having greater degree of biases. As a benchmark, we could also look at the effects of financial literacy and IQ. This financial literacy measure is the big three that's used quite frequently in the literature by Lusardi and Mitchell. And here we find that the fact of one standard deviation is associated with a $1,800 increase in financial literacy, one standard deviation increase in our measure of IQ, which is it's a rough 5-question measure, so it's not sort of a full-on Raven's progressive matrices, but it is a measure. It's from an IQ test. That's associated with a $9,000 increase in retirement savings. So comparatively, the effects of these biases are quite large, and there's a lot of reason to believe that these coefficients, these estimates, are severe understatements of the true effect. So the first reason why these are large understatements of the true effect is because these are the average effects of these biases. So these are the effects that incorporate the effects of the population as a whole. So that includes the effects of 18-year-olds in the sample. 18-year-olds haven't had much time to accumulate retirement savings. Ultimately, what we care about is the effects of these biases on people who are about to retire, people who are around age 65. When we estimate the effects for those people, the effects are about over 2 times larger. Coefficients for one standard deviation increase in either of these biases is associated with a $30,000 increase in retirement savings. The second reason why we believe that these are quite large understatements of the true effects are because there's a considerable degree of measurement error when we measured each of these 2 biases. And as a consequence, that leads to attenuation bias, which leads to potentially large understatements of the effects of these biases on retirement savings. We use both a errors in variable approach. We do test-retest of these measures, as well as getting correlates that we could use as instrumental variables. Both of these measures, both of these corrections, lead to quite similar estimates that basically increase the size of these effects by about 5 to 6-fold. So, okay, what's the bottom line? The bottom line here is if you believe that these effects are causal, which they may or may not be, I mean, this is just a correlation. But if you believe that these effects are causal, and if we were to entirely remove exponential growth bias and present bias, it would be associated with a 12% increase in retirement savings. That's if you don't control for measurement error. When you do control for measurement error, you can think of it as an upper bound. It goes up to 70% of retirement savings. So it seems like the effects of these biases are quite large. Now, the next result that we look at, I think this is one of my favorites. So it's people's self-awareness of their bias. So we might think that people who are self-aware of their bias will exhibit less of an effect from these biases because people could take actions to counteract their bias, to mitigate their bias on their own. So if people are bad at math and know they're bad at math, they could simply hire somebody. They could hire a financial advisor, or they could go to help or get tools to improve their financial decision making. And indeed, what we find is that controlling for a person's exponential growth bias, increasing overconfidence has an additional negative effect on people's retirement savings. Likewise, we find a similar result for present bias and naivete. What we find is that people who are unaware of their present bias additionally exhibit lower retirement savings. There, the effect sizes are actually quite large, but they're not statistically significant. So it's a much more tenuous finding. Okay, so the second phase of this study, in phase 2, what we do is we randomize interventions designed to counteract each bias, and we examine the effect of these interventions on how contributions respond to hypothetical employer match. Now, there's 2 reasons why we do this. The first is we want to do a proof of concept to see what sorts of interventions can be used to mitigate these biases. These could be potentially versions of these, flavors of these might be able to be turned into policy or maybe used even in the private sector. The second reason why we do this is because we want to look at, we want to get a better sense of the causal connection between the biases and retirement savings. The evidence that I showed just before is, like I said, it's all correlational. And really to get at causation, what you need to do is you need to randomly assign the biases. That's impossible or near impossible. And two, even if it were possible, it would be highly unethical. But what we try and do is the next best thing, which is to do interventions designed to counteract those biases. And so if it's the case, one, that these biases causally reduce retirement savings, two, that the interventions are effective at mitigating the biases, then if we see heterogeneous treatment effects, that is bigger effects on people who are more biased, it provides evidence that this might be a causal relationship. Okay, so here's the scenario. So we tell people that employer just added a match for every dollar contributed, and under the control, we show the annual value of this match. On the balance treatment, so then we do these two interventions to counteract exponential growth bias. Under the balance treatment, we show the balance of that match at retirement. So we basically do the math for them. We say this is the value of the match when you retire. For the income treatment, we do a similar calculation, except it's based on what this means, how this translates to additional annual income at the time of retirement. For the present bias interventions, what we tell people is in order to respond to this employer match, what you have to do is you have to fill out, hypothetically, you have to do the 60 minutes worth of annoying paperwork. Okay, think about all the things you have to do this week. When are you going to actually do this paperwork? And in the control, we don't do anything additionally. In the present bias incentive, we say, and guess what? We'll pay you $50 immediately if you do the paperwork. In the present bias incentive plus deadline treatment, same thing, we'll give you $50 for doing the paperwork, but it's a limited time offer, you have to do it now. So the idea is to get people to overcome their procrastination tendencies to do the paperwork early. And here are the facts. I don't have too much time, so I'm going to sort of go through them quickly. Here's the effects of the exponential growth treatments. These are the effects of the balance treatment and the income treatment on people's stated annual contributions. Both of them are quite effective at increasing annual contributions. Income treatment was slightly more effective. I think the interesting part is what's on the next slide, which is the heterogeneous treatment effects. So here we're looking at the effect of these two treatments disaggregated by level of bias. And we get exactly what theory would predict, at least for the income treatment. That is, people who are fully biased exhibit very large treatment effects from this intervention. But those who are unbiased exhibit substantially smaller effects. However, interestingly, in the balance treatment, we don't get those heterogeneous treatment effects. It could be that the interventions were not effective at mitigating the bias, or it could be lack of sample size, not clear. But this provides some evidence, not the strongest possible, but some evidence that there's a causal relationship between these biases and retirement savings. Here's the effects of the incentive and incentive plus deadline treatments on the probability that people say they'll fill out the paperwork this week. Both of them were effective. The deadline makes it twice as effective. And here, again, we disaggregate by degree of bias. For the incentive treatment, we get basically a zero, very close to a zero effect for unbiased people, but actually a quite huge effect for highly biased people. So this goes along with the causal story. But then, interestingly, for the incentives plus deadline, we don't get that. We don't get that heterogeneous treatment effect. All right. So to conclude, both cognitive and motivational barriers are important in retirement savings decisions. Eliminating these biases may increase retirement savings by 12 to 70%. 12% is sort of that lower bound when we don't control for measurement error, 70% when we do control for measurement error. In future work, we hope to implement these or similar interventions with a field partner, so if anybody out there is interested, to learn their effects on actual savings behavior. So we'd like to take these sorts of interventions into the field, and while doing also these elicitations to measure the effects on people's biases. Thank you. Thanks.
It's a great pleasure to be in DC and at this event today. And over the next 15 minutes, I'm going to take you on a slight detour from how to save more to how to do it without becoming catch of the day for the fishers from Professor Schiller's book. So I do work at the UK Financial Conduct Authority, which is a financial services regulator, and that allows me to nicely segue into the disclaimer. All I'm presenting today are my own views, and those of the FCA might be different, and I'm not stating or proposing policy. So I've not been asked to say my views do not represent those of the United Kingdom, but I don't really know. So I'd like to cover three things today. Briefly talk about how the FCA is learning to use behavioral informed, how the FCA is learning to do behavioral informed policy, and I'm going to use the illustration of our market review for savings accounts and how we used field trials to test a series of field trials to test policy. And to our knowledge, that's been the first time it's been applied in this way in financial regulation. The extensive use of trials in different phases of the market review. So maybe just a few words on what the FCA does. So the FCA has got a strategic objective to ensure the markets work well, and we've got three operational objectives: protecting consumers, maintaining market integrity, and promoting effective competition. And to do that, we've got a range of different tools. We can make policy, we can check that regulated entities comply with the policy, and we can enforce against those that don't comply. We also conduct market reviews. So we all know that behavioral insights show that perfect information, perfect foresight, perfect self-control do not really explain behaviors in the real world that well, and that also extends to consumer behaviors in retail markets like retail finance. So how can we industry regulators use behavioral insights to make better policy? Let me just give you a personal example. When I went to university, I did a household finance course, and that was my first ever interaction with how people manage, how people ought to manage, and to my surprise then, how people do not manage their personal finances. And when I was then, I thought, okay, when I start earning a salary and start getting different products, I'm going to maximize my return on the financial education I got, and behave like the model agent of a rational model. To cut the story short, I failed. I failed to switch every single product I got, including my savings account, long after all these promotional offers expired. And one thing I learned is I'm just like those people whose behaviors we studied in that household finance course, and I think nothing is really set to change. So the FCA 2 years ago published its first kind of review paper on how to apply behavioral insights in financial regulation, and since then we've launched quite an ambitious work stream of empirical projects to try and understand how we could use behavioral insights to regulate financial markets. So let me just show like a selected subset of papers that we published in the last 2 years in our working paper series, looking at different markets, mostly retail financial markets, and applying different techniques like natural experiments, lab trials, and field trials. And now we've got a dedicated team at the FCA, a behavioral economics and data science team, whose key focus is to advance this agenda going forward, and I happen to be working in that team as well. So pointer number one, I'm going to move on to talking about one particular area, the market review in cash savings. And let me just briefly say why we actually investigated the savings market. So first of all, savings is a really important market. Almost everyone in the UK has got a cash savings account, and together those accounts hoard over 700 billion pounds in savings. That's roughly 1 trillion in US dollars. Also, switching in that market is really low. 80% of accounts have not been switched in the last 3 years. Now, in itself, that isn't really a problem, but it turns out that the longer you hold the account, the lower the interest rate gets. It's either cut in steps by the providers or promotional offers expire, and you find yourself going from quite a nice rate to a very unattractive one. As is illustrated by that chart. Now, it shows like accounts older than 5 years, average rate is 1%, but the variation is quite significant there as well. There are accounts that pay only 10 bips. and I don't really have that many savings, but I'm somewhere here in that bar, I guess. So in principle, if you take action, you can get from like 10 basis points to 1-2% per year, which on substantial balances could be a significant amount. And overall, some people might say, look, this is just cross subsidies, right? Like you get good rate up front as a gift, and then over time you kind of repay back the provider, or more active consumers benefit at the expense of less active consumers. But a recent working paper by Roman Inderst and his co-authors find that in a market as simple as savings accounts, the return that you make is correlated with financial literacy. So it's possible that vulnerable consumers are actually hurt more than others by the way the market structure is set up. And the media has actually called these 10 basis points accounts zombie accounts. It's a bit early for Halloween jokes, but some of the providers call these accounts liquid gold, even though they pay 10 basis points, and media says these are like, living dead, lurking somewhere in the dark closets of a savings market. So that said, overall, we know, I'm too quick. We know that interest rates are low at the moment, and therefore gains from switching might indeed be low for many people. And arguably, for those where the gains are substantial, savings accounts might not be really on top of people's minds. There are many more exciting things to look at. But it is also possible that the way that market structure has evolved is actually exacerbating some of the behavioral phenomena that lead to reduced pressure by consumers on providers to offer better deals. So these behavioral phenomena could be like limited attention, reference dependence, decision aversion, present bias. And pointer number 2 is I'm going to talk about the trial that we ran. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to apply behavioral informed remedies that would tackle those potential biases and test if we can actually increase consumer activity in the market, which would actually explain that it's not all about low gains from switching, but some of that could be behaviorally driven. So that's what we set out to test. We investigated a situation where a sample of savings account customers of a particular UK institution were experiencing a rate decrease. They had opened the account 12 months ago and all knew that this promotional offer would last for 1 year. And they all got 2 to 3 months in advance a letter saying, your interest rate will reduce. It was quite high, and then it would actually go down to quite an uncompetitive level. And so we set out to do a randomized field trial. We split the 20,000 customers into 4 groups. The control group got no further communication. And the 3 treatment groups got a reminder that was sent closer to the rate expiry date. Now, in the first group, we just essentially repeated the initial letter, which was not very encouraging to take action. It said, your rate is changing. You don't really have to do anything. This is the old rate. This is the new rate. So we set out to change the frame of the letters, and we introduced 2 variations of that reminder letter. In the loss frame letter, we illustrated what's the monetary loss on an assumed balance by experiencing that rate decrease. So we tried to, by reminders, we tried to play out on sort of tackle limited attention, and here we tried to play out on some sort of reference dependence, because some people just see savings as a vehicle to transfer wealth rather than earn any returns, and not thinking about what they should be getting on their savings. And then in the gain frame letter, we tried to tackle perceived switching cost and some sort of decision aversion where people don't really know what's the best deal they could get. Okay, so we introduced 2 monetary examples in how much people could earn by simply switching to an identical account within their provider that offered a way higher interest rate. So all you need to do is to jump on a higher rate by applying for that account, and also showing how much better the average 3 highest rates in the market would be. Now that's associated with some sort of convenience cost potentially, or brand loyalties, and that average of the market rate was actually a bit higher than the best internal rate. We also introduced in the two frames, we simplified the wording a little bit and made the headings a little bit more encouraging to take action. So, and then essentially we measured two outcomes. We tracked what's happening to that account, whether it's getting closed or emptied or nothing, and we tracked whether customers were opening that better account with a provider and the balance in that account. So if someone actually closed the old account or emptied most of the balances and opened the new better account with a provider, we call these people internal switcher. They just got kind of a better rate on an identical account. Now, if someone closed or emptied the previous account and went somewhere, we call them other switcher. We were not able to track what they did with the money. They could have taken the money and bought something nice for themselves. They could have taken the money and found a better product elsewhere, or kind of invested the money instead. And so if someone took no action with the account in question, we just call them a non-switcher. So they did not proceed with taking action, but they could have shopped around. We don't know. So we tracked outcomes over 5 months after the rate expiry, and we found that, left-hand side, all versions of a reminder had an effect. Over the 5 months, the control, this is comparing relative to control group. In the control group, roughly 50 to 70 out of each 100 had switched the account in the 5 months after the expiry. And we find that the best combination of our interventions, the GAIN framed letter, induced roughly 8 people in addition to that to actually take action. And then we were able to split out the action into internal and other switching. And we find that while actually our interventions reduced the share of people who just jumped on the better rate with a provider compared to control, the other switching more than compensated for that decrease in internal switching. Now, this is consistent with the factor that if you shop around, you find a better deal elsewhere. But as I said, we can't know that for sure. So these are findings for reminders that were sent out before the rate decrease. And we also had a group of people whom we sent reminders after the rate decrease. Now, that group was slightly self-selected because only those people who hadn't switched by then got the reminder. So the levels of switching are not directly comparable across these two groups. But let me show the key difference here is that, again, all interventions had an effect, but most of the effect came from internal switching compared to before, and we induced almost no increase in other switching. So we think that what is happening here is because that group is slightly more inert, they're just not very active. All that we convince them to do with our intervention is just to get that better account within the provider with the least cost involved. Also worth mentioning that while we actually see that generally higher balances switched in the control group, switched accounts more often than lower balances, we find that the treatments had almost the same effect on people who had balances in low thousands to people who had balances in tens of thousands. So what did we actually learn from that trial? Well, I mean, a simple reminder and relatively minor tweaks to the content had a substantial effect. So that seems to be a relatively low-cost intervention, and if it actually works, we should use it. The other thing is to be acknowledged that the standard reminder, the fact that information was better timed, did most of the job, and content, changing the content only slightly improved what we found. So the market study, the market review, concluded with proposing standardized information, new rules on standardized information for consumer communications like annual summaries and rate notifications and reminders. And we proceeded in the next stage, we proceeded to test in more detail how to exactly design those remedies. So we're testing, including personalized balances, best comparable rates with provider, best market rate in different designs, trying to do it graphically, show in monetary terms, testing reminders as well. Also testing a return switching form where people can just tick the box and send it back if they prefer to, alongside of a comparison of within provider best rate and market best rate. And we're currently in the field with 5 different firms running 5 trials with more than 100,000 customers. And this time, to understand a bit more about what our interventions really mean, we're actually mounting 2 follow-up phone surveys with a subset of the consumers upon the trials to understand more how much do customers care about rates and how satisfied they are with the decisions they're making. So at this point, I think let me wrap up by saying that the use of field trials in this way is, to our knowledge, is a new development in financial regulation, and I believe that regulators should adopt rigorous methods of testing what works before actually demanding and setting something in stone, and of course continuing to review and remove what doesn't work. So empirical testing is key to make better policy. Thank you.
No worries. All right.
All right. I'm Phil Armour from RAND. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss these three great papers. First, just as like an overriding theme of this particular session is really just thinking about how do people think about future wealth, future money, future consumption. And this is kind of some of the success stories in behavioral economics and behavioral finance is that these present decisions that people are making about their future finances can be skewed by these sort of outsized effects that wouldn't affect a rational person. And a lot of the big interventions in the history of behavioral economics, the 401k ones have been particularly successful, looking at exactly this issue. So these three papers sort of develop they find some of these biases, test some tools that can help alleviate them, and sort of show that there are ways that we can get around, some of these biases that otherwise kind of would be irrelevant or shouldn't be nearly as important as they are to a rational person. And it really, I think they focus on kind of how few of us, or maybe none of us, are perfectly rational with kind of the constant spending and saving and investing decisions that we're making every day, whether we know we're making them or not, right? We're doing it all the time, whether it's staying with the default or not. So they really shed light on that and just the importance of these behavioral biases and tendencies. And what I really like about this session, it's a great illustration of the trajectory of research, right? You start with Josh's paper with his co-authors, kind of establishing the existence of these biases, the exponential growth bias and the present bias, and how it affects, or how it's associated with lower retirement wealth later on. Then you've got Oded's paper set of papers looking at tools that people can use to kind of realistic settings and how you can design. And how design of these tools can really influence how people make these decisions. And then the last one, Redis's paper, looking at this policy intervention based on these kinds of biases, right? So kind of from looking at observational data all the way to policy intervention all in one session. So it was great to just see this entire flow of research. Starting with Josh's paper, I think that when thinking about how people might get tripped up in making these decisions about retirement, right, or about retirement savings in general, is that there are kind of two components. There's sort of how much people really care about their future consumption, and if they're consistent in that, right, that's the present bias component to it. Is they kind of systematically underweight this future consumption, and that's a preference matter. And then the second one is like how much do they actually understand about the trade-offs available, right? If they start putting money in, how much money will they have coming out, right? And that's the exponential growth bias. The sort of central findings here, right, is they find strong evidence for both of these biases, and that they're independent of one another, which is not. I think it's not an intuitive thing. It's not something that you'd think, oh, that's my prior. That some people are presently biased and other people are exponential biased, and if anything, that they're negatively correlated with one another. And I think this is one of the innovations, or I guess central issues with behavioral economics. It's a bit of a Pandora's box, right? There's the Anna Karenina saying all rational people are alike. Everybody's irrational people are different in their irrationalities overall. So it's going to be interesting to see how these biases kind of affect people at different levels across demographic distributions. And they find that each one is sort of associated with lower retirement savings. I think what's nice is they also find that self-awareness of these biases mitigates a lot of that, right? Which is it's good to know that to the extent that we can help promote awareness of these things and self-awareness of these things. On the other hand, if we start designing things like commitment devices that we offer people, right, we can see that the people who are aware they have these biases, those are the people who are going to take these up. The people who aren't are just going to be stuck behind, and we might see in the short term especially kind of rising inequality in certain dimensions. If that's the only kind of intervention we do is for people who are kind of sophisticated in how they might be biased. So, and then their last step is that they have interventions that are designed to kind of reveal that actually these biases are directly related to the retirement savings, that it's more of a causal story, and they find that these interventions, they work, and especially for the biased ones, so that's good for them. That's it seems like this it's not a spurious correlation. It looks more like causation. And what they did, which I think is fantastic, is they looked at they use the Rand American Life panel, and so this is my chance to sort of sell the ALP. It's over 6,000 participants. Rand administers it. It's an internet survey, so once you put it in the field, data starts coming back to you kind of real time, and you can look at it and see how it's progressing. Researchers can add additional modules, and there's a host of existing modules that are out there, so it's a great tool to use. There are pamphlets in the back, I think, if you want to take a look at that. I think that when looking over their results and thinking about kind of what policy implications they have, exponential growth bias, it's something that, sure, it's going to affect people when they're retiring, when they're starting to decumulate their wealth, but really in terms of it really matters only for the young people, for the people in their 20s and 30s who are going to be experiencing this compound interest. So when you're designing policy interventions, when you're trying to see what's going to be most effective, and thinking about these biases, it's whose behavior do you actually want to change, whose behavior with respect to these biases is sort of most impactful. So designing a policy intervention that's going to appeal to 20 and 30-year-olds might be a completely different thing than designing it to somebody who's approaching retirement. Right? So that's something just to generally keep in mind when we're identifying these things. Compared to present bias, which we've all got that, and that's going to be a problem no matter what, right? So there's that. And again, as I said before, that they identify this variation in who has these biases, which I think is great, and they have that strong association with lower retirement. So on to the next paper, to Oded's paper, with co-author that I'm not going to try to pronounce the last name of. So I think central to this is sort of how people understand diversification. And they developed this retirement savings simulator where they have people make annual decisions over the course, I think 34 times, which I think it's great to see that kind of unfold in real time instead of just having, make your investment decision right now, here's your mix, here's your projection by the time you retire, right? It's nice to see how how each year that changes. And they have these successful designs addressing kind of these host of different behavioral biases and heuristics, and also they include kind of a more interactive model as well. And the interactive model in particular, right? It's great to see that with that contribution that these people who refer to themselves as novices can perform just as well as experts, at the end of the day. So that's a great success story. I think that kind of with a lot of these tools overall, it's great. It's in a realistic setting, right? It's very similar to the sort of online tools available by, as you mentioned, Vanguard, things like that. These sort of questions you have with any of these tools, right, or any of these games you can play, is how general the sort of conclusions people draw from it are. It's great that people end up performing much better in this game. Is it that now they understand kind of diversification better overall? Is it going to be something where it's just going to be like with this particular game? And so something in that space where maybe after you're done with having go through this simulation, have a post-study questionnaire where, hey, a slightly different setting, right? Maybe it looks different, but a lot of the underlying mechanics are the same, and see do they do better on that, because that would be a phenomenal success story. And the last paper. So this is exactly kind of what Bob was talking about this morning. There are these savings accounts that are out fishing for fools, and they have this teaser rate attached to it where you have this high interest rate at the very beginning, and as Bob kind of in his book states, he's worried, right, that the private sector is going to be beating everybody, and through competitive forces is going to be looking for all of these different opportunities to exploit these behavioral biases. So it's nice to see public policy design to get in there, right, to maybe put a wedge in, and you won't have those competitive pressures anymore to reallocate money from as you can say, maybe from naive to sophisticated consumers, or just from savers to the banks. So I think that what's interesting here, right, is that you kind of look at a lot of the conventional wisdom in financial literacy is just sort of general financial literacy education doesn't do a lot to change a lot of the behaviors. And one of the explanations of why is that there are a lot of it's this general knowledge. When you're applying it in a specific instance, there are a lot of behavioral biases. Everything looks a little different. It's hard to kind of draw on that huge knowledge base, and easier just to kind of go with the rules of thumb, the heuristics. So this is a much more localized intervention, right? And I think this points to having these information interventions be kind of personally relevant and timely. Get it as close to that point of decision as you can, and have it be something that's really relevant. For another example of such a thing, earlier this year I had a BeFi webinar on the Social Security statement that talked about kind of in what ways it affected behavior with people. So something else you could look at on the associated with BeFi. So I think this also opens the door for considering sort of reminder letters, not just for private sector policies, but across the board. If we want to encourage savings or smooth consumption or things like that, we're already sending things out at regular predictable intervals. Maybe if it's a good time to additionally send out information or some policy intervention. So yeah, I think overall, it's a great trajectory of research, right? So touching on the big points, right? We can continue to identify these independent biases and quantify kind of how much they actually impact people's retirement savings, and develop ways to alleviate them in sort of do this lab testing in their hypothetical, but they're very familiar settings, which I think is nice, and develop, and especially what's great is these testable policy interventions, things that what Maya was talking about this morning as well, to really improve savings behavior, to actually observe the overall effects by randomizing these things. So I think that's all I've got for you. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're running a little bit behind, but we have time for a few questions. I think, given the time constraint, we should go straight to questions from the audience. Start right there. Yeah, do we have the microphone is coming, if you would please wait.
Thank you. Okay, I have a question for Oded. So in your studies, you had people make the retirement decision annually. But I wondered in the real world if you would recommend that type of frequent decision making, especially, for example, with life cycle funds, where it's kind of based on the premise that you said it once and kind of don't pay attention to it annually. So what do you think in terms of how this would apply in the real world with this more frequent checking of your account?
So part of the answer to this is in the realm of policy and regulation, where we cannot do much. But obviously, life cycle funds are part of the solution to avoid this inertia. We would have liked to test similar type of interventions and the use of such labels over time. For practical reasons, it's not easy. But the fact is that people have tens of years between the time they start saving to the time of their retirement, and we try to do all sorts of experimental things to get over this difference between the time it takes till your retirement and the time it takes to run an experiment.
Great, thanks. We had a second question in the back, I think. Oh, sorry. All right, Jeremy, all you.
Thanks. I have a question for Redis. First, how did you have to convince the banks to run this intervention, or did you force them? It seems like sort of intervention not in their best interest. And have you considered sort of potentially macro effects of a policy like this? So the banks are not naive when they set these teaser rates. They expect people to stay in a long time and pay low interest on the back end, and maybe policies that are pushing these away might lower the interest rates overall on these accounts. And you considered those types of effects?
Right. So these are kind of two questions. So on the first question, the trial results that I presented here was run with a single institution last year, where we essentially had to convince them to work with us to help us understand to what extent low switching is behaviorally driven. It is usually for two reasons, it's quite difficult to set up these trials. First of all, it's logistics, getting getting the systems right to intervene, change the normal course of action is often quite difficult for firms, and they would say that. And the second thing is, of course, the incentives. Now, we found out that in this current phase where we're working with 5 institutions, and we invited them to test with us as part of us setting new policy. They have an incentive as industry to help us understand what is actually effective, rather than us proceeding on sort of our best faith of behavioral insights that we gather from past testing. So there is this coordination effect where the industry is interested to be part of testing rather than being outside of it. And the second question is a tricky one. I think my personal observation is that, for example, taking these introductory bonuses, it's very much a pressure to play the game as long as everyone does. But there is no really unilateral wish to be engaging in those strategies, because that is driving switching, and switching in itself is economically wasteful. If thinking along these lines, having this constant churn of accounts. So I guess if thinking of a longer term effect of what more active consumers would do to business models, from economic perspective, knowing that you will lose more people after you decrease the rate, you probably aren't willing to offer as high a rate in the upfront. So this could actually reduce the gap between front book and back book rates. What it would do to overall rate levels, I would find really, really hard to predict here.
Thank you. I have a question for Josh. It seemed to me that the 2 numbers you showed at the end, the bounds for the size of your effect, came from the cross-sectional analysis, and I'd be curious to understand first what the magnitude of those numbers comes from. Is that a standard deviation, or is that removing the bias entirely? And secondly, it seems like with these debiasing interventions, you can actually give better estimates. So what would those be if you scale them to the effect size that you get with the intervention?
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't terribly clear there. I kind of rushed over that. So yeah, those effects were if you were to completely debias. So we sort of do this counterfactual analysis. Suppose that everybody who had well, the parameters for the 2 things, present bias is beta. So everybody who has a beta less than 1 is now 1. Everybody who has, for exponential growth bias, alpha equals 1 is accurate perceptions. Alpha below 1 is some degree of exponential growth bias. 0 is linear perception. Suppose everybody with alpha less than 1 is now a 1. What would be the retirement savings? And so if we use the coefficient, the estimates that we got that do not control for measurement error, it was a 12% increase in total savings, retirement savings. If we use the coefficients from that we got controlling for measurement error, it's closer to about 70%.
But that's the cross-sectional estimate. It's not what the debiasing interventions do.
Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Scale it by that. How much is it?
From the debiasing, well, that's a little bit trickier because one, we don't know the extent to which we've actually debiased. So if it's a partial debias versus a complete debias, and we actually just don't know how much we've actually debiased. So that's part of it. And also, I wonder if there is something we could do there. We didn't try anything. That's a really good idea. We could think more about that.
Maybe one more question. I think we probably have time. Anyone? All right, it looks like people are ready for a break. Thank you so much. It was a wonderful panel. Thank you.
So we're running a bit behind, so let's reconvene at 4:10, and then we'll start our last session of the day. way back to your seats. So we can kick off our last research panel of the day, but certainly not the least. And it's going to take a more high-level look at some general behavioral biases in terms of managing finances. And I'm delighted to have Ida Rademacher serve as the moderator for this panel. Ida is the executive director on Aspen's Institute initiative on financial security program. And so, Ida, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks. Thanks, everybody. The room is incredibly full. For those of you still in live stream, we still have a great number of people. And I know it's because, in some ways, this is a great culmination research panel for a day, because it's all about managing behavioral biases. The behavioral biases is managing finance, which covers the gamut from everything we started with this morning, with what Maya was talking about and what Robert Schiller was talking about, all the way through both the high-level panels and the other research panels. This is a cross-cutting issue because it talks not about specific decision-making around saving or credit, but just the mindset and the frames about how people are thinking present versus future for managing a whole set of their finances. And not to be unuseful. We want to be very productive, and I did talk about translating research into practice as a beginning. So we know that this is the last panel of the day between you and whatever happy hour you choose to go and download and debrief about. So we have some new cocktail vocabulary to introduce during this session that you can try out with your colleagues later on. We certainly know that Chuck's going to be talking a little bit about misprediction, not like so that's going to be, and it's not too new to all the behavioral economists, but there was a good blend of more interdisciplinary folks that are not really into behavioral economics as they were looking for applications of it today. So Chuck's going to talk a little bit about misprediction. We've got precrastinators as well as procrastinators to talk about in a very specific kind of context. And instead of consumer financial decision-making, Scott's going to talk about couple financial decision-making in ways that I think will also lend itself well to happy hour conversation. But like I said, this is really going to be all three in terms of the bent of their research and their bona fides as behavioral insights contributors have a goal of improving consumer financial well-being and really understanding some of the decision-making processes that will be at the heart of making applications like the ones we saw in the savings panel and even in the credit panel earlier. So I'm going to turn it over. We're going to go just on my way down, just so you have a sense of who's up here in the space. Chuck Howard, to my left, is a PhD candidate in marketing and behavioral science at the Sanders School of Business at the University of British Columbia. He's presenting on understanding the expense prediction bias and will be focusing, as he does in all of his research, on financial judgment and decision-making and how this particularly plays out. So thanks for sharing with that. Right after we hear from Chuck, we're going to hear from Johann Haushofer? Say it? Haushofer, thank you. Who is assistant professor of psychology and public affairs at the Woodrow Wilson School at Princeton. He's presenting on the cost of keeping track. And if one PhD wasn't enough, you've accumulated a couple in the process of getting to writing this paper. So both a PhD in neurobiology from Harvard and from economics at Zurich. And really a lot of focus on the intersection between behavioral and development and economics. So that'll bring a little bit of an international flair with our work. So thank you for that today. And then next we'll hear from Scott Rick, who is assistant professor of marketing at the University of Michigan's Ross School of Business. Again, the interpersonal dynamics of shared and financial decisions is what he'll be focusing on with the paper he's presenting. And his PhD was from Carnegie Mellon, and you really focus a lot on, I think this is a really interesting focus on the emotional causes and consequences of financial decision-making and bringing this back around to some of the human foibles that we're all kind of obsessed with in this field. So let me turn it over now. We'll, as with all the other research panels, we're going to try to cut it a little bit shorter. So we've asked everybody to be succinct. So we have a full amount of time for Q&A on this before we wrap up for final part of the day. So why don't you go ahead and, do you want to present up here?
Sure.
Okay. If you want to walk around, we have a microphone for you. Okay.
Thank you. I'm clearly the least educated person on this panel, but I'm something of an expert in cocktail conversation, so I hope I can help in that regard. Today I'm going to be discussing some research that my co-authors and I have been doing on expense prediction bias. And specifically, I'm going to speak to what the bias is, why it matters, what the causes are, and perhaps most importantly, how we might be able to neutralize it. So simply put, expense prediction bias is the persistent underestimation of future expenses. And you might ask yourself why this matters. It's fairly intuitive to imagine that if you consistently predict your expenses to be here, and they come in here, you might face some financial consequences in trying to make up the shortfall. Consistent with this hypothesis, we've observed in a study of over 1,500 US households that expense prediction bias is predictive of payday loan use, which in my humble opinion is a somewhat suboptimal outcome given the high interest rates associated with those loans. So now that we know what it is and why it matters, let's take a look at the causes. The first is overconfidence. So past research has shown that if you ask people to predict their expenses for 1 month versus 1 year, they're actually more accurate when they predict for the year. The reason being is that they're less confident. So they build in sort of a fudge factor, which makes their estimate higher and correspondingly makes the bias lower. Now, unfortunately, our research has shown that people are more likely to predict their expenses for the coming week or the coming month than they are for the coming year. And ironically, we might actually be less accurate in our predictions for those time periods because we believe that we will be more accurate. The second explanation in the literature is savings goals. This is fairly straightforward. When people make their predictions, they generally make them based on an intention rather than on their past behavior. So if you currently intend to save money in the future, your prediction won't be based on your savings goals, and as such, you're likely to underpredict because you want to spend less money in the future, even though you might know that you have consistently spent more money in the past. The third explanation is narrow bracketing, and that is to say that with respect to exceptional expenses, people tend to consider them as one-off. They don't think of them in terms of their general expense category. And as such, they tend to misestimate and underpredict, to be specific, how much they're going to spend on these exceptional expenses. So this would be things like, say, your anniversary dinner or perhaps a new computer. And this can be particularly disadvantageous given that exceptional expenses are quite often your most expensive or costly expenses. Now, our contribution in terms of what might be driving the expense prediction bias comes from the hypothesis that people might be underestimating the number of future expenses that they'll encounter rather than the amount of each expense. So in our first study, we had people recall and predict their expenses for the past and upcoming weeks. And then we asked them to list unique expenses. First, unique expenses that they had last week that they didn't think they'd have next week, and then unique expenses that they thought they wouldn't have in the next week, but they did have in the last week. And finally, we asked them to note how much they thought they'd spend on each of these expenses. And what the results show is that people do, in fact, underestimate the number of future expenses they are going to encounter, but not at all the average amount of each expense. And this is fairly intuitive. If you like to go to the movies, you know exactly how much it costs to go to the movies, but you might not be sure how many times you will go to the movies next week. And if you have a savings goal to meet, it's quite intuitive that you would, perhaps think you'll only go once next week where you ordinarily go 2 or 3 times, but then a friend calls and lo and behold, you end up going the same number of times. As it turns out, this is predictive of the bias. So when we show that people are misunderestimating the number of future expenses that they'll encounter, we also see that they are showing a higher prediction bias. So this is perhaps the most important part of the presentation, particularly for this audience. We sought to uncover ways that we might be able to neutralize this bias, given that it does seem to have some negative financial consequences in the real world. So the story of how to neutralize the expense prediction bias is one of highs and lows. I'm going to share with you a couple of null results, things that didn't work, and finally touch on something that seems to be having an impact in a positive way. So initially, we thought that maybe if we had people unpack their expenses, which is to say consider them in categories rather than as a single general expense, we might be able to make this bias go away. And this draws heavily on research that's been done on the planning fallacy, which is the underestimation of the time it will take to complete future tasks. And it's been shown that if you ask people, rather than how long will it take you to finish this essay for this class, but rather how long will it take you to write the outline and the intro and so on and so forth, you'll get a much more accurate prediction of how long it will take to complete the task. Well, as it turns out, this doesn't apply to expense prediction bias. When we ask people to unpack their expenses across 3 studies, either as optional and required or expected and unexpected or regular and irregular, there isn't a difference. In fact, the bias inflates slightly, although that's not a statistically significant difference. So Next, we thought, well, maybe if we get people to think really deeply about their past expenses, they'll more easily be able to map their past behavior onto their future behavior. They'll rely less on their intentions. So what we did in this study was ask people first to recall and predict their expenses, and then to consider a list of 20 common household expenses, things like car repairs or home improvements, gas for your car, things like that, and note whether or not they had made that purchase in the last week, yes or no, whether they thought that that purchase was regular or irregular and required or optional. So by the time they were done with these lists, they had spent a few minutes thinking pretty deeply about these 20 very common household expenses. Finally, we gave them the opportunity to revise their recall and their prediction of their expenses for the past and upcoming weeks. And this failed miserably. As it turns out, when you get people to think really deeply about their past expenses, they'll revise their past expenses up to a very significant degree, but they don't revise their prediction of future expenses. So in this case, we actually made the bias much, much worse. Please don't ever do this. It failed spectacularly. Well, finally, we think we are onto something. My co-author, Melissa, hypothesized that maybe if we get people to consider the likelihood of expenses that are coming up in the future week, we can make this bias go away. So in a very recent study that we ran, we had a control versus 2 treatment conditions. And in the treatment conditions, we had people consider scales such as the one on the screen, where they were asked to indicate the likelihood of encountering the same list of 20 common household expenses. And then they were asked to predict their expenses for the future. What we see is that there's actually not a difference between our 2 treatment conditions, so we need to iterate on that a little bit more. But when we consider the treatment conditions together against the control, we do see that this is effective not only in neutralizing the bias, but actually in reversing it. So when we get people to do this, we end up seeing an overestimation. So there's a deeper philosophical question here around whether that's a good thing, because some people will obviously derive greater utility from keeping that extra money in a savings account earning interest than they would keeping it in their checking account just in case they encounter extra expenses. But this was still sort of an interesting result that we hope to apply in the field shortly. So to summarize, the expense prediction bias is a very robust phenomenon that's associated with risky financial outcomes such as payday loan use. We think that it might be driven by consumers underestimating the number but not the amount of their expenses. And finally, we see that it can be reversed by asking consumers to consider the likelihood of future expenses. So the very exciting next step in this research program is to take our results to date and try to apply them in the field so that we can see exactly what the effect size of this bias is and that we can try our hand at neutralizing them in a real-world scenario. So if anyone in this audience happens to be interested in partnering with us on this project, we're writing proposals right now, one with an industry partner and another with an NGO, and we would love to discuss this further. So please feel to come up and chat afterwards, and that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeff. Go ahead, yep.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. It's been a really interesting and enlightening day. So let me start by asking you whether you've ever received an invoice in the mail, a credit card bill or something of the sort, and you had maybe 2 weeks to pay it, and instead of paying it right by the deadline, you chose to pay it immediately. Raise your hand if you've ever done this. Great. Okay, so that's almost everybody. You know you're not supposed to do this. You're losing interest on the money that you're spending. So let me ask the people who didn't just raise their hand to raise their hand. Okay, there's a couple. Now leave your hands up, and now take it down if you used some sort of reminder technology, autopay, or you set a reminder in your phone. Take your hand down if you did that. Okay, so there's a few superhumans who managed to just keep track of what they do, but that's 3 out of a room of maybe 50 or so. So almost everybody does this. And my claim is that the reason you do this, certainly it's the reason why I do this, is because it's difficult to keep track of these things. And it might even be costly. And so that's the point of departure for this paper. Let me tell you the story of how I came to think about this topic. This is my friend Molly Crockett. She's a neuroscientist at Oxford. She's American, and she moved to Switzerland right around the time when I was moving from Switzerland to the US in the spring of 2011.
And we thought this is a great opportunity to cut out the middleman. We'll exchange some money and save the foreign exchange fees. And so I gave Molly a couple of Swiss francs in cash, and then Molly gave me this check. And so you will know that most of Europe hasn't been operating on checks for decades now, with the possible exception of the country that once colonized this one. But you can't really cash checks anymore in Europe. And so I couldn't cash this check until I moved to the US 3 months after she gave me that check. So I had to walk around with this check, remembering to cash it. So you can predict what happened. I didn't cash that check. Fast forward 3 years to the spring of 2014. I'm cleaning out my office at MIT, and I find this check under a pile of papers, which I still haven't cashed. So now it turns out that checks expire after a couple months. Who knew? And so now I'm sitting there with this check, and I have to get in touch with Molly. It's a great opportunity to get in touch with Molly to figure out how to get this money. And so what ensued was 17 emails. This is the evidence spread out over 2 weeks. There were more than 3 bank accounts involved that were candidates at various points. And so I finally got this money, and we're still friends, but this was costly. And so that's the claim that I make in this paper. When you have to keep track of something that under other circumstances you might be able to do immediately, that's costly. And so the paper is mainly a theory paper, but today I'll focus on the empirical evidence. I'll just briefly tell you the gist of the theory. So I write down a model of intertemporal choice in which agents face tasks and opportunities. So a task might be something like cashing a check. An opportunity might be something like, a task might be something like paying a bill. An opportunity might be something like cashing a check. And they need to perform some small action to act on that task or opportunity. So in the case of a check, you have to take a picture of it with your smartphone to cash it. In my case, you have to fly to a different country, but mostly you just have to take a picture. In the case of a bill, you need to log into your bank account and pay it. So we're going to think of that action as costing almost nothing, but you need to do it, otherwise it won't happen. And the central claim is that acting on a task or opportunity in the future rather than in the present entails a cost of keeping track. And that could have different sources. One possibility is that it's an internal source. So you might think that it's just a little bit annoying. It's psychologically costly every day to walk around with the memory of having to keep track of this transaction. The flip side of that same coin is that you might have a probability forgetting about that transaction. And if you do, you pay a penalty for it. So in the case of forgetting to pay your credit card bill, you pay some interest and you probably pay a late fee. So those are what I'm calling internal costs. You can also think about external reasons. So if transactions that you plan to do in the future just have a non-zero probability of failing, then you'll get very similar results. And so the reason I make this point is because this makes the model not necessarily behavioral. It could just arise from risk out there in the world. Everything else in the model is completely standard. So these are perfect Homo economicus agents. They just know that they're forgetful. And so they have perfect foresight. They're sophisticated. And everything is standard except for this one tweak. They're not perfect in remembering things. And so a lot of the paper spends time on showing how this framework can account for a number of stylized facts about time preference that the literature has documented. So there's a lot of empirical weirdnesses that we know to be empirically true about discounting, and standard models don't account for them very well. But if you add this very simple tweak, a lot of these results fall out very, very naturally. And then the second contribution, I think, is that this framework speaks to interesting failures of technology adoption. I'm going to give you some examples from developing countries because that's the context I mostly think about, but I think we can find examples in developed countries as well. So today I want to walk you through some empirical predictions that this model makes and show you some data on them. The first prediction is that people fail to act on tasks in the future. That's less of a prediction than just a starting assumption. The second is that they're partly aware of this and therefore they precrastinate. By precrastinating is they do things sooner than they otherwise would. The third is that they're willing to pay to avoid having to keep track of things. And the fourth is that they're willing to pay for reminders. So in the case where they can't pay to avoid entirely having to keep track of something, but there's a reminder available, they're willing to pay for that. So I'm going to show you results from 5 studies that we conducted at a place called the Busara Center for Behavioral Economics. It's a lab in Kenya that I set up a couple years ago and that is now run by a large team there. With about, the studies I'm going to show you have about 560 people in them. And so here's Busara. It's a computer lab that has touchscreen monitors. So illiterate people and computer illiterate people can participate in behavioral experiments. We recruit a subject pool in the Nairobi informal settlements. We currently have about 12,000 people in the subject pool. They're all fingerprinted for identification purposes. So when we run a study, we invite them through text message, and they come to the lab. We fingerprint them for identification, and then they participate in the study. So here's someone doing an IQ test. The studies I'm going to show you today were largely done over the phone. So we call people on the phone and we give them different choices to make, and we pay them by sending money to their cell phones. There's a system called M-Pesa, which is a mobile money system that many of you will know. It's a very lovely way of getting rid of transaction costs in doing especially time preference experiments. So that's the setting in which we work. Now let me tell you about the first experiment. The question here was simply whether people fail to act on tasks that they have to perform in the future. And so we asked people to send us a request through their phones in order to get a large payment later. And the request could either be a call, a text message, or a call me message. And crucially, these call me messages are free to send, so people didn't have to incur costs other than having a charged phone to send us this request. And we had different groups, and they were asked to send the request on different days. So either they were asked to send it immediately after the first call, later the same day, the next day, or 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5 weeks in the future. So here's how this looks on a time, and then we measure simply what proportion of people manage to do this on the correct day. So here's a timeline. We make 2 initial phone calls. In the first, we just introduce the experiment, and we send them an initial transfer of $3. The reason to do that is first to establish trust, and second because in a later experiment we're going to ask them to send some money back to us, so we want to give them an endowment to do that. But for now, just think of it as establishing trust. And then we call them again and say, okay, now you now have a choice between 2 options. You can either send us a request at a particular time point. In this case, it's immediately after this call. And if you do that, you get $13 5 weeks from today. Or you can choose to not send us that request and not get the $13. So this option is really a non-choice. Nobody ends up choosing this. The reason it's here is because we want to make sure that if someone fails to send us the requests, that happens despite their intention to send it, right? So we want to make sure that everybody wants to do this, but then they fail. Not everybody, ideally, but we want to make sure that the people who do fail despite better intentions. And then we simply measure. We move this request state around for different groups. So some people have to send it later the same day, other people tomorrow, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, up to 5 weeks. And so we're going to simply plot the proportion of people who remember to do this. There's 50 people in each bin. And when they have to send it immediately, you can see that almost everybody manages to do it. So 94% of people correctly send this request. But then it drops off fairly quickly over time. So by the time you're at 3 weeks out, only about half of the people manage to send us this request, which, remember, is free, and it gets people $13, which is about 2 daily wages. So people aren't very good at doing this. If you put an exponential through this, the weekly forgetting probability is about 1 over 1.1 minus this, so that would be about 16%. So that means people aren't very good at following through on stuff they have to do in the future. And so we wanted to ask in the second experiment whether they prefer to procrastinate. So do they want to do this sooner rather than later, potentially because they're aware of their probability of forgetting. So we asked people to send us $1.50 in order to receive a large payment later, and they can choose to do that now or later. And we measure whether they prefer to do that now or later. And so here's the timeline. It's very similar to previously, except now you're sending $1.50 out of that initial $3 endowment that we send you, and you can choose whether you want to do that on the same day, after a week, or you want to do it not at all. Again, that's just here for completeness. And we simply ask whether people prefer to do it earlier rather than later. And so much like you prefer to get your bills out of the way, people have a strong preference to send us that $1.50 back immediately. So on the left, you can see that it's much higher proportion. There's one potential alternative explanation to this finding, which is that if people are present biased, sophisticated, and budget constrained, in other words, if they know that they're going to spend this money, this $3 down until next week, and so they won't have the $1.50 because they also don't otherwise have a lot of money, then we could see the same pattern and there wouldn't be any cost of keeping track as an explanation required, just present bias. So therefore, we did another experiment in which we made the task essentially free. We asked them to send us this call me request instead of the $1.50. And so now the design is exactly the same, except instead of the $1.50, they're sending us the call me request. And we get very similar results. So again, people overwhelmingly prefer to do this sooner rather than later. The third question we wanted to ask is whether people are willing to pay to avoid having to keep track of things. So you just saw that that they want to do things sooner rather than later, but how much is that worth to them? So we got people to choose between sending us a request now versus sending it later. And if they were willing to send it later, we paid them extra today to do that. And the measure that we use is simply their willingness to pay to send that request immediately as a share of the principal that they stand to get if they do it correctly. So here's the timeline. We again start with these two initial calls. And then people can choose between sending us, in this case, a request immediately or later the same day. And without any additional money, people would, as you've seen, prefer to do it immediately. But now what we do is we add some money to this option. So they can now get an extra 50 cents if they're willing to do it later today. And then we play with that amount. So we increase it gradually until we get people to prefer to send the request later. And this allows us to measure how much people are willing to pay to delay sending this request. And so we do this for different time horizons. And here's some preliminary data. So this is people's willingness to pay in percent, so as a proportion of the principal, in order to be able to send the request immediately rather than at this particular delay. Right? So for instance, people are willing to give up 11% of the principal in order to avoid having to send that request 4 weeks from now, and instead being able to send it today. Right? So they're willing to pay quite a lot to get this transaction over with and avoid having to carry it around in their heads for a long time. Okay, I'm going to skip this one. This is to show you that they're also willing to pay for reminders. I want to quickly tell you about two areas where I think this kind of behavior could be important. In developing countries especially, people often fail to take advantage of profitable technologies. And prominent examples of this are water chlorination and vaccination. And I want to give you quick examples of this. So water chlorination is known not only by scientists, but also by people in developing countries to be a very effective way of avoiding disease. So in Kenya, Michael Kramer and colleagues find that about 70% of people in Kenya know that chlorinating water gets them out of the risk of suffering from diarrhea due to dirty water. But only about 5% of people use the simple chlorination product that's widely available and very cheap to actually chlorinate their water. And so what these guys did is that they tested different interventions to increase take-up, and when they give people a free bottle of this chlorine for the household, that increased take-up a little bit, but what really increased it dramatically is putting a free chlorine dispenser at the water source. So this is a little blue box that's sitting there at the well where you're collecting your water. And the reason this framework that I just told you about applies here is because if the time at which you're thinking about chlorinating your water, so presumably when you're at the source collecting it, coincides with the time at which you have an opportunity to do it, then the prediction here would be that you should be much more likely to do it. And that's exactly what these guys find. And so they say in the paper that the dispenser works because it provides a daily physical reminder for households to treat their water at the point when it's most salient, namely when they collect it at the source. And there's a very similar example for for vaccination. Abhijit Banerjee and colleagues did a study in India where vaccinations are widely available and they're free, but very few people are immunized. Very few people immunize their kids. But they found that when they provided a combination of vaccination camps and a small incentive and a bag of lentils, rates went up to about 40%. And so the most plausible account here is that the incentive compensates people for the transaction cost of doing it, but the existence of the camp is really what acts as a reminder and an opportunity to act immediately rather than postponing the small cost. So to conclude, I've shown you that people fail to act on tasks in the future, even when they stand to gain quite a lot of money, and when they're able to, they procrastinate on low cost actions. So they like to get them out of the way, and they're even willing to pay for this quite substantial amounts as a share of the principal. And I haven't shown you this, but when they're not able to pay to avoid keeping track altogether, they're willing to pay for reminders. I've told you that I think this speaks to a number of failures of technology adoption, especially in developing countries, possibly also here. I'd be interested in your thoughts. And I think there's a couple of implications. It's very early days, but the first is that when people fail to take up technologies, I don't think that necessarily means that they don't value the technology or that they don't understand it. It could simply mean that the opportunity to act on it doesn't coincide with the time at which they think about it. So that predicts that if you did make those two things coincide, you should get increases in adoption. And finally, I think it would be interesting to test what's the effect of making salient people's likelihood of forgetting about future transactions. So if you remind them that they actually are likely to forget about things, that could potentially improve outcomes. So I want to thank the team at Busara who made this possible. This is all of them, and the people whose names I've put in red helped collect the data that I've shown you today. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for having me. I want to present some work with a student of mine, now an assistant professor, Jenny Olson. And we're interested in how people juggle multiple debts. We can think about the optimal advice. So FICO, for example, recommends that if you have extra money, if you can make more than your minimums, but still not pay off everything, if you're somewhere in between, you should really kind of focus on your high interest credit cards first, or your high interest loans. Those are the ones that are most expensive to you. Try to get rid of those most quickly. And so over the years, I've been curious, is this what people actually do? And so this is kind of a stylized version of something we've shown at the individual level a few different ways. But what happens when people are presented, say, with a choice between a $100 debt at a 10% APR and a $1,000 debt with a 15% APR? If you have $1,100, this is very easy, but what if you have less than that and you can't fully repay the high interest balance? Do you chip away at it as you should? Most people don't. They are just happy to kind of close out the small debt regardless of its interest rate. And we call this debt account aversion. And there seem to be a lot of psychological sources, so it's hard to get this to go away. And so the smaller debts are these goals that are close to completion, and those tend to be very tempting. So, for example, academics, our day, we can work on a paper that's 2 years away from being submitted, or we can kind of complete a bunch of doodle polls and sign the birthday card, and do all these things that we're almost done with and feel like we're really making progress. And then there's interest rates. APRs, as we've seen today and lots of times, they're difficult to understand. And there's lots of work showing that if an attribute's difficult to understand, you don't put a lot of weight on it in your decisions. It just doesn't receive the weight it should. And then from a prospect theory perspective, there's just more relief when wiping out a small loss than chipping away at a larger loss, just the psychophysics of how we view these things. So it's a pretty robust individual effect. And we were interested in, would this generalize to couples? And we think this is important because if you're a couple, particularly if you've got kids running around, you're more likely to hold multiple debts than individuals. And there's been a lot of qualitative studies on married couples. And although it's often the case, like when buying a car, that one spouse will start the process, the general finding is that ultimately the financial decision-making process is collaborative. And so it does seem that couples are talking at least about the big decisions. And so we wanted to understand, would they be more or less likely to show mistakes like debt account inversion? Now, there are some reasons for pessimism about couples. So there's work showing that if I'm biased and you're biased, then together we are super biased. We just kind of amplify our mistakes. And so that's not great. And then there's a recent paper, very interesting paper by Adrian Ward and John Lynch, where they proposed that within couples, influence over financial decision-making is likely to be determined randomly based on factors that are unrelated to aptitude or expertise. And indeed, they find that financial literacy differences between spouses does not predict who kind of takes the reins, at least early in the relationship. So it is random with respect to financial literacy. So that's not great news. But we propose that we kind of agree that, yeah, maybe financial literacy differences won't predict who takes over. But we actually say that, well, maybe financial confidence might. And so confidence in your ability to navigate financial decisions. So we think that's likely to be more observable within the couple than your kind of raw financial literacy. And there's lots of evidence in psychology in all kinds of domains that confidence is commonly interpreted as a signal for competence. Often that's not so good, but we think this actually might be good news in this domain. So there's been prior work, and some by RAND folks like Andy Parker, noting that financial confidence plays a role in reducing hesitation and encourages consumers to act boldly. And we think that that's actually a good thing when it comes to juggling multiple credit card debts. So if your confidence is low and you just feel overwhelmed, you might do the easy thing, which is to close out a small debt or just go shopping. You might not feel like tackling the big debt. And so we think that confidence might encourage indebted consumers to take on the otherwise daunting task of chipping away at these high balance debts. So we think this could be a good thing if you follow the person with high financial confidence. So we examine these questions, these hypotheses experimentally. We do it in 3 experiments. One, we bring in members of an existing couples, and we either split them up or have them do it together. They manage debts alone or together. And we see what role financial confidence plays when they work together. Then we look at strangers to see if these processes are generalizable to just any pairing of people, or if there's something special about a couple. And then finally, we try to improve people's ability to detect each other's financial confidence and see if that helps them to manage debts subsequently. So in our first, so just a brief overview of this game. It's not really a fun game, but we call it a game. So at the start of this game, you're kind of saddled with 6 debts, where the interest rate is somewhat correlated with the debt size. So you're really better off kind of focusing on these high balance debts. And it's a multi-round game. We call it 25 years. It's 25 rounds where you get money and you have to chip away at these debts. And so you receive a salary every year, which you can only use to repay debts. And we give you 3 bonuses along the way just to keep you awake. And there's no opportunity to save or make new purchases. The mall is closed. You're just repaying debt here. And then we pay you based on how well you do, based on your total debt at the end of the game. And so, for example, in experiment 1, each person earned between $0 and $12 based on how well they can shrink their total debt. So here's the basic interface, and this changes over time as you choose which debts to repay. So here's what it looks like if you are perfectly debt account averse, if you hate having debts. So you'll just close off the smallest ones in sequence. You'll end up with about 47,000 in total debt, and you'll earn nothing in the experiment, nothing from us, because you've very badly mismanaged your debts. But you have a nice clean screen here. Here's what it looks like if you're a financially optimal player, and you only focus on interest rates. So you have these nagging debts that just stay with you throughout the course of the game. So you end up with a larger number of debts at the end, but you would earn the maximum incentive in our game. You'd earn the most money. So this is what you should be doing if you want to maximize what you're earning. So in experiment 1, we bring in couples, 63 couples, and most were cohabitating, engaged, or married. Three kind of dating couples snuck in. We kept them in the analysis. We randomly assigned them to complete the game together in a room or individually on their own, separated. And of course, the people when they were working together, they took significantly longer, about 3.5 minutes longer when they were working together. So at the end of the game, so they play the game. At the end of the game, we measure their financial confidence. And this is a scale developed by Fernandez, Lynch, and Nettemeyer. It includes items such as, I have the skills required to make sound financial investments. I know the right sources to consult to make wise financial decisions. So this is not raw financial literacy. It's just confidence in your ability to navigate finances. So here's the basic effect. When couples are working as couples, they accumulate or they're leaving with significantly less debt than couple members who are working on their own. And just to put this in context, so in our original paper where we just looked at individuals, so the undergrads in our original papers looked like the individuals here. Individuals just always tend to look about the same. So couples working together do better, but the optimal benchmark doesn't even make the graph like it's down here. So they're better, but they're not getting it exactly right either. When we run regressions trying to predict whose financial confidence score predicts total debt at the end of the game, in a multiple regression, we see that the high financial confidence person is having a significant, they're a significant predictor. The low financial confidence person is not, suggesting that the high confidence person had more influence. And I think this is really telling, where we compare couples to high confidence individuals, people with financial confidence above the midpoint. They look about the same. And then individuals on their own with low financial confidence are significantly higher than both. So couples look a lot like high confidence people working on their own. So that's good news for couples. One potential concern is reverse causality. We did measure financial confidence at the end. Maybe if you had greater influence, you gained greater confidence. And so it's possible reverse causality is an issue there. So we went back to people 10 months later to measure their financial confidence, and then use those measures 10 months later to predict what happened in the experiment. And we see the same pattern, that the high financial confidence level predicted debt and the low financial confidence did not. So we're less worried about reverse causality here. So there's two basic explanations for the main effect I just showed you. One is, within a couple, we know who's the most confident, and we kind of pay most attention to them. Another possibility is that couples are just benefiting from additional deliberation. As I noted, they take more time to do the task. So maybe it's just a case of two heads are better than one. So to test this, we bring in strangers, where it's still two heads, and they can still deliberate and benefit from that. But they don't have these track records anymore, so they might not know who has more financial confidence. It might not be instantly detectable. So we bring in strangers from the Michigan paid subject pool. We randomly assign them to work together or on their own. We measure financial confidence at the end of the experiment. Again, stranger pairs take longer than individuals, as is usual. And so just to remind you what it looked like before, couples do better together than on their own. If we look at individuals in experiment 2, again, individuals always tend to look about the same on average. But stranger pairs do significantly worse than just individuals working on their own. It's not a case of two heads are better than one. The heads have to know each other. And when we run the regression trying to predict who had more influence, they had about equal influence. The high confidence person and the low confidence person. That's not great. They should not have equal influence. And then in our third experiment, we asked, is there anything we can do? Is there anything we can do to help? So we think couples are performing better because they can identify and empower the person with greater financial confidence. Can we have them maybe have an initial discussion that will help people identify who has greater confidence? So we do this with strangers. We think it can apply to couples as well. In the control condition, we have people answer kind of standard financial literacy questions on their own. These are questions with actual answers. It's just a quiz. And then in pairs, we pair them up, and they answer questions about University of Michigan trivia, like what president played football for University of Michigan, Ford. So they answer these questions together. We don't give them feedback on their accuracy. In the other financial familiarity condition, we just flip the order. So they answer University of Michigan questions on their own, 5 financial literacy questions on their own, and then in pairs, they answer financial literacy questions. So all we're varying is what they do in pairs. So everyone's equally exhausted and or warmed up going into the next task. So then together they play the game. We measure 2 things at the end, your financial confidence, and I ask you to guess your partner's financial confidence. You try to infer how much financial confidence they have. And so we're interested in 2 things. So did partners in the financial familiarity condition have a better understanding of each other's financial confidence? And 2, did that help? Did that help them manage debt better? And so we computed inaccuracy at the pair level. So my financial confidence minus your perception of my financial confidence, we take the absolute value and we add that up. So the basic idea is yes. So it helps if you're in that financial familiarity condition, you get a better sense of that other person's financial confidence. And the better an understanding you have of their financial confidence, the less wrong we are, the better we perform in the debt game, the less debt we accumulate, the more real money we walk away with. So it does seem to help them coordinate in the game. So just to quickly recap, so couple members are better off managing debts together than on their own. It's not a case where 2 heads are better than 1. You need some kind of relevant shared history, either being a couple or having an exercise like this where you can get a sense of how confident they are. In terms of implications, couples are likely to financially benefit from greater discussion of household finances. I put financially in parentheses. I don't know if they'll be happier or if they'll fight more, but financially they'll be better off. And you can think about it, well, sometimes you'll have couples where the high confidence person is already doing everything. Should they bother talking to the low confidence person? We think yes, because financial confidence is something that can grow over time. So maybe you can increase the financial confidence of both partners, and then the couple would be better off. And so finally, our work kind of echoes recent work by Liat Haidar et al., where we would say that consumer education programs should aim not to enhance just financial literacy, but also financial confidence as well. These 2 things are both kind of really important. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. So for our discussant, we have Salar Jahedi from RAND Corporation. He's an economist at RAND and a professor at the Pardee Rand Graduate School. And I think it's particularly fitting for you to be here, given your focus on how presentation and arrangement of information alters choices. And so much of the conversation today. I also gave him the hard task of wrapping up and keeping us on time, because I know that our closing is coming. So thanks very much, and go for it.
All right, no problem. Thank you. So in the financial decision in marketplace, making financial decisions or identifying which financial decisions is especially hard because financial products are quite complex and they have many attributes, and people differ in their wants and needs of those attributes. And to understand when a mistake is being made, you have to have an understanding of the person's preferences and the nuances to a level that we often don't have. And in identifying biases in the financial marketplace is quite difficult for that reason. Here we have 3 good examples of biases that exist. The first one is people underestimate the size of their future expenses. They tend to say that they have too few expenses than they actually have. People tend to pay off their smaller loans first, even if those smaller loans are higher interest. And this one we kind of know, and I'm going to mischaracterize Johannes's paper somewhat because I like it so much, but also because somewhat I want to make another point about trying to model behaviors as rational decisions, but that people choose less now over more later, and this is often a bad decision. Once we identify that people are making bad decisions, we could take steps at identifying ways to help people make better decisions, insofar as we know what those better decisions are. And each of these papers provide the economic solution to that, and that is to provide people with some more information. So to underestimate this, if you want to help underestimate the size of future expenses, maybe if you remind people of the various buckets of expenses that they may have, that may limit how big of a bias they show. If people tend to pay smaller debts before larger ones, maybe if you pair them up with partners who know a little bit more about financial decision making, that may limit the size of the bias. And if people like to choose less now over more later, it's possible to reduce that if you, and the reason for that is that they may forget to collect more later, as Johannes did in his example. Then if you set up reminders, that may limit the size of the bias shown. I want to make a case that economists tend to run to the rational reasons for these biases a little bit too quickly. And one of the strengths of behavioral economics is what we can learn about the psychology of human behavior above the rational choices. So imagine you have a situation where you, the night before, you want to wake up the next morning and have breakfast before you go to the conference, and you set your alarm to wake up early enough to have breakfast. And when the alarm goes off, you decide, you know what, I'm going to skip breakfast. I'm going to sleep in for 10 more minutes. Under what situations would you say that, you know, could you fix this type of mistake if it is one? Or and there are information reasons. So you could imagine that people have they have imperfect information, that if you tell them the information, then they could make better choices, or they have incorrect beliefs. And so imagine in the alarm clock case that you wake up and you realize, you know what, actually the commute to work is going to be much shorter than I imagined, so maybe I can snooze at one time, or I could pick up breakfast along the way. I didn't even really think about that. And so that additional information helps you make a better choice. It could be that you mispredicted how tired you would be the next morning, and you thought you would have a lot of energy, and in fact you have too little energy, and so you revise your estimate. And if these were the cases, then you would say that telling people, you know what, you may not have as much energy tomorrow. You should, you know, think about that. Then that should solve the problem. Or you may say this is the length of your commute, in case you need to know that. Alternatively, you could think about the intricacies of how humans make decisions and think about that they do have a tendency to make decisions differently if it's about the future than if it's about the present. And they tend to underestimate how much they'll weigh certain decisions at key moments in time. When you're making decisions about the future, people tend to weigh things a little bit more accurately in terms of costs and benefits than when it's at the moment. They seem to be a little bit more impatient, especially for things that cost them immediately. If you look at some psychological explanations, I think you could open the possibilities of how behavioral tools could be used for policy. If you look at this picture, and I think this is something that everyone kind of knows but doesn't really appreciate the strength of, it's not a binary thing. If you look at this picture, this kid is given the choice between 1 marshmallow now or 2 marshmallows in 15 minutes. It's not that he has misinformation that 2 marshmallows in 15 minutes is better than 1 marshmallow, and it's not that he has an idea of he wants one or the other, and if you explain it to him, snap, he's like, oh, now I want 2, that's it. You look at the struggle on this person's face, he wants both. He wants the 1 marshmallow now, and he wants the 2 marshmallows in 15 minutes. And this is an important thing to understand when making policies, is that it's not information often that's the case, it's conflicting preferences. And psychology tells us a lot about what kinds of conflicting preferences people may have. If you explain to the person, so one of my pet peeves is that economists in their urge to like rid the world of psychology, they'll say something like, we explain to the person that that 2 is better than 1, and we told them that it's better to wait, and we did all these treatments, and look, he waited more for 2, so psychology doesn't matter. But the truth is, if people care about both, if you're able to shine the light on one or the other and make the person focus on one or the other, and that's what the power of psychology is, that's the reason you're changing it. So it's not, people know that 2 is better than 1, but people also know that now is better than later. And so you have to, you can't just say that I shine the light on 2 is better than 1 and people are more likely to choose 2, because in another situation they're going to be exactly the same tensions there, right? So you have to kind of nip it in the bud a little bit differently. Okay, so if we look at some of the, I mean, these are not probably, I didn't give it too much thought about what psychological tensions are going on in the problems that they face, but you could think of, if you people in a way don't want to predict their future expenses well. If they did, they would have done so by now. It's not that complicated. People think that this is a complicated decision. 2 marshmallows, 1 marshmallow, that's not complicated. Understanding your future expenses, that's not complicated. But if you were to sit down and calculate what your future expenses would be, you would come to the realization that if you work your whole life, you would have 0 money. You're going to work for nothing. You can't ever go and get what you want because it's not financially wise. If, on the other hand, you kind of avoid that thought, you get your paycheck, you could go out and have fun, and oops, I ran into trouble, but next month I'll be okay, is a much better way to live. And so in a way, you have to address the fact that people have multiple wants. It's not just that they want to save money. They also want to be happy with what they're doing, and this is something you have to consider. The same thing with debt. Debt is hard. I consolidated my debt. I only have 1 debt. I often want to do really dumb things, like take from my savings, pay the 10% penalty out of my 401k, and then just pay off my debt, because being debt-free feels good. And it's not like a thought that comes all the time, but every once in a while I'm like, oh, I think that's a good idea. I think I could justify it at the moment. And so if you have multiple debts, this is even a harder problem, right? You have like 5 debts juggling at once, and you're paying off your debt every month, and you're feeling like you're making no progress. Yeah, maybe I'll pay off one of my debts so it feel a little bit better. That's not such a bad thing. And so, it's hard to say that, all of these things are necessarily mistakes. I think if we try hard to understand the psychology behind the person's decision making, you could get to much richer solution concepts and come up with better ways. So there are many forces at play when people are making decisions, both economical and psychological. So you want to address both, and you have to strike a balance between one or the other. So if it's the case that, I'm going to pick on Johannes again, that people forget about their future costs, then certain ideas may be good ideas. So Amazon comes out with these dash buttons, which if you ever want to order something and you don't want to go through the whole process of remembering to go to Amazon, you just press the button and it orders it for you. That's a great invention for people to help them make better decisions for if they're forgetful in the future. You see, Amazon is not doing this for all products. They're doing it for certain products. And I think it's because they have a certain understanding that if you do it for all products, it's not necessarily a good thing. If you put the marshmallow in front of the kid's face and be like, oh, let me tell you all about the taste of this marshmallow, and let me let you smell it because I want you to make an informed decision. This is not necessarily the best way to get it because it's ignoring the psychology completely. And so in making decisions, we have to address both the economic and the psychological parts of the human decision making. That's it. Thank you.
So we definitely have time for questions, and I've got a microphone running around. So who has the first question over here?
Scott, this one's for you. I really like the results. I think they're really interesting. One thing that occurs to me is that we've seen that confidence tends to promote particular types of particular behaviors.
Can you speak into that?
Sorry, tends to predict particular behaviors. What those behaviors are differs from domain to domain sometimes, and sometimes those behaviors are adaptive, in the case that you're looking at. Sometimes the behaviors are maladaptive, like in the drug use case. And so I'm a little leery of a prescription that increasing consumer financial confidence is universally a good thing. Because I could imagine situations where a confident individual might do bad things. I was wondering if you thought about that.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I agree that in our domain, it seems to help. It's why I mentioned at the end that you really want both, to focus on both actual literacy and confidence. So total confidence without literacy could be a recipe for overnight bankruptcy. But yeah, it's a fair point. But here, like we don't find, at least with these measures, we don't find much relationship with confidence and actual literacy. It's slightly positive, but not really there. But yeah, I can imagine. I agree. In other domains, you want both. Yes, for sure.
Question? Here.
Thank you. So this question for you, Jonathan. Did you happen to look for or look at differences between different subgroups or segment your different population? Because I was wondering if you found like there was larger biases for those with scarce resources, or if differences between genders or anything like that. So if you could speak to that, that'd be great.
No, we haven't done that yet. It's still very early days, and so I'm very interested in that, in whether, for instance, poor people have more trouble keeping track of these things, or people with a higher discount rate. We're going to start to look at that, but we haven't yet.
So a comment on Johannes' presentation. I really like the experiment, and I'd like to take up your challenge to think about where those phenomena apply in developed world. So let me quote a study that colleagues of mine did at the FCA, and they were looking at costs that consumers incur by dipping into negative balance territory, basically overdraft costs and charges. And they looked at how 3 different disclosure initiatives were affecting the use of overdraft and therefore the costs. So I really like a quote from Jonathan Zinman, who said that in the US, the overdraft charges annually exceed what American citizens spend on fruit and veg. It seems quite a lot of money. And so I don't know what it costs here in the US. So they were looking at 3 disclosure initiatives: annual summaries, text alerts, and use of mobile apps, which were all being rolled out in 2 banks. And they looked at sort of 600,000 customers. So annual summaries had no effect, and text alerts and mobile apps had separately effects of like 5 to 10 percentage points reduction in overdraft charges. But combined together, they reduced payments of overdraft charges by 1/4. So there was an interaction effect. And I think when you actually get a text alert and can act upon it using your mobile app on your phone, you actually shift some money into your checking account and avoid overdraft. So it's just like, I think to me the comparison is quite blatant here.
Yeah, that's a great example. That's precisely the kind of situation I have in mind. Yeah.
So we have time for one short question, if there's one more, and
I have a question for Scott. So I was thinking about the work that you were doing and the role that couples working together on these financial problems might contribute to why a couple versus a single adult household could be more financially successful. And I think there are obviously some things where a couple maybe brings money in together, they work together on a lot of different things, but can you talk about how you think their working together financially might contribute to that effect?
So you're wondering about the role of their prior history and
The role that working together to solve financial problems might contribute to couples' stronger financial standing than an individual on their own that just works on their own for financial.
Yeah. I think that is what is driving what we see in Experiment 1. And the good news is that, in Experiment 3, like couples who kind of do keep it separate and we don't intermingle our finances, there might be kind of focused exercises that kind of jumpstart the conversation or the shared understanding that we think is necessary. And so it might be could be justification for the Catholic Church requires these conversations about money right before marriage, and so it wasn't our intent to validate their teachings, but I think it is. Experiment 3 is consistent with all that, and yeah. So yeah, in absence though of kind of everyday deliberation, there might be some focused ways to jumpstart.
that's great. Thanks, and I think in terms of wrap up of panels today, I think back to all of the conversation that we started leaning toward around the changing nature of work, more volatile cash flow and liquidity issues happening, and the ability to predict or not into even the short-term future is going to become more and more important in terms of not only what are the product responses, but what are the policy responses to help people manage that in their lives. So I think that the way that this panel came together and how it reflects back to some of these bigger issues that are domestic policy priorities is going to be very important. So I want to thank the whole panel and thank everybody. And I'm going to turn it over to Sherry to wrap up the day. Thank you.
Should you stay? Should you go? You can go. This is going to be quick. On behalf of the RAND Corporation, the Aspen Institute, and the Institute for the Future, I'd like to thank everybody for joining us today, our audience, our panelists. I also am going to ask Daniel Goroff in just a moment to deliver our closing remarks, but I'm going to introduce him first. Daniel is a program director at the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation. He's a former vice president for academic affairs and dean of the faculty at the Harvey Mudd College. And he is also a professor emeritus of mathematics at Harvey Mudd College. A special thanks to the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation and to Daniel for their support of today's event. And Daniel?
So thank you very much. It's my happy task just to add to the thanks and to wrap up here a little bit today and say just a few quick words about what the future might bring. Once again, many thanks to Sherry, to the RAND Corporation, to the Aspen Institute, to the Institute for the Future, to TransUnion, everyone who's worked so hard to put this together. It was really a great day. I really enjoyed everything. And I want to thank all of you and those out there in live streaming land for hanging in there and for all the good questions. And then I especially want to thank the speakers in the panels. And I don't know about you, but I was really inspired by the keynotes, particularly. And, well, what can I say? Bob Schiller, he really inspired me. I now want to go out and try to get a Nobel Prize. So I don't know if that occurred to you, but that was one of the things. And Maya, well, every once in a while, I hear some talk or another that makes me think, gee, if I could drop everything else I have to do, I would really want to go and help with this project. And I think it's what she's doing in the federal government is really that significant. When you're talking to young people, or if you have some time on your hands, consider spending some time in the government. There are a lot of people, after all, who don't think that the federal agencies can do anything. And the notion that with a little bit of academic smarts, a little bit of experimental design, and a lot of just hard work, that you can actually show that things can be better, that more veterans get their benefits, that more farmers get to keep their farms, that less paper gets used, more trees are saved. Lots and lots of different examples like this, and those are just the beginning. I think that the kind of significant things that can be done in the future are even greater. So for all of us who are thinking about behavioral kinds of effects and behavioral work like this, keep in mind that there's a lot of very good things to be done, and that there's now even a federal group that's a permanent part of the White House that's doing it, and they need help from this community. So I'm also inspired to think a little bit about what else the field needs, and what else, let's say, well-meaning, medium-sized foundation might do. Now, I should have started off by saying that everything that I'm telling you today, none of it is necessarily the opinions of the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, but they should be. So when I think about some of the things that are done, that need to be done, that is, I divide them maybe into two different categories, and one are the kind of thematic initiatives, and the other are very kind of on the level of tools and enabling things. So on the thematic initiatives, so Rand has been doing this behavioral finance program for quite a while, and there's terrific things, and it's evolving, as we heard, and that's all great. So that's behavioral finance. What about behavioral labor? Behavioral macro? Right? I mean, now that we're beginning to understand some of these things, these are important questions, and more people are working on things. Behavioral regulation. So much of what Maya was talking about, you could think of perhaps as behavioral regulation, but once you start thinking about it that way, all of a sudden these nudges that sounded very easy when you're just talking about saving for retirement, they get a little more complicated to really think about carefully. So there's the whole question of welfare economics as it relates to nudging. You know, suppose I usually eat pretty well, and then you try to nudge me and shame me into eating something that's very healthy, but I just don't really like it. And so maybe that's welfare reducing, even if on the whole it's welfare increasing. So there are examples like that, and I don't really know how to think about that carefully. Because if you think about revealed preference, you have people who weren't doing something, and then you change something in the choice architecture that doesn't show up in the economic models, and then they are doing something and they're very happy about it, but they were happy before and they don't want to go back to what they're, it gets a little bit confusing. So working out the welfare economics of this carefully in cases that are not as easy as just saving for retirement, I think is a big challenge. Moreover, the general equilibrium effects of some of these nudges. So in the UK, the Behavioral Institute, the Behavioral Insight team found ways of changing the way that unemployment office visits were done by planning it forward, that they could get people to find jobs more quickly. So they instantly, and to their credit, and very nimbly, changed all the procedures in all the offices for unemployment benefits in the UK. That's pretty great. Except they didn't make any more jobs. So you have all these people running around trying to get jobs faster, and there aren't more jobs just because of these nudges. And so that's an example of these kinds of general equilibrium effects. So again, there's work to be done here about what we do besides just nudging, besides just doing a few experiments, and what the policy implications are. So those are some thematic things. Let me mention quickly a few enabling tools, because after all, we're talking about doing very good empirical economics. And that involves these days big data. We're really quite interested in the Sloan Foundation in how one draws causal inferences. So that includes randomized control trials. The design of these experiments is really not always so straightforward. It takes a lot of work, a lot of thinking. You may find, I know this is hard to believe, but you may find that there are people around who get very excited about big data and who actually think that if you get enough observational data, that you can draw causal inferences. I'm sure that you've never run into anybody like that, and that there's no one like that in Silicon Valley. But the idea of drawing causal inferences is not so easy, and trying to make trying to figure out how we can do that better to facilitate this kind of empirical work, I think, is important, as is reproducibility. Right? So we're interested in repositories, we're interested in the privacy aspects so that data can become available to people to check on the results that have been done before. There are beginning to be really interesting mathematical techniques where people can sit at their desk, get access and analyze very sensitive data sets, but nevertheless provably protect the privacy of everybody who's listed in that data set. So these are some of the kinds of questions that we're interested in. And let me just finish by saying that when I think about what's being accomplished and why it's so exciting to spend a day like this, I think back to the history of how people have ever understood the world. And early on, if you consider, say, Aristotle, he sat at his desk, kind of stroked his chin and said, I think that heavier things fall faster, because it just kind of feels to me like heavier things ought to fall faster. And that turned out to be kind of a useful theory for a while. And then when people actually went out instead of sitting at their desks and took some data, people like Galileo and Bacon and others, and they said, well, that's all pretty good, but we should really take some data and see what happens. They found that heavier things and lighter things, absent air resistance, fall at the same rate of acceleration. And that's a lot of what I think that we're beginning to do now. That economists used to have ideas, they sat at their desks and they said, gee, it kind of ought to feels to me like people ought to be optimizing and doing all the, and then when you go out and actually look and take the data and run the careful experiments, turns out that's not what's happening. Now, what we need next, I think, is a little bit something more like Newton, who said, not only do they fall at the same acceleration rate, but there's this 1/r² law. So we're not there yet, but I think we should be thinking hard about how to frame and how to learn from these things, how to make general tools and more general theories so that people don't come along, as they sometimes do, and say, oh, behavioral economics, it's really great, but it's a whole bunch of just examples. So that's the other challenge. So once again, I want to thank everyone. I look forward to hearing much more about this. And I look forward to this community being involved more with the kind of research that gets published, but also the kind of research that makes a difference in Washington and in people's lives every day. And let's just keep putting all these insights to good work. Thank you.
Thank you all.
No, no, no.